ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League here in Europe. I am joined by Sponge, Pansy. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, pretty good. Nice smooth start to the Pro League. So,
apologies for the technical delays.
I need to clarify something. When Lauren and I opened the show, if you were here and we were holding up the lighters, and there was a picture of Machine,
he's not actually dead.
No, he's still alive. He's just no longer with us here.
Physically.
At Pro League.
That means he's dead, I think, actually.
Yeah,
so,
I'm not helping.
Listen, let's move along. We did just get back from IEM Katowice, a phenomenal event out in Poland. One of the best we've been to in recent memories. That Polish crowd is great. Yep. But a lot of good Counter-Strikers played there. A lot of surprises. Virtus Pro going out in groups being one of them. Having playoffs with no SK, no Virtus Pro, no Fnatic, no SK. I don't like all this kind of stuff. When is the last time that has happened? I mean, it was just crazy to see that. But it gave us a very interesting playoffs.
Yeah, interesting is one way to look at it, I guess. I know a lot of fans were disappointed, obviously, that VP weren't there. Same with, there's always a big support base for SK. I think that kind of transferred across to Immortals. But like you're saying, yeah, the games definitely were interesting. We got to see some stuff from teams like Heroic and Immortals that, you know, we wouldn't normally get to see in that level. And they did stand up, you know. They were playing decent Counter-Strike, and they proved that they do deserve to definitely be in this tier.
Yeah, well, we have got word because there was a little bit of a delay. The game is about to go live. So do you guys want to just throw out a name really quick or anything like that? Anything crazy?
No, we don't do predictions here.
We don't do predictions?
No.
Wow, a lot of things are going to change now, boys. To bring you this game, it is going to be Heroic versus G2. We have the ever-pleasant Matthew and Henry to take us away.
Always pleasant. Always pleasant, Jason. Always pleasant.
How do you think he's doing?
I think he's all right.
Yeah?
Looks a little stiff, you know.
Yeah. As usual.
All right, then. Don't need to know about you guys' personal life. I know I had a good time in Kanto. I was well behaved.
Yeah.
No, look, this is an interesting game for a lot of reasons. G2, there's a lot of expectations. They haven't yet arisen to them. And I don't expect them to happen overnight. I don't think it should happen. Why is this chair all the way down, by the way? Who was sitting here last? I look so short next to you. I don't expect them to happen overnight.
Yeah.
But they're going against Heroic, who just had an excellent run. They called it a fairy tale on their own Twitter in Katowice. It's a bit of a challenge for them, and you'd expect G2 to take this, but are they going to? What's the progress they've been making?
I'm confident in G2. In terms of like, the fantasy thing, I've put three G2 players in there. I feel like they've had a lot of time now. They haven't been at the big events. They've had time to put things together. Amazing star-studded roster here. Going against Heroic, like you said, fairy tale story. But you have to remember, they went straight to the semi-finals, right? And they dropped out 2-0 against Astralis. That's absolutely fine. They're the champions of the event, of course, but they did it in the group stages in the best of one. Did amazingly, sure. But I think there's a lot more still has to be proven before we can start going a little bit overboard with these guys. It's going to be Train here, a map they're very good on. I was especially impressed with the likes of Nico towards the inside bomb side, the CT side. That's where we'll be starting as well. As we get into the pistol round, we're going to have G2 with 5 sets of armor here. 2 players towards main entrance as well, and 3 towards Ivy. An outside split very quickly coming in, trying to overwhelm Modi, who's waiting for them with that silenced USP.
Modi waiting for them, he may be, but his tag down to 3. He's got to back away. He's tagged up as well. Can he find our first intended victim? Everyone's going down from Heroic. They need a hero indeed. Snappy starts to do so, but Shox is the one to find the kill out of him, and then NBK lands back in. That's on to Nico. One of 2 Nikos. I'm waiting for a team. Nico, Hiko, and somebody.
And somebody, okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think there's actually 4 Nikos.
There is. There's 2 Danish Nikos. The Nico.
Well, there's... And then who's the 4th?
I don't know.
I thought there was... Well, if there is, Nicolino. Didn't we have a Nicolino for a while?
Not sure. Well,
like a
speaking
German,
of
I think. If we did, we should do Nico, Nicolino, Hiko. And then we could do somebody, nothing. Nico's trying. This is already gone. Obviously, he has a kid, but he's picked that up. Top bomb's taking forever. Kenny's going to get the kill important. Then Kenny gets kills as well to pick up PWP. They both stay alive. Fair enough. But I was going to say you could do nothing, somebody, no one.
Yeah.
Cap. No, wait. Isn't there... I forget.
Good point, though.
Yeah. But I think we got to have some good teams, Henry. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, we have got some good teams.
That would be my fantasy team if they were all available.
G2, if you allow me to analyze that around slightly, if I may. 3 players towards Ivy, 2 towards main, 5 sets of armor, very quick, very fast, and it's going to be them picking up the round with the fast plant coming in as well. Not really much Heroic can do about it. Modi had to find multiple frags there. We go to the second round. Not a heavy commitment in terms of the force buy. They're just going to get 2 sets of armor, a couple of Deagles here, some CZs, not going all in. A lot of teams opting for this sort of philosophy going forward, and it will be another similar approach G2 here. 3 players towards Ivy, simple smoke to the left-hand side. Apex going in first at LMP7. He'll be throwing himself around the corner and trying to find the first frag here, but a really nice flashbang from Val. Has a chance for Body. He finds it with the Mac 10. He's going to get that 5-on-4, and now Yugi, not really much you can do about it. Lots of money farm for Body. And it will be a 5-on-3, make it a 2, as now the round pretty much has been summarized. Snappy and Hiko, you've got it in my head already. Nico will be the last 2 players remaining.
That's what I do, Henry. I just...
You're poison in my mind, that's what you are.
I poison everyone's mind, don't I? I'm really the biggest propaganda. Nice shot, Nico, with the Deagle. We saw that from him in Katowice as well. He's decent with the Deagle. It seems to be something in the name. But yes, I am propaganda. Paid propaganda, slowly taking over the minds of youth around the world, everywhere.
Well, let's hope we can shut you down as soon as possible.
Let's hope you don't.
Nico towards City Spawn, like he said, he was fantastic in Katowice with the Deagle, and especially on this map as well. His like solo inside work towards that B side was phenomenal. The way he was actually controlling that, his movement, his longevity in that area was actually really impressive, and I'm hopefully going to see that again today. He's like one of the players that wasn't really on my radar before. I'd heard of him, but like when he joined the team, I wasn't like super excited or anything. I thought, okay, this team's obviously going to get weaker now, losing some of the big names, but they seem to be getting better and better. Yuggy as well. I was talking to Val at the after party, and he's just like saying like Yuggy can actually be one of the best AWPers in Denmark, if not Europe, going forward. He thinks he actually was put a pretty average performance in Katowice, and he's actually really excited for the prospect of him going forward. So look out for that name. He's going to be a star apparently going forward. Full eco round ready for Heroic this time. There's the Eagles PT50s. Snapping got some body armor, interesting enough. But a strange investment, all things considered. His teammates won't be joining him. And a 5-man stack towards outside. And you know what? That's a bit of a horror show because the bomb's actually planted towards inner. And Shoxy, he'll just be looking to dominate them by himself towards outer.
Body to plant the bomb at default. As the bomb goes down, Heroic already looking to back away and save the pistols that they have invested. Vault and Nico specifically have P250 and a Deagle. They find Modi. He's one of the players going out toward Ivy. That's where Nico will also be spotted. So down goes that particular Deagle. The 5-7 does damage, but nothing more. Yugi's able to pick up a kill. He'll swap over and grab P250 on the ground. Now has a UMP, but Kenny S is on the scene, and it goes to 3-0.
Good job for Yugi though. The AWPer, like we said, gets another $600 to his bank account. He'll be on 6,300, so definitely gets the AWP out. Saves a bit extra as well, not getting the head armor. Could be to his detriment, all things considered. There's 2 Galos and a Mac 10 coming in from G2 this round. This is certainly sort of a bonus round philosophy. They upgrade the Mac 10, so maybe not so much anymore as we go into round number 4. I guess they detected there wasn't much head armor in that second round. They want to make sure they don't actually go up against a full rifle array here as we get into round number 4. AWP, hands of Yugi towards main. Just watching for any players coming out quickly there, but the smoke will be taking away the vision. Actually, smoke's not great. The terrorists are already in front, so they can actually get out of it pretty easily. And it will be Shoxy getting on blue train first and trying to find that first headshot. Yugi to strike first.
Good pickup from Shox to get one back, but he's gone down. Modi's found him, and Snappy, still holding onto the bomb out toward E-Box, is able to back away onto the train, leaving Kenny in a position of detriment. He's got to find 4. He's got an AWP. We'll see if he can make it work inside of the site. Down toward Hell. First position he looks. Flash comes over. It's behind him. That's going to keep him with vision. He's trying to catch them off ever so slightly, but Modi's pushed up behind him, so he's committed, as we know, already in. And Nico's found the shot, surprisingly, actually, from that position. Just saw his foot, so he's doing minor damage from the bomb. You can see his X-ray. He had a ways to go before he would have been spotted in completion, so it's a pretty cool angle from Nico.
Solid round from Heroic. We know they're very good on the CT side of this map. Go down 3-0. First gun round comes in. They just mop the floor with G2 there towards that main entrance. Good grenade usage, apart from that one smoke, which is a little bit too shallow. It's forced G2 out in towards the main entrance. Body spraying 2 down. And we go to round number 5. It's going to be double orb set up here for Yugi and Snappy. The in-game leaders, Kenny Esto, he'll be looking to challenge. Such an easy shot. They walk into the middle of his crosser there. Just has to click the left mouse button and manages to make it a 5-on-4. This is a dream scenario for a terrorist side. This forces the CDs now to kind of make up their mind. Do they want to react straight away and try and find a pick on the other side of the map? That's not really an option considering it's just Nico towards that inner position. So holding up and hoping Yugi can deliver as the terrorists now wait for the utility from the CTs to dissipate here, the smokes to go down. Still have a lot of time remaining and 2 smokes and flashbangs. There's one of the flashes from Shox. He's managed to get himself a secondary orb. This challenge is going to be key now. If you can find the kill in return, that's something to work with.
Good pickup from Yugi. Does get Shocks down, exactly that. Something to work with for Heroic, having picked up the first gun, but Kenny gets Yugi back. He's bound to be one of the best offers in Europe, specifically, you say, in Denmark as well. He's got to be up to the likes of the task of Kenny S, and Kenny's got to be up to the task of a 1 versus 2 because he's lost his teammates. Nico gets the last kill onto Apex, and he slipped in towards Sandwich, reads well where Madi is, and it's low HP onto Nico, but does he know? Is he aware as he gets toward Pop Dog? It's low HP on both of them now, and he's got the bomb now. Does he fake this out? He's going to go. He's going to commit. Nico's going to be slightly behind and greeting him as he walks down the ramp. And as such, the plant, from Kenny in the open. He's got to go down here. Surely Nico finds his kill with the M4. And, well, that time spotted him, I think. He had to have spotted him and just waited to get the shot instead and had the angle ready.
Yeah, he knew he did a lot of damage at that point. Willing to take the open duels with Kenny S. Dangerous procedure normally, but once he's planted that bomb, you know he's going to be trying to find cover, trying to get towards the lower ramp potentially as well. So Nico, he holds strong and manages to win the 1 versus 1. And in terms of the money, yes, the bomb goes down for G2, but they lose 2 rounds in a row here. So have to consider their options. I would say maybe the partial buy comes in. Quite a heavy investment from Apex, gets the CZ head armor. And they will be buying into this. MBK, Deagle on body armor. They save around $2,000, maybe a little bit less on average overall. But going into the next round, if they get the bomb down, they should be okay. But if they don't, it'll be quite a weak buy going forward as we enter round number 6 here. Single orb setup once again. Hands of Yugi. MBK waiting towards inside his teammates. Going to do a little run boost towards Ivy. Modi, he won't even see it, so it doesn't really count for much.
MBK, meanwhile, has his Deagle ready. I have to say that best of 5 finals that went 4 maps in Katowice showed more Deagle kills than perhaps any series has ever.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Well, you got Stralis playing, that's always going to happen. So many.
Phase with Nico. I mean, it just lends itself to the Deagle body, though. It does start off Tech 9. And it is pistols this round. No Deagle as of yet. Apex picks up speed, Snap. Yugi manages 1 back. But it's another Tech 9 up close onto Madi at Sandwich. It's going to mean Yugi's got to watch above the smoke. Flash goes toward him. That catches him perfectly. And the shot rattled off will completely give away his position. 3 guns picked up. And they're going to push on to Yugi's position. He's got to be very careful. They're not going to wrap all the way around from the dark holes just yet. That may give Nico and him a chance to save.
I think they has to now. That incendiary decides there. Not really much Nico can do from the connector position. Bomb will be exploding at this point. G2 still around away there with the Tech 9 buy. Obviously, this French team, historically known to be very good on the partial buy situation. Tech 9's very fast towards outside, getting that opening kill, and it's just a snowball effect at that point. Once the bomb's down, they're finding the rotation frags, and there's only 1 kill fan in return from the CT side. So saving this... Excuse me, my voice has gone a little bit that far.
It's fine. It's not as bad as when mine goes, and I sound like I've swallowed a bag of something. I don't know what.
I'm gonna get some water, and hopefully I'll be okay.
Water, yep, that's good.
Yeah, I know. You're
Chad and I are on the waters.
You are. But let's get back to this one. It's going to be Heroic with the AWP and the M4. They do. I think it's worth the force buy. There's only 1 stage loss bonus for them. So let's see what we can do here with this limited weaponry that is did it to us. Let's try and give them the same treatment in return. Kenny S gets the AWP. That's a bit of a problem, but Yugi has it as well. 1 M4, 3 UMPs, and we'll see whether they can actually get rolling with this one. I thought they were going to try and get aggressive somewhere, but Yugi towards Ivy for now. No one going all in at this point, but Yugi could find Kenny S as the flashbang's good. He has to turn away. Now Kenny S has the positional advantage.
Snappy. Forced off of the Pop Dog position. He's low on HP, down to 16 as we hit 4-2 G2. With guns again in this round, they're going to hold on to 2 M4s and the UMP they picked up to try and strengthen their economy further, as well as Kenny looks for a shot down toward the Ivy position.
Yeah, well, G2 just trying to bleed out the CDs now. They know the buy's going to be very weak. He's Snappy down to 16 HP as well. Drops pretty much every bit of utility they've got. Just 4 flashbangs remaining. They have got kits to work with here, 4 of them to be fair. So still a chance to win this round, as it will be another outside split. The bomb towards Ivy, 3 players there. Decent flashbang comes in, but Apex, he's not phased. He'll be continuing his assault towards this area. Smoke's still good for now, but flashbang is required as he makes his commitment towards this side of the map.
This is going to be Apex inside of the site. Chance to open it, but he's down by Valda. Leaving the ball at the hedge. Turns back. UMP's got 2. Thank you very much for the money. And Madi will get a bankroll of his own as he picks up another on the UMP to take Shocks. 4-3. They keep it in contention. They break back down the bank accounts ever so slightly of GT. They're in forced position, to be fair. If they wanted to go for SMGs, they could do.
Yeah, they definitely could. And Shoxy could drop an AWP over as well. Certainly viable. And they go all in. Here we go. So AWP comes out. MBK with the AK-47. Same story for Apex. There's a Galil for body. And Kenny S, he only gets the PD-50. I'm guessing he's keeping a bit of money in reserve. He doesn't. He's
no, he was the lowest. He was at 1,500 from the previous op buy, which I thought Shox would give it to him. But Shox wants it himself. MBK, though, gets Snappy. I like saying Snappy's name because usually when he dies, it's Snappy.
And his aim is pretty snappy as well.
Yeah.
You know, it works in all facets.
All areas. All things considered. But meanwhile, it's going to be a rotation back over. Look at Volda's position. That's quite good. It's an M4. It's not an AWP. The AWP's down below. He'll bait him in.
So as soon as Yugi takes a shot, that's going to take all the aggro away from that lower round position as well. The terrorists might focus on him, might get their nades out, try to get the refrag. And then as soon as he does that, Volda, he'll be facing from the upper ramp, go for that spray down. We saw it a lot in Katowice. It's great effect, to be fair, but unfortunately, Volda overstays as well. I thought he was going to be baited in from that AWP shot that just came in. And Yugi now in a horrible position. He's been taken down to 6 HP, still alive. The AWP could still cause damage here as well. There's a little no-scope. I like that a lot. And now he still has a chance, but the bomb will be planted.
Indeed, Kenny getting another kill as well means it's down to 4 versus 2. The retake becomes a very tough order for Heroic. Nico is able to pick up Kenny, but Nico goes down immediately after. It's on to Madi. The only Swede in a Danish roster. He's had a decent career, Madi, but he gets taken out by Body this time. Remember, for those of you who are new to us, one of the original Swedish Fnatic lineups in CSGO,
that's right,
had Madi on it.
It's true. That was actually such a long time ago, but that was an interesting roster, right? Then that's like Zipex, Modi, I think Stinger was in that one as well. Like there was so many like kind of crazy names. Like,
and Madi, but Madi stayed as well when Schneider was on the team, and they brought in what slowly and surely evolved into what they have now. But yes, you're right. He was on 2 different rosters if you want to be technical with them.
Yeah. Well then, 5-3. There is a buy available for CTs. Yugi there with the AWP can't land that first shot, that flashbang. So effective for him. He has to fall back every single time he comes in. Another bait play coming in this time. Modi behind the server. Obviously, it's quite a common pre-fire, but he's got a UMP, which is great at close range. Well, he's thinking about it. Yeah, but he has the reload, and that's his cue to go. But Body, he's ready for it. Strikes first, takes out that first headshot. Now, Yugi, though, still with a shout on this one. He's in front of him. That's the shot required. Makes it down to a 4-4.
To get off the train, though, the green train. Already trying to hunt him down by getting ground at the front of the site to work with. Nico, though, has position on taking boot. Damage done. Missed shot, though, from Yugi. That could be costly because Shox now has access to Hell. Volda's stuck on top of the bomb train, as too is the AWP, or rather, excuse me, Nico, not the AWP. We saw that go down. Nico, though, holds ground, a firm ground at that, and Snappy's able to find Body, the last remaining, and bring it back within 1. So a close first half.
Yep, no one can get consecutive rounds here. It's going to be Heroic. Another force buy in return, managing to keep their head above water here, and G2 might have to bow out of this round. They do another partial buy. Okay, Apex goes pretty all in. It will be the Tech9s once more. CZ for good measure as well. MBK, P250. So in terms of money left over, they've got about $1,000 on 2 players, but 3 of them have gone all in. Smokes are plenty. I would suggest some sort of smoke execution at this point. You can see a couple of players lining them up at the moment. Maybe towards Connector and near the bomb train as well. Waiting for the initial aggression from the CTs. They won't commit just yet. Good run boost. Look how fast that was. Yugi does spot it this time.
Smoked off on the right. Supposed to play with what he can toward the Ivy position, but there's not much available inside of the secondary smoke that's laid down towards server. So the Tech9 CZ75, P250. Can actually swap the CZ between the two of them. Apex is going to get down. It's going to be the 3 Tech9 still up. This is how they won the last round. Not this time, Yugi says. He's got 2 already. This time they were forced down to pistols. They picked up what swayed quite a bit the economy. The shadow shown. Yugi nearly had a chance to spot Kenny, but now he knows he's up there in return. And Kenny with the Tech9 takes the shot down, but where's the op fall? And it's down in front of Kenny. Would not want him to pick up that gun with free charge, but Snappy's going to find him before he gets it pulled out.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Kenny S with an AWP available is quite a scary prospect, but Heroic managed to negate the force buy there from G2. Here's a little replay of the previous round with that no-scope towards the lower ramp. Quite impressive stuff. Yugi starting to come to life now, so this should be the fully can for G2. Blocks, PC50s, and 1 Deagle for Kenny S. He's got $3,200, so he can get the AWP into the next round if he so wishes. Yugi this time back towards inner with that shotgun-style AWP towards the lower ramp. And towards outer will go once again. I haven't seen too much towards the inside bomb site. Smoked out Kenny S. Valda and Snappy, they'll be tested at this point, but in terms of utility, not really much going for the terrorists. It's been one flashbang which has gone in. Now it has to be the full commitment now. Shoxy with a chance at this close range kill towards E-Box.
Started off. Look at the amount of players in front of him. Nico has find one in front to give him a bit of a fighting chance, considering he was being peaked by 3, but it all works out in the end for Heroic, and they're about to take a lead, Henry. A lead. The first time all game, they take it to 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5. Give you 3 players alive as well. It's not the best buy for G2 coming in, but we have to remember this is still one of the few maps in the game that is still heavily CT-sided. They'll be looking to win this half at least going forward. All power for Kenny S. Single upset, I believe. Snappy's got a gun in his hand right now, so he's down to the M4 as well. But Yuli's doing such a great job. I don't think that's a problem. He's actually heading towards inside at this point. This is a really strong position for the AWPers to throw in every now and then. As I say that, though, he might even get a chance at a shot because all the smoke's heading towards outside. Is a full set piece off the bat. Can be very difficult to hold off. The objective, get the bomb down as soon as possible. Valda, flashbang comes in, but he's still in a very good position. Good pickup.
As you're right, perfect position. Swings back, finds another, needs to relocate. Or does he? Because he stays above on the train, the same train he's found the first 3 from, and he gets Apex as well. Snappy's got shocks. Kenny, post-plant. Bomb might be down. They might have done well to get that far, but he's in a 1 versus 5, and he says, you can defuse the bomb. We didn't actually want to blow that train up. We were just messing. It was a joke.
Just testing you.
It was a joke, but the joke's about to be worn thin, because even though they're pushing there, they're also working down from Ivy. Okay, all right. Stays alive, 8 HP.
That's actually quite a big deal, and that's why a pause will come in at this point as well. I think they have enough for 4 AKs with the AWP as well. Kenya's probably doesn't want to drop. He gets himself some armor, some smokes as well. His teammates can get the AKs around him. Won't be a ton of utility. 3 players can only get AK and head armor, that's it. So $3,700, that's what it requires. The AK is $2,700. The head armor is $1,000. So that means you go into train, which is quite a utility-focused map. They could go for a couple of Tech 9 players and try and shuffle in the utility there, but I think the AKs at this point will be more beneficial. We'll see what they decide to do. That's why they're taking a pause right now, just to work it out. But this is looking convincing for Heroic. More of what we saw on the group stages, and then the train has been very good. Valda with the perfect position in terms of a full set piece coming in. You play in front of the smokes like that, if you can avoid the flashbangs to a certain extent like he did. He was blind, but his position was so good that they just ran out, not expecting him to be there. Finds 3 really lovely kills. And his teammates didn't really have to do too much about that. I didn't think a single frag went in favor of G2 there. And that's quite rare for a full set piece to be shut down that convincingly. So the unpause comes in. We're going to round number 13 now. Been quite fast first half, I have to say. And so that's the adjustment. So 2 players going down to Khalil's. That's only $2,000 instead of $2,700. Means you get smoke and a couple of flashbangs to go with it. Not as an effective weapon, but certainly can still do the job. Kenny S AWP. I'd say the pressure's on his shoulders right now. Has been finding picks from his main entrance position, but denied for now.
Denied indeed. Chance to strike as they get closer. Snappy in behind the box at the bottom of Pop Dog. Body, meanwhile, waits out toward Ivy, and Maudie considers it a peek toward it. Valda's actually going to rotate around from the darker halls, the back alley. I think a man called Moses once called it the Outback. They're going to try and hold that off. That gives Maudie a bit of room to work back toward the train inside of the site, but Shox is already up top blue. Control room is covered by Snappy. He should be able to swing and find Shox, but maybe not, because Shox continues on. Never spotted. And do they suspect that he gets this far in the site? Snappy, he's found as well in control, so that takes the trade potential out of this. Shox has position, but Maudie's got the shot. And that's going to leave it now to be bomb planted, or is it? Apex, you've got to get on that because you're the one with it, and NBK's already gone. Kenny will pull it back to a 3 versus 3, thankfully. But the rotations get a little bit closer as the bomb starts to tick. And Kenny, with the AWP, has to get away to the alleyway because As soon as he tried to do so, Valda had a chance to counter peek. He's going to climb ladder instead. Kenny realizes that they jumped across, but Valda gets positioned. He had no idea the second one made it up. Yugi, I'm sure he thought was the first one, which was Valda who'd already made it. And Yugi's going to take down Apex. They're on it inside of the smoke as well. Body doesn't even know it. Body doesn't even know it, even if he did.
Well, that round almost works out for GT quite nicely, simply because of one reason. Yogi, he's actually trying to adapt a little bit, trying to keep dynamic. He goes to inside and joins Nico at the start of the round, towards that upper ramp position. And at that point, GT went for a full contact play. Didn't use any smokes or flashbangs, just walked out towards main entrance, found some positional control, and surprised the CTs there. They find the first kill, bomb goes down, but the retake's so strong from Heroic, and once Yogi gets involved as well, they managed to smoke the bomb, Molotov off the key areas as well, flushing this terrorist out, and Body was just so lost in that situation, couldn't do anything about it, had to go for the face as he heard the defuse sound and shut down there. I think that's actually going to be 5 rounds in a row for the Heroic CT side. Another fast, aggressive push, and it's so perfect from Valda. Every single time he's playing close range positions, he's finding frags, and this time in round number 14, this is so huge for him. That was actually one of the most perfect flashbangs for that sort of scenario I've ever seen. Like the terrorists are so wrecked in the corner there. He pushes in at the perfect time, bombs down as well. Doesn't get much better than that.
Doesn't get much better than that at all. As MBK, though, will start to get toward the upper position, going into B. Easy shot. Nico's got no idea. Leaves himself completely exposed. That pulls back 1 with 1:04 to play. Kenny, meanwhile, has a smoke in front of him, concealing that of the bomb. He wants to flash in to grab it, make sure no one can see him on the opposing side. Seemingly successful, and Body's position could sway this. With Kenny picking up that bomb and Body this far in the site, that could be enough. Spots 1. You can see him in return, tries to spray through. All he's got to do is get 1 kill here and hold them off. Problem is that Snappy is looking elsewhere. Yugi down the lane, Body, he gets Valda down very low on HP. Pistol could do it alone from Yugi, but he's got to be careful how he peeks because now there's others in support. It's Snappy to try and sneak around. Body goes down, Kenny finds Snappy. Bomb still ticking, 2 versus 2. The position from Body, seemingly beneficial, but it's Heroic. Remember, they still do have an 8-5 lead, and Kenny, they need this round. They've got to be careful. MBK getting Body, that'll help them. Yugi's up close with an AWP, but he nails Kenny immediately. And a smoke off toward the bomb. Thank you. I'll take that up instead of mine for whatever reason. I like yours, Kenny. MBK's so low, he knows it as well. On the pistol, turns around and finds him. That's going to be the round for Heroic.
Decent comeback from GT there after losing those first 2 frags at the hands of Valdi there.
Okay.
Yugi, he actually beats Kenny at his own game. Close range AWPing, and you think Kenny would get the drop on him at that point, but that's actually a really nice shot. Perfect flashbang as well. You see he drops that incendiary on the left, eradicating risk. So if any player's hiding behind, they're not going to be flashed. He can't really do anything about it. He'll be going down with him. That's actually super smart. I like that a lot. I'm sure Chad does as well.
Chad likes a lot of things.
Yeah, it's true. Well, Yugi back towards Ivy this round. And he's looking for this aggressive thing. He really is in the zone right now. That's a huge clutch for him to win. No run boost this time, and it might not matter. Oh my god, that was close. Yugi does get hit, but I thought he was going to take down Kenny S at that point. Seemed ready for it, but Apex is going to be striking here. And that's a big pickup for him to get, but good reaction from Monty.
And Monty showed presence, which made it look like they were tunneling onto him. They're hoping to do something for Yugi's condition, if you will, but they managed to solve it. Monty gets the trade. The last good pushback from Monty. A risk, but it works. Catches Kenny retreating because he knows there's one still out toward the end of Ivy and that they've shown face toward B, so it's likely he's retreating. And he reads it right, but it's Snappy and he that now have to pull back another round. Another 2 versus 2 in the post plant as well, as the bomb will go down, this time deeper inside of the B site, as they're aware now, but Shock's position. That the rotations are going to come from the entrance of the site. Almost a retake coming from the way the terrorists would approach. Snappy goes down immediately, spots one up. Tag on the Body. On to 70 HP, still reasonable to work with. But it'll help Snappy in a future attempt with the M4 flashed off. He's in the lane, nearly gets the lineup back. Marty's found 1. Tap the bomb, wait it out. He's got time, Shocks. Is he gonna peek this? Doesn't, knows he's likely not on it. And when he does, makes no mistake. 9-6 is how our half will go, Henry.
Quite an impressive showing from Heroic after going 3-0 down there. Looked very solid on the CT half, and I'm sure they'll be very happy with that one. They said they had to win it, and they certainly did. We'll take a quick break and see whether G2 can come back here on train.
Well, welcome back to things as G2, with expectations, are trying to prove their worth, but struggling. Heroic, who have come back from Katowice, look to be as hot as they were at the time.
Well, G2, my prediction was they're going to run away with this one. I thought they'd be grinding away. They didn't look as convincing as I'd liked. Kind of looking a bit desperate at times.
Your fantasy team.
Well, exactly. Every week it seems NIP have had a rough ride, and I've been part of it. And I'm currently sat near the bottom of the league with Mitch. It's not going too well. But here we go, then the second half. It's going to be 5 sets of armor once again for G2. Worked for them in the first half, give it another one. And Heroic, full inside rush, but looks at things. They've got a Molotov to work with that post-bar situation. Body got a challenge. Oh, what a lovely shot that was to take that Modi. Looking for more, hits Body with 2 headshots. Yugi finally takes him down.
Works well. Shocks can't find anything to deny this bomb plant. So Heroic, despite being down a man, will have that at least to work with, and a smoke from Nico early will limit the vision down the lane. He does climb up as well and catch off Kenny. That's quite nice. Quite aggressive. Snappy as well, down towards Z. Connector's gonna pick up the other. Look at Yugi go, snaps around. And it's Apex that's found, but Shocks manages the 1 versus 1. No kit yet picked up. Knows Yugi's likely down below the train. No kit required. And the step to the right.
Yeah, hook, line, and sinker there for Yugi, to be fair. That's so clever from Shoxy. He knows he's going to be behind that bomb train, so make some footsteps to kind of like bait him out of position, maybe cue him to move, and you can see he reads him so well at that point. Waits him to walk in the corner, perfectly placed headshot, and it will be G2 after Body. Really impressive attempt towards that upper ramp. Managing to take down 2 players. Got a little bit scary for them. In fact, it comes down to a 1v1. They should have really run away with that round. Shoxy, the team captain, manages to pick up round number 7. It's both pistols. And as a reminder, going in favor of G2. If they end up losing this game, that'll be very disappointing for them overall. And they get a 3-0 on both sides as well. That could be even worse. So, Heroic, bomb down in pistol. Suggest AK command a 3rd. Operation Get the Bomb down and planted here in round number 2. Here's a go. Towards upper ramp they go. All 5 players for now. Maybe not quite as snappy ways towards lower, but Shoxy, simple on the tap there, takes down Nico, and they should be able to clear out this pretty easily.
That's quite simple from Shocks. Thank you for the 3 kills. He, by the way, is in my team.
He's in mine as well.
For fantasy. Yeah, but see, you went with 3 of them. All I need is him to do well.
True. He's got 17 kills right now. It's not bad.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Actually, it is not bad at all, because they're only down 1 round, and he's leading the way.
Yuki's got an AWP out, so he's actually going to be surprising him. I don't think they'll see this coming. Normally in the 3rd round, you expect just AKs, right? But he must have been planting the bomb and finding a few frags in previous rounds. So just about squeeze it out. It will be that glass cannon. AWP, no armor. And towards inside they go once again. It's going to be Valdez showing a little bit of presence towards outside. Trying to force a rotation potentially. But they have got control of those brown halls and 4 players that could execute towards inner. They've got the smokes to work with and of course the AWP, which I don't think the CTs will be expecting.
Modi is so deep inside of the site without even being expected yet. Body hears him drop down. So he's trying to find the angle where he walks in and keeps himself up. That is the angle. Thank you for the AK. And the AK that works. Nico gets taken down. That's an upgrade. But the AWP, you said it, they've got to call this early. He may have to consider backing out of this, even though they did get a bomb plant, because they're losing everyone. Snappy down as well. And the early buy of the op, he's going to rotate it to upper instead. Kenny smoked them off. He's out. He's gone. You're on your own, Valda. Good luck. 1 versus 5. Bomb's already being defused. He's spotted. Op will be saved, but round goes the way of G2.
Well, there it is. Normally I would be saying for the terrorists, they did everything perfectly there. They're pushing down, they're getting the bomb planted. Modi, that's what you should be doing, getting down to the rotation points of the CTs towards CT, connector and spawn as well. But it's actually Body with the intelligent play of knowing that's going to be coming at any point. He hasn't got the weaponry to really challenge it, so he waits for a terrorist to run into his crosshair, picks up that first kill, gets the AK-47, nails the planter as well. And at that point, the rotations are coming in, and not really anything established by Heroic, but they do get another plant going forward. As the loss bonus accumulates, another plant comes in. Yuki with the AWP once again. His teammates forcing around him. Tech-9s, UMPs, and a Galil. Shoxy aggressive, of course, using that incendiary to check close range positions. We'll call to his teammates, it's clear. And smoke out the terrorists now at this point. They were setting up for smokes to try and work towards outside, but I think they're going to have to slow down now with that smoke deployed.
Apex. Yuki as well, waiting for him to push all the way through. thought about doing so just yet. But Apex does as soon as Yugi looks away, as all fate would have it. Seems to be the way it goes. They're executing as well. He's going to spot... Oh, does he spot Vault? I don't think he did. He's going to be in behind in prime position for when they start to execute. They just need to be held off slightly by NBK and Kenny, who picks up yet another, but Nico's able to trade them both back efficiently. And Yugi's going to be sitting on the doorstep, Johnny on the spot for Apex. Wait it. Watch this turn and snap. Yugi's going to kill him. Oh, he might! Because he misses the first shots, doesn't get the first target. Nico goes to 23. That's enough for Body to do the rest, so it still works out reasonably okay. Yeah. Pick up the round, but it could have been so much better, and it could have been more efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. Apex, there with godlike positioning in terms of the flank coming in. Spots the AWPer and goes for the trigger discipline. Spots another one as well. Whiffs the shot a little bit there. Apex hasn't really been too convincing as of yet. He's actually on 8 for 17, so he's on the bottom of the scoreboard, so maybe not quite as warmed up as we'd like. And the rounds does cost G2 quite a lot here, but still, these consistent bomb plants, I think there's been 3 out of the last 4 rounds for Heroic. They can keep buying with that 4th stage loss bonus as well. G2 double orb setup this time though. Shoxy and Kenny S, very formidable on paper. Let's see whether it lives up to the name. And no orb this time for Heroic, of course. They get 4 AKs and a Galil, and heading towards inside once again. They seem to be given a lot of control towards that area, so they're happy to just try and establish positioning and maybe execute towards outside of the map, but it's quite a default hold for now. In terms of the CT orbs, it's going to be Shoxy towards connector and Kenny S watching main entrance.
Apex considers to look inside of the main position while Volda will walk in, jump in at that, and get taken down. How perfect. How perfect, Volda. It's a man advantage for G2 in the gun round, make it doubly so as Kenny will find off Nico. Kenny will get another, and Kenny will get a 3rd. Does he get 4th? Does he get number 4, Henry? Pop flash out, nifty little pop flash at that. And Kenny, he's gonna go hunting. Yugi waits. Yugi gets the kill back though. Heroic, 1 round down. If Yugi can clutch this on an AK, they'll bring the game back level after G2 gets some momentum in this second, but Shox is sitting and waiting, and thank you very much for the fantasy points. They'll go up 11-9.
Yeah, it was a bit of an overcommitment from Kenny S, I have to say. The bomb's down, 3 versus 1. He's got the AWP, obviously trying to finish things off nice and quickly, but it gives Yugi a window, but it's quickly shut down by Shoxy. A tactical pause comes in. You would assume it's time for Heroic, as they have lost 5 rounds in a row now after a lot of force buying. It's G2 to take the lead once more. It's 11-9 in their favor. On the CT side, they're looking pretty promising to take this first map. It's going to be $3,400 across the board. That's the loss bonus coming in. No plant this time. Heroic do have 1 player on 4,500. That's Yugi, but he's the AWPer, so I'd say a partial buy very likely at this point. When I say partial, upgraded pistols like Desert Eagles, Tech 9s, some body armor, basic grenades, like a few smokes, try and get that bomb down. And we saw how G2 could be so effective with that in the previous half as well. So always a chance. This can be a bit scary. And we talked about it before. Nico's Deagle is something to behold sometimes. So hopefully he can get rolling.
Hopefully. Hopefully he can get rolling. No promises. But Yugi, meanwhile, with his Deagle, gets naded. That's all I was going to say to begin with. But he has armor, thankfully, as well, because that nade took him down to 71. No armor, and he'd be mid-50s at this point in time. Kind of like my parents. This Kenny looks for a shot, gets a second. Shox follows it up. The double ops going to work against the Mir pistols. And it's Apex that's got Vault on the other side of it. There's a quick toggle of the X-ray to give you an idea of exactly what he sees versus how many players he does not know are there.
Touchdown. 2 players actually using the HE grenades towards the all-off position there. Not really much Modi and his teammate Valda can do at this point. MBK was running towards E-Box. He finishes off the 4th player, and now does Valda with the bomb down towards Ivy. Nothing has to be given away from G2. I'd be disappointed if they gave away one of their M4s. They want to keep the money strong, and Valda will be aware of the position of Apex there. The Incendiary will force him to push. Will it? Ooh, okay, Apex. He's got control. He knows what's going on. 12-9. Not really much of a partial buy there, but Desert Eagles not really finding too much. Shut down with the AWPs and the HE combos as well. We go into round number 7. 12-9 in favor of G2. This is more like it from them. They looked a little bit flat on the T side, but looking strong for now. Orb comes in the hands of Yugi. He's had it 3 times so far. Most notably in that 3rd round force buy. It's quite rare to see as we get into this one. I'd expect a change of pace with the CTs. Maybe this is the kind of round you want to be pushing towards Ivy, maybe inner. They are going to send a secondary player towards the inside bomb, so this time that's going to be Body. He's on the upper ramp, and he will be joined by Shoxy as well, that lower round ball position. That's how it should work. He takes the shot, his teammate's ready to get the spray down if it's missed, but Body, he doesn't even need to commit. They've got that 5-on-4 advantage. Sit back at this point, don't have to overcommit, allow the terrorists to have that disadvantage and try and work the map themselves.
Body just waiting and Shock's backing off. Body's gonna look on his own without information, doesn't need it.
Got a flash from his teammate, I guess.
Well, fair enough, he did,
So,
you're right.
It wasn't a complete misplay in that sense, but
now the smokes will rain onto the A site and they'll head toward B, trying to continue to pull players off of B, thinking that that first kill will give them a false sense of security. But they won't rotate just yet. He's still there, Shox. He's still in toward the hitches as well, towards CT, looking exactly that direction as Nico walks out, gets found, then it's Yugi. Going up.
what?
Oh!
On the ladder?
On the ladder, no scope into Body. That, okay, it may not be much of a play, it's only one kill, but it's about as nice of a kill as you'll see with RNG.
Yeah, that shouldn't work. If anyone's not familiar, you should have 0% accuracy on a ladder. Like, there's no way to aim the bullets the way you want them to go, especially with an AWP as well with no scope, which has more RNG to it as well. That's actually kind of nuts that worked out for him, but it does. But like he said, didn't really have much impact to the round. It's going to be number 8 here, and Heroic, they force into this one once again. One player's down to the pistol. They have got 4 AK, so enough to work with the win around for sure, but it's Yugi without the AWP. And yet to post around here in the second half is 6-0 in favor of G2. Still rolling with that double AWP setup as well. Towards inside we go. I would suggest it'll be a set piece here. Smokes all over the bomb side. Molotov towards the bomb trade as well. Flashbang in. Send that Deagle in first to bait out the first shot. Try and get the refrag. And we'll see if it works out for them. They've got no positional control. And Apex actually pushed towards Ivy as well. That's a problem because he's actually told his teammates he can actually commit 2 players towards inside. MBK is ready to connect her as well. And here comes the final play. Smokes have been deployed.
Smokes have been deployed, but Snappy gets the shot onto Body on the way through. It wasn't concealed. Masked off at the A site. Yugi's going to continue to try and push in Apex as well. Nico has bombed down though, and Snappy's got good position to hold for rotations. Nico getting shocked. So Yugi to take on Apex means just MBK and Kenny S are left inside of the site to do damage where they can. They've completely locked Apex off of this. Not only that, they found the information as to where MBK is going. This becomes impossible. Apex is locked. He's got nowhere to go. No way. Apex gets the kill back, but they found Kenny. That secures the round. Bomb will detonate. He's just saving. He committed early. Kenny could, only thing he could do. He was trapped in the site.
That could have got so scary though. I thought he was completely undetected. The fact he dropped the smoke, they might have given his position away as it bounces a couple of times first, right? I think if he waits maybe 3 more seconds to go for the DPs, he might have got away with it, but not meant to be. Got me a little bit hyped either way, and it's going to be the first round posted for Heroic. That set piece towards inside. They were lucky to get that first frag. The flashbang was decent. The City trying to rotate towards Spools. Couldn't get there. They get an opening, and at that point, they overwhelmed that inside site. And this is dangerous for them now. They do have to reinvest quite heavily. Money down to $250. Same story for Nico as well. So they lose this, they get 4 attempts to the next round, and that could be GG at this point. So let's hope they pick this one up and we get a little bit deeper into this one. Double AWP setup still rolling for the CTs, of course. Good smoke down my Body. He will be accompanied by Shoxy once again. He's got the AWP towards the upper ramp. Going to be seeing whether anything's possible here. Players are rotating towards his position. It's going to be Snappy and Modi coming in first, and he's just hiding for now. Doesn't dodge the flashbang though. Now he's in a bit of trouble.
Shox will smoke himself behind the boxes toward the long corner. Modi walks wide. Tries to fire down the ramp and spot anyone that's on the inside of it, but it's 13-10 and 5 versus 5 with 1:08 for Heroic to pick up a second round on this half. It's 7-1 on the half. So that tells you as well the reset potential that exists as they head toward the outside side. Instead, Kenny misses his opening shot from Ticket Booth. They now know. Do they know? Absolutely not. How does he miss that? And he was there because they didn't need to reface that angle, and when they did, somehow he didn't land the shot. MBK gonna wait it out though. That's Vision. Volta manages to evade that. They're somehow staying alive despite all these chances and opportunities that G2 are having to put them down, and that equates to the first kill going to Heroic. Problem is they haven't planted the bomb yet, and the longer they wait, Body has all the potential in the world to slip up and try and catch them off when they do, and I say that, he's being stared down by Yugi. So it's not like he has a full rite of passage as Volta's gonna keep up on shots. Good headshot position from Nico. And it does come to the last remaining player, who, as I mentioned, Yugi was staring at.
We said that was a must-win round there for Heroic. They managed to step up against the odds, and Get their 11th round as well. Towards outside they go. Came down to the 3-on-3 with Shoxy picking up a valuable 8 OP frag, but retake wasn't strong enough. There's so much money available for G2 here. You see that double ore comes in once again. They still have residual cash as well. Apex still is $6,000. So still high rolling for now. This will probably be about breaking point if they lost this round. And it's going to be that inside punch. This is what I was waiting for. I was speculating this would happen after the pause, but Apex fully flashed. He can't commit, and Snappy seems to be aware. As there's 4 CTs towards inside as well. Modi now probably needs to fall back here. They're going to keep challenging, and it's going to be to their detriment. They'll have to fall back out of this situation and hope they can get the drop on the players outside. But of course, it's Kenny S. He's patrolling it, and he gets another frag. 5-on-2 now.
5-on-2 indeed, and Kenny getting one back, make it a double. We'll catch off Modi. That's the last in the sight, last in the equation. And he'll cut the correct wires. Don't get the wrong, even if you buy a kit, you can cut the wrong wires, Henry. That's a new feature.
Yeah, people don't know that, actually. It's a sadicist tidbit for you there.
It's true.
That was actually quite a cool tactic. We see teams like SK do that quite a lot. Not normally 4 players, I have to say. It's normally 3 in the lower round. They actually had 4. But when you got Kenny S outside, that actually worked perfectly, right? Because they get the first couple of frags, force CTs to go outside at that point. They've spotted so many CTs, think we're losing these duels. Let's go towards outside. But Kenny S, he's there hitting every single shot. That works out very nicely for G2. 14-11 now. 1 away from map point and indeed match point. These are 2 maps, but they count as 2 separate series. As Shoxy towards inner once again, takes a lot of damage from the AK. Towards inner, but Body, he's just lurking there. He's going to do so well from this position. There it is. The first kill comes in. Only gets 1 though. Expect him to get 2 at least. But still a 4-on-4. Technically favors the T's, but maybe not in this particular scenario. Double orb set up for G2. And they haven't really got much to work with here. This is the problem I spotted. So Apex towards T-spawn as well. They're locked in towards inner. And you can see MBK, he's thinking about going towards the inside area as well. Kenny is waiting for them. They've got 1 smoke to try and get the bomb down here. Good flashbang, and actually works out very nicely as Kenny S gets taken down straight away.
Chalk's though waiting. Gets baited into a shot that leads to a better one from Valda. He goes down, Apex flashing himself back in, has the potential to get one. The back turn Yugi, quick response, manages to pull that to just NBK. And that means he's got it all to do. Finds the first, 46. Snaps it toward the smoke, hoping someone on the receiving end of it will walk into the bullet sprayed forward. But likely the round too far removed at this point in time.
Yeah, I would say this one is over. MBK with just 46 HP, 2 players to find as well. Bomb, even if he got that now, would be very close to being going off. But there it is. Nico, he manages to get the final frag, and money's still available for G2, but Heroic keeping their heads above water just about here. Thought that inside side they went, and Body, like I said, in a perfect position to get 1 or 2 frags. Only got the 1, and his teammate drops shortly after as well. Once the bomb went down, it looked quite convincing for Heroic overall. Round number 12, they're starting to pull it back now. They've lost, well, they've won the last 3 out of 4 rounds, Heroic, after going like 7-0 down, so. It's round number 12. UMP in the hands of Modi. He's actually really good with that weapon, don't let that fool you. And Modi, oh god, okay, he makes a bit of a blunder there. And headshots coming in as well through the wallbang. That's a horrible start to this round for the Danes. Flame damage and then wallbang damage. The set piece towards outside. I would speculate this might be a fake at this point. Snappy is towards Bogdog, and he keeps getting wallbang as well, down in 41 HP. MBK doing a great job there. Could split towards outside. I'm saying that it might be a fake considering that they have 2 players by that Bogdog area, but both options certainly there for them. Snappy trying to avoid more wallbang damage now, crouching past that window. Smokes to come in.
MBK waiting on the bomb train. Nico has already crossed over with Modi toward B. Shox will wait down below on top of the train, and Body will wait at the upper position. And Nico with a knife out, trying to get information down below. Has to be a bit careful. Body's this angle is becoming more and more common.
Yeah, definitely.
He's going to wait for them to drop through. Gives up on that. Goes towards the connector instead. I'm not sure if Nico spotted him doing so or not, but immediately took the chance to catch Shox off. And it's MBK that gets Nico back, but it may not matter because Heroic's down to a 4 versus 2 with Modi pushed forward. Smoke off toward the backside of CT, says Apex. Don't you dare push through. I think Apex might actually try and push into that smoke and catch them. No, okay, he's going to wait in case they push in to find him instead.
I think the money's so poor now when we come into the very closing sectors. This was a huge round for G2. They did that initial damage, but it was all for naught because Heroic are just mopping the floor of them towards that inside site. It was Nico towards the upper ramp as well. First amazing headshot there towards the bomb train as well. That stops the connector player. That's round over at that point. Not very much Apex can do. He loses his weapon, Matt. And that means going to this round, they're only second stage loss bonus. They're only going to get $1,900. And that doesn't really allow them to buy. If they did, that pretty much gives them the game. So I think they can only justify some like CZ's 5-7s here and allow it to go to 14-14. Heroic all of a sudden, after being 7-0 down in the second half, brought the game back to life. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. PT50s, 5-7 CZs coming in for G2. They somehow always seem to win these rounds, and we'll see whether Heroic can at least avoid that. Okay, not a good start. But that's more promising.
A bit more promising. Yugi tries, okay, not twice. Sorry, Yugi, it doesn't work that way. And if it does, buy a lottery ticket and retire tomorrow. Shox will get a headshot back into Madi for at least something to work with on this G2 side. They've got it actually down to a 3 versus 2. Damage dealt further. Volda's low. He knows it. Shox, and he's trying to push out, but he can't overcommit because they'll be found elsewhere. But Body, meanwhile, this is all of a sudden winnable. Has pulled this back. 7 HP Volda. Tries to jump up on top of the bomb train to get the headshot line up. Shox, though.
I told you.
Waits it out.
I told you every time.
Bomb dropped. Snappy's got to commit. Spots Shox. Tags him to 11. All Shox has to do is stay alive. If he goes down, it becomes a clutch. That's very hard for Body if he stays alive. They can play this together, but Body's the one found first, and Shox has no response. 52 seconds. Snappy's got it all to do. Has he lost information? Surely he would have thought Shox went toward the bomb train.
Well, they've lost track of each other now. Advantage to Snappy for sure. Shox had 11 HP. Only has that 5-7. He's got a bit of body armor here with the bomb on Snappy's back. Oh, he's just got nothing to work with. He goes all the way towards CT spawn as well. Bomb down. Not really much Shox can do about this. Hasn't got the kit. He might be able to recover an AK momentarily, but he's going to take a very fast one-tap on the rotation. And Snappy, he has got towards inside. He could go towards connector if he wanted to. I think at this point, though, you haven't found Shoxy. You don't know where he is. A safe plant towards inner. That's the way to play it. Smoke down as well to give him a bit more survivability. But Shoxy has got the AWP. And he's coming towards the low round. Bomb planted. And unfortunately for Shoxy, it's going to be Snappy rotating back towards this side, where he has vision of the bomb, and it's almost impossible for Shox to check that position.
He's checking, looking everywhere he can. It's close.
How do you win? Oh, okay, a twist.
Might do it, but 11 HP. He better hope he gets the angle right, because one bullet would do it. That tells him where it is, at least. That's actually quite nifty. Knows he's low on HP, puts the smoke down so that the shots have to come in. Guess what? Now I know exactly where you are.
And somehow, against all odds, they take into this round, Matt, a 5-7, a CZ, and a P250. No armor, no nades, and it falls apart for Heroic. They're going to be gutted with that one. Shoxy, just brilliant play there. The fact he gets the smoke there, that's the difference maker, because he gets the smoke on top of the bomb, and he goes for the fake defuse, right? And Heroic, they have no choice at that point. He has to spam it. He can't take the risk. His position suggests that, yes, he had the advantage at that point. As soon as that smoke's dropped, he doesn't know whether it's a fake defuse or a full commitment. Has to spray, and as soon as Shoxy hears the spray coming in, he goes up on top of that ladder. AWP in hand, the perfect weapon for that scenario. 1 bullet required, nails it, and it's going to be match point for G2. I love that, Shoxy. What a legend he is.
That's very, very smart. That's very, very smart. That's a way to turn the smoke to a twist. You said a twist by having the smoke. A twist on the twist. Speaking of twist, how's life in Sweden? Shox waiting to see if they'll enter at upper bodies down below behind the main train entrance. Apex has actually pushed all the way up on Ivy as well, so has quite a bit of information. Hasn't peeked toward spawn just yet to see if they are close by. Meanwhile, though, a Molotov goes down on the lower ramp. Cover body. Blinds it inside of it, Shox. Tries to push in body instead. That goes aggressive, finds all 3!
God.
As the flash timing was perfect, they had no idea. He got tagged in the meantime, but somehow dodged the rest of the bullets to find the hat trick, and Shox will look toward the smokes at upper instead. It might just be that. It might just be the writing on the wall. Good trade from Body, who now has his 4th. Yugi, the last of which he has to find to complete the ace. Spots the gun barrel, knows Yugi's down below, wants to try and ace it out, but Yugi does manage to get the shot on the AWP, and they have to slow things down and be careful, because he still has it a bit to work with in terms of range. BK flashes, it goes deep, doesn't peek, waits it out. Yugi has to commit to grabbing the bomb. Apex is above inside of the hallways, as we saw. They'll start to move now, but so too will Yugi. 15 seconds to clutch back the 1 versus 2. Bomb planted. Safe reverse default close to CT, and that's enough for MBK to find him. It's done. 16-13. G2. They'll pick up a round and a game.
I have to say, Heroic, they've got to be gutted after that one, Matthew. a round against a full eco, when you were close to shutting out G2 out of the game. You pulled it back after the 7-0 deficit. And G2, especially Shoxy, what an amazing performance that was in the second half. It looked like Heroic had done enough to get back into it, but wasn't meant to be. My God, my fantasy league, it was ruined, Matt. Now it's saved, a few back shots in there. I'm now believing.
I don't believe in it. It's still going to suck. I'm sorry. You're going to get wrecked when they play North later. But that's one map, at least, for G2. We've got to hand it over to our new desk host at that, I will say. His hair not quite as good, but his knowledge much greater. It's over to you, Jason.
Ball jokes still landing 3 years later. Why not? Thanks, boys.
Wait till we get in the creamy jokes.
Yeah, right. Pies are still a thing as well. Why not? Yeah, no, this is, well, let's talk about, because now this is G2's first win on the board, right?
About time, right?
Yeah, and for a team that was coming into the season hailed as a super team after the reconstruction, with all those names on the paper, Smith as a coach even, so someone who had been struggling, they take him out of the even lineup and not be winless. It's taken way too long.
Oh yeah, just to kind of like touch on that, as I was speaking to Nathan when this team first came around just before his announced, he said the problem is for him, well, not even a problem, but the fact is they've changed a lot of how they play and a lot of the roles they were going to play, even just like very specific positions. You know, obviously the kind of, I guess the structure's still there, but MBK given far more active roles in this, not just going to be that incredibly supportive, very passive player that he once was in previous lineups. So it was all about longevity and playing the long game for me, and it's nice to see a little bit of paying off now, especially as they weren't at IEM, they haven't been at the events, they've had time to go and graft, and it looks like they have been.
Yeah, tactically their T-side approach was really weird to me. They had an obsession with Ivy in the first half of the half. They really wanted to go there, and that was how they were going to dictate the pace. And it grew on me as it went, because what it was doing was forcing the players to either commit, like the CTs to either commit to take that duel, or they had to rotate away. And you could see the way they wanted to do it. They wanted to force them into the back alley of the dark side and then execute onto the site, knowing it pushed players away from close to mid and SL. It worked sometimes, didn't work others. I think though, if they want to do that, they need to have a bit more brown wall or box hole presence. That was something that was lacking for me. And then the CT side is just, yeah, Shox getting work done.
Is that a good idea from G2 to be a little bit more? Is it almost playing away to their strengths that they're trying to be a little bit more structured with executes? I know you talked about they were executing a lot when they had these utilities.
Yeah.
Is that something they need to do, or is it kind of like you have all these individually talented players? Why not make it a little bit looser?
They need the middle ground, I think, definitely. Yeah. There was too many executes. The very last round you saw was a bit looser. They sent 2 players to Ivy, they sent 2 players to inside, and they kind of just went for frags because they didn't have a whole lot of utility to fall back on an execute, and they found openings. That's what these players are best at, right, is finding opening frags. So maybe, you know, have a bit more of that in their gameplay before going to the executes, kind of use the executes to bail themselves out. But it's a good sign that that's what they're working on, because these online games and this season gives you a chance to grind out this kind of a new approach that they're looking at, instead of just being the force by gods that they once were. They're actually looking at becoming, you know, part of the current meta.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have to say, despite all some of the changes, I know in the second half they use the double up a lot, Shoxy still bails them out. This guy still to this day is performing to an amazing level, and I mean, they don't win this without him, without that clutch that he has with just that 5-7. So, I mean, what's he able to provide to this team?
It's just the point as well that he's an in-game leader too. Like, it's insane to think this guy, you know, a lot of people bring it up that you don't often see in-game leaders shining that bright, but this guy will individually always be seemingly like he's coming back into form here, and he's got a nice roster around him. Body played incredibly well with him there as well on B. At moments, they seem to actually kind of complement each other well there.
Now, this Heroic team, we just saw them, let's put them in a little bit of a context, because we just saw them at Katowice have a very good tournament, surprising people in how well they played. Now, hypothetically, if they had won this match, would this have been an upset? Would this have been an upset
definitely still. It still would have been an upset for them, you know. I don't think, like, this is the team that we're going to start putting stock in and saying they're better than a G2, you know, or they're better than a Fnatic. They're still below them. The thing that these guys have for them, I think, you know, and it's probably going to get found out pretty quickly, is their style is unique to now. And once, you know, teams actually start looking at them going, hey, they are actually a threat, we need to counter it, and they get on top of that, they're not going to be pulling the upsets in the way that we saw it in IEM. You know, the best of ones is a little bit more random. They had a great performance and stuff, but for them to get on top, that Yugi needs to come into his own more. We saw him there in the online game being fantastic. When it comes to LAN is when he needs to stand up and be countered a little bit more. So he was hitting some sick flicks and no-scopes and that kind of stuff. So he is a very talented player. We just need to see a bit more growth skill-wise from them, and then they can be a bigger threat.
Was there any, I know because of Katowice, we've talked about this in the past with teams that come back from these big tournaments. Obviously, G2 had about, what, you know, a week, 2 weeks to be able to just practice. They weren't in Katowice, so they had all that time as well while most of the teams were there to prepare and have any kind of team. Is there any drop-off that we saw from Heroic? Was this an expected performance out of them? But, you know, when teams come back from these big events after playing on LAN, playing on a stage, all of a sudden you come back to an online game and you struggle a little bit?
I think probably they're a little tired, but I don't think they dropped off massively. I think that you look at the kind of situation they're in, they played pretty well. I just don't think you can easily just chalk them up to instantly beating G2 on maps like Train. I can't quite put them there yet, but they're in a good environment. Let's remember, they are in that kind of like refresh group, right? So it's like you get those training facilities, you'll get to utilize the same sort of aspects as other teams like Astralis out there. So hopefully for them, they can rebound nicely and not just have that one big tournament like Katowice and then just kind of like shy away. Hopefully they can kind of like mellow it off and kind of like trail back into a decent online performance.
I think if anything, an event like that helps their confidence as a team, right? They're more confident in their ability. They've seen what they can do. They've seen the upsets they can pull in like a big tournament. So they know that what they can achieve. So I think it probably was, the opposite. I don't think that event would have hurt them other than, maybe being a little bit tired. But they live in Europe. No complaining about flights.
Far,
none of that rubbish. So, if
that
anything,
rubbish.
confident.
Confident.
Yeah.
Confident.
All right, well, we'll see if they have that confidence. The next map is going to be Overpass against G2 as well, so they're going to follow up with that, and we'll have to see. A lot has been said about the Danish in-game leaders, and Snappy is one that's a little bit underrated, so we'll see if he can pull his team back in during the break and be able to contend on Overpass. So stay tuned, and when we return, we'll have the second map between G2 and Heroic.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Two big shots in a row. Fnatic's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse in Nico. Oh no, Fnatic!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. G2 get their first win of the season, 16-13 on Train against Heroic, and now we're going to go up into Game 2, still against Heroic. It's going to be on Overpass this time. So, I mean, what are we expecting here? This is a little bit more of a tactical map. Heroic, obviously, with Snappy, we just mentioned him being an underrated in-game leader. Is G2 going to be able to contend with whatever tactics he's going to be able to bring out?
Well, these guys actually met at the IEM Katowice qualifier, which was online not that long ago, and Heroic actually came out on top on Overpass and Cage to steal a spot in the event.
Ooh.
So they beat them on Overpass 16-13 when they met there. So I think
was that with Cadian still?
It could have actually been, or with Lome.
I think it might have been the slightly varied roster.
Before the Yugi.
Yeah.
Before the Yugi.
Before the Yugi. Yeah, before the Heart of the Cards.
When is he going to go Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way? I know you've always wanted this to happen.
So he actually is a bit like Yu-Gi-Oh, I reckon, because when he would transform, he gets a bit taller and stuff, all that kind of cool gear.
Cool. Super cool.
Not bad. Let's
but yeah,
take a step back for a second.
We'll leave you just to really dwell in that one. But yeah, it's not a particularly well played map out yet for G2 Overpass. It's probably one of their least played maps recently. So I think it's also what we get to see in the month's time. It's the month of progress after their last played game. So I guess if you look at it just one-to-one, this should be a good map for Heroic. They've played it a lot more. They have it certainly somewhere in the map pool that they're happy to go to. They seem to have upgraded the players, in theory, if you want to look at IEM. After that, and G2, well, we're looking to see the progress they've made since they've last really kind of featured on this map. So this is just a good kind of like control test almost to see how these two have kind of evolved since last time they've met.
What are the win conditions here for Heroic? Because I mean, you mentioned that it would have been an upset if they had beat G2 on Train. So is it the same here? Are they still kind of considered a little bit of underdogs on this map? Would you take it, despite the fact that they've already beat them once on it?
I'd say they're the favorite on this map because they have beaten them on it, and G2 don't really, or the Frenchies, they don't really play this map as well, like Lauren was just saying. So it's not something that I'm going to expect a lot from G2, and I think they need to have a bit more free-flowing in their style, and that's not really something you can do on a map like Overpass, right? So the structure looks like it's kind of holding their players back. Like Apex is an entry fragger, and he looks like he's like double-guessing himself or second-guessing himself and not really getting it going. So I think the win conditions for Heroic is just make sure that they can't get off that leash, just keep them tethered, make sure that they have to play structured Counter-Strike, don't let them run through smokes and that fun stuff.
Is there the skill of that team to be able to do it? Do you guys think? I mean, we saw Shox essentially just bail G2 out in the previous map. No, obviously, it's not many teams have a player that can match Shox's caliber. But is there the talent enough on Heroic to be able to contain them in this? Is Valdi, is Yugi, are these guys enough?
Well, last time it was Modi who did in that game we were talking about. He was one of the players who was able to achieve. I don't think you can expect him to be anywhere near as consistent as Shox as being able to. It's like on one day, maybe you could have a one-to-one with one of these players and maybe they can shut down the G2 side. But the G2 side is that quote-unquote super team, right? If you want to look at it that way. It may not be providing the results yet to kind of back that up, but it's certainly individually there. I think that one-to-one, I don't know if they can take every single fight and win it. I think there's certainly potential for it, but shutting down Shox when he's in a hot game, I don't know.
Well, we did see something interesting on Train, and I know we did see on the CT side G2 have that double op setup, and they loved it. They got it out as soon as possible. They carried it out through the entire CT half that they had, whenever they had the money for it. Is that something that we expect to see them do consistently with Shox and Kenny? Is it even possible on a map like Overpass?
Yeah, they have done in the past on a lot of maps, like Cobble as well, and I really hate seeing it when they do it on Cobble CT.
You're in that Henry train of thought of double ops on Cobble or
not
the Devil?
taking a bomb site with double ops unless you're some kind of god-level Jesus tier.
Well, I mean, Shox and then Kenny.
And Kenny, you've described them both.
They are, okay, but not right now. We haven't seen that. Shox obviously just put up a really good performance, but we haven't seen them what we're expecting from this team just yet. I think we could see it on Overpass. Something that I'm interested to see is where they take their CT aggression, because it looks like all the CT aggression is shifting over to the A-bomb site now. People are pushing all the way up to that playground, getting super aggressive at that fountain area like Magics and stuff. Even Kyobi was doing it. So I think G2 will keep that B-side aggression, and that'll be good because these Danish teams like to take control of the map. They like to get the water/sandbags area control. They like to get the connector control and the party and toilets and then make a decision. G2's aggression could stop them from being able to do that.
Who was the team that had that super keen molly to the boost spot?
That was Immortals. Yeah, the double molly with, I think it was like FNX and Lucas.
Super keen.
It was, to be fair.
Well, we'll have to see if Heroic is going to be keen on this map because they're going to take on G2 again. They just dropped the first one. They're going to try and respond here on Overpass, and to take you through it is still Sadakist and Henry G.
Sorry about that. I'm still here.
Just about.
I was thinking about leaving, but here we go. So it's France versus Denmark. It's G2 versus Heroic. They have very similar logos, and I really wanted to juxtapose the G2 logo onto the helmet in the Heroic one, and that is my analysis.
That's not a juxtaposition, Matthew.
Stop it.
Why are you still in my ear?
I'm just telling you off for using a word
that could have been so much worse.
It could have been so much.
We're trying to work here.
I had so many voices inside of my head. The last one I needed is some Aussie guy.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, it's all falling apart. Let's calm down, everyone. We've got a game in front of us.
We're going to Sydney. I'm just preparing my language.
Yeah, well, you're nailing it so far. Almost did have a machine there, but you saved it in similar fashion, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Wow.
Overpass. What do you think?
I actually fancy Heroic on this one.
Do you?
Yeah, I think they're really good at the T sides and breaking the map down and executing. That's what the Danish teams have always been very good at. G2 though, such a powerhouse. Who knows? It's very difficult to predict with them. We don't see a lot of this super team play that much. Obviously, it's just Pro League really. They haven't attended any events as of yet. Been trying to qualify. It hasn't worked out for them, but it's a work in progress. We know it's going to get good eventually.
I think we dropped that moniker, by the way.
Have we?
The super team.
That's officially.
That's dead and gone. They're not a super team.
I was kind of using it like off the cuff, just as it has been referred to in the past.
I see.
That's 4 sets of armor for the CTs, not 5 this time, and diffuse kit and a smoke, and is going to be quite a similar buy for Heroic as well. Snappy's utility player. as most Englanders do tend to do. And quite aggressive play from G2 here. Look at Body working alongside NBK towards that short tunnel. They're trying to get a bit of information here, but haven't found much. And they go towards the connector here. This could be working against them. It's a very passive hold heroic. They will be finishing up towards B, and so far, it's just NBK on that side. Oh, don't think he spotted him.
Not quite. NBK certainly has. Gets taken down as well by Yugi. Body has to go back into a position of catwalk and cover off headshot angle. And look at the drive-by from Nico. 2 for him. Finds Apex rotating back in from construction as well. Kenny will try and spot down toward the bomb vault. Back out in the open. Takes 1. It's Kenny that he finds. Shocks versus 5. Shocks very limited away from the bomb site. We'll get 1, get 2. They try and spray through. He does the same. Tags Nico down to 10.
Can't believe it.
No way. He's got a kid. He's got armor. He's working on limited time. They've boosted up to cover off the window. Will he be able to spot it in the corner? I'm not sure he's seen it just yet. In fact, I take it back because they've gone around inside of the window position instead. But either way, gets the first headshot. Nico was on 10, remember. Shocks, my dear. Calm down.
Indeed. Shocks certainly making that round interesting. 3 kills to him, it's an extra $900. So he doesn't win the round, but makes it quite exciting, especially that little wall bang through the wooden board there. Didn't think you could do that much damage with a USP through that, but there it is. It's going to be a 4-spine return, of course, for G2. Kenny S won't be picking up the armor for upgraded pistols here. CZs, 5.7s, and a cheeky deagle as well. B-stack coming in. We always talk about the idea of it being quite a bad play to rush B in your anti-ecos. We'll see whether Heroic, like I expect them to do quite a slow play at this point. 1 flashbang being primed and ready towards the monster tunnel. Body will be the person to receive it, but he won't get much for that as Apex jumps over, trying to spot for information towards short. It will be quite a standard play from Heroic. Get the AKs out of long, get some control, push the CDs back, smoke towards the end of long, and just flash your way into the site.
Flash their way into the site. Site covered by 4, by the way. Look at that mini map. Isn't it pretty? It's a work of art. Valda, though, with his teammate clearing the stairs to his left, will back away, go up toward the bathrooms instead. And they still have to be a little bit cautious of the fact that that A site is fortified. It's Body that gets out close to peek from Park Sign. Flash goes over. He could try and snap to his right and get a shot. Apex will try and deny anyone walking up the stairwell if they're hopefully distracted at that point by Body's presence, which still exists. There's the flash. Snappy gets closer. Body just needs to stay alive, time it right, but Snappy's got him down. Kenny, he's fallen as well, and Apex in the corner times his utility wrong. It's all the Shocks yet again. The only one with a kill from G2 thus far in the map. And NBK wants to change that as best possible to force up reinvestment in the best case scenario at this point in time.
Pretty safe hold there from Heroic. Business as usual for the T side here in the second round towards long. Simple execution towards the A side. Bomb down, and nothing really found for G2. They take down Snappy, but that's about it. So full eco into round number 3 here. USPs, maybe a cheeky PT50 for Shoxy. He's got a bit more extra cash, but the guys talked about on the desk, that double orb setup was very prevalent on the train. I'm sure we'll be expecting to see that here on Overpass as well. Kenny S picks up a PT50, so he spends $250 of his precious money. Or $300. Should probably know that.
It cost $350. Nah, it's just 300. You're right. I'm sorry. I just like saying 50.
Tree Fitty.
Yeah. I like Fitty. He's my boy. This is an interesting stack, though, from G2 inside of the bathrooms. If they go in through the smoke, don't consider it as Nico sprays down toward the front of the bathroom position himself. And then they give it all up and head back over to B instead, which time should reveal all. If they look to probe the site, that it's empty, and already the rotation comes in, 4 players down. 1 waiting. It's Valda that's there. Sees them in the door, sprays down 2. Segregates the last, takes the 3rd. 4th will evade, but that's all right. He has the information the Body's gone in toward the construction position, and the bomb gets planted. Mola wants it. That's a desperate spray angle, to be fair. A headshot at that range with a spray would be hard, so Monty has to go around and compensate for the deficit. But the round, I'm afraid, is done, Henry. Shocks will wait to try and grab a gun. Do you remember when those doors opened? behind Shocks.
Yeah.
That's where the lower hallway used to go. That's how many different versions of this map there was.
It's kind of nuts, isn't it? It was actually really confusing, like the older versions. I think this is much better now. It was just a bit of a nightmare, like navigating your way around the map before.
Yeah, and you never used to have the second long entrance. It just wrapped around in front of bathrooms, so you only had one way into A.
I wasn't a fan of this map when it first came out.
Oh, I hated it. I thought it was the worst CS map ever made.
It's like similar for Cobble as well. Do you remember how much of a nightmare Cobble was?
The first one was a bit silly because they tried to make it as big as 1.6, but then they just gave you all these hiding spots.
There was so many. It was so confusing running around the old drop down there. I was like, what the hell's going on?
Oh yeah, you could go over the top down a spiral staircase on the other side. Yeah.
So
that was ridiculous.
I hated that as well. I was like, this isn't Counter-Strike. This is like some sort of maze. You used to get lost.
You do have a terrible sense of direction, so I can see you getting lost.
Yeah, I hated that. Like, Cobble was such a classic map, but now they've kind of balanced it quite nicely, I think. It's pretty cool. But anyway, we're into the first gun round. It's going to be number 4 here. Aggressive play, of course. Our boost coming in towards Connected. It allows you to spot towards our short tunnel. If you look at the guy at the top, there he is. It's going to be Shoxy, and that's such a nice position. It gives you like 10-15 seconds to wait for a terrorist to push in towards short, and also at the same time, while he's spotting that, you can push off from the B site as well. But Nico, he's actually shutting them down very proficiently there. Only gets 1 for an. Apex doing a great job to fight back here. Snappy trying to rectify the situation, but Apex stands strong, finds 3 frags to get the advantage for his teammates.
He immediately jumps down into the lower tunnels in a 1 versus 3, and the bomb in his hands at minute 6. The op as well. Could try and make something of this. Smoke will go down on the sandbags. It'll deny opportunity. Should it have existed? And he's going to stick on the op because he knows the situation. If he goes to a rifle, he's as good as dead anyway in 3. But if he has the op, he can strike fast and swift. Fortunately for him, he's going toward the bomb site that does have 2 inside of it. The good news on that is the first player he meets has high HP. It's not going to be Apex. So it's not like he'll go down for nothing. And if the op spots Apex, or rather, excuse me, MBK sooner, there's a chance. It was the shot onto Apex immediately, though, and the trade was always potential, HP-wise or not. The point I was going to make is that it would have been quite quick to switch to the pistol and take Apex instead if the opportunity existed.
Well, Apex with a fantastic round there towards Connector, managing to find 3 kills in total after the boost was shut down. And it looked like G2 were going to have a lot of trouble into that one, but he manages to stay alive just about. I think it was on 2 HP, and Heroic give away their first round. They still have plenty of money to work with here. The LVP comes up for Yugi, and like we said, that double orb setup comes out once again. G2 with Shoxy and Kenny S rolling the sniper rifles there. It's going to be MBK towards B, and actually quite a lot of presence on this side of the map from Heroic to kick things off. That suggests it will be an execution nice and early. Snappy watches the connector. Vada rotates in towards Monster to join his 2 teammates as well. Smoke's coming in, that one's towards Heaven. And Molotov should be going towards barrels, and this could be difficult. His body's only got that UMP. And the retake with the double sniper rifle, that could be very difficult to hold up. But Body's doing a great flashbang there.
Ooh-wee, but he's got a reload. That gives Nico the chance to catch off MBK, but Apex is quick to find him in return. Watch to the left. Snappy actually gets the kill. Looked like Volda would be in position to do it, but he was preoccupied taking down Apex. It leaves us level with 2 ops to defend.
Yeah, well, presumably 1 towards A. 1 at B, that would make sense at this point. Kenny is rotating back towards the A bomb site. Shoxy seems to have some information as he'll be going to join him as well, but Snappy trying to get in as quickly as he can. Kenny S, though, easy shot for him. He won't be missing that in a hurry, and it's going to be valid in the 2 versus 1 situation. Bomb not planted, and somehow needs to get towards his A side. He knows what Kenny is. That smoke takes away a bit more vision as well, but he has snuck past.
Good pick from Kenny, though. Sneak past all you like. Kenny's a smart lad.
Yeah, well, that was actually a pretty clever play from Vald. Here's the boost at the start. Flashbang comes through. They thought they were in complete control at that point, but Apex somehow managing to pick up 2 frags. I thought he was done for, but that was very well played. 2 rounds in a row for G2. Smoke towards Monster. Does it hit? Of course it does.
Ooh, that was close. To be fair, that wouldn't take much to miss. 1 misstep. Nico, meanwhile, does spawn in toward... Ooh, okay. I think he was maybe expecting to push in from sandbags. By the way, he backed off. He was trying to flash them. Not 100% sure what that was. Yugi, meanwhile, Snappy will find kills on the way through. But inside of the water, the pit, Shocks will make work with the UMP. Volda tagged extremely low. 1 HP, in fact, but can't find the kill, and that gives Snappy the chance to finally jump down behind and take him out. It's on to Apex. Do they know he's here? Certainly do not. They must look. Oh, they must look this direction. They've checked the stairs now, and he may have missed his opportunity to get the first kill with Trigger Discipline. He does get closer. They're so low. Oh, that 1 HP. Volda nearly walked out and caught a bullet on the way by.
Yeah, he's 1 HP. So unlucky there for Apex. The MP7 in hand, not an ideal weapon for the job. 3 versus 1 with the bomb down as well. But he makes it work, and it's 1 HP that separates him from the round victory. Going to number 7 here. I think that has to be an eco for G2 at this point. It certainly will be. CZ. Just 1 purchased. That's for Apex. And a PT50 comes up for Kenny S as well. But this should be quite a simple affair for Heroic. But to be fair, on Train, they're also very similar rounds. And we're looking to replicate that. So, flashbang towards Connector. 12. Actually works out quite nicely. Pushes off the CT there, and he'll be holding that pallet position as well. He knows there's a lot of players there. You can just stay alive at this point, just keep them having a bit of fun, or just kill them all. That's absolutely fine as well. His teammates will be pushing up towards middle, so very well done from Varda there.
Snappy. Checking things out. Volda sprinting back through as well. Inside of the site, no one to quite receive the spray that does land inside of the wooden board body. Be careful. It's the best advice I can give you, body. As a grown adult and a responsible human being, just be careful. Nico gets the spray down toward Apex. He's tagged up considerably, though, in doing so. At least about 15, but 5 players staying up. Should build up quite the economic advantage for Heroic. And on the desk, they did say Heroic tend to play this map a lot. The French sides do not.
Yeah, well, we don't know what they've been up to in their practice, and that's why I'm so interested to see what they bring to the table. Obviously, tons of talent available, but hasn't really inspired anyone as of yet. I'm sure it won't be long before we see him in the event. It's got to be coming soon, right?
Well, the next big event that we have is Star Ladder in April, and I think they still have to qualify.
They do. And how does that work? There's like probably 8 invites and then, what, 4 qualifier spots, I'd imagine?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the qualifying format. I haven't done that yet. I know typically they have a fairly open format.
Yeah.
But I don't know exactly the team format and structure this time. They tend to change time to time as well. But good entrance from Heroic. I was about to say Hiroki. Some Asian version of Heroic.
Well, that's quite a simple play towards a B site. 2 smokes, contact play, and the UMP's actually doing a tremendous job there. You can see right now the remaining GG players don't have head armor. So that was a weak buy for them overall, and it has not worked out for them. Do some damage towards Yuggy and Snappy, but Kenny S, he was on that glass cannon AWP after losing 2 rounds in a row, and G2 can't hold it off. It's the famous, oh no, it's not famous, sorry, the M4 and the UMP finding those kills. Kenny S should find this, and hold on to his weapon. Not really much he can do to shut that down. But Heroic now find their 6th round. We said they'd be good on the T side, and G2 so far, only picking up 2. They do save 3 weapons here. So far, could lose 1 more. It looks, judging by the minimap, it looks pretty safe. You can see him spread out a little trifecta there. Not going to give away anything else. So Kenny S saving an AWP is always good news. But 6-2 down. And that B side, that's going to have a lot less money than the A side. I'd say Kenny S probably wants to take the AWP if he wants B this round. And maybe try and shut them down. That's going to be the most obvious place for the terrorists to go here, considering that's where they got the last 2 kills.
Line up again from Shocks, follow it all the way through. Bing! Oh, that time it missed. I told you he was about a pixel off. He's throwing it slightly higher than most people throw it.
Yeah. Okay.
So does this affect them?
Kenny has gone towards B. He's going aggressive as well. So this makes sense from the start of the round, but no one there to really find. There's Modi who's holding towards T-spawn, but...
You know what will be next level?
Go on.
See, they re-smoked it when they arrived. If he intentionally missed the smoke in a way that looked like that, and then, yeah, so they get baited into trying to peek through the tunnel, and then Kenny strikes from the short tunnel instead. That would be next level. Kind of hard to formulate, but why not? Jump up, nade through, that lands quite successfully. Actually, it does a little bit less damage than I would have expected on Volda. But Kenny now has the information they are in toward construction and sets and readies himself. Takes down Snappy.
Good work from Kenny S. He said he had to step up this round towards B. He is. Gets that kill on short as well. It's Snappy to go down, and MBK with another kill as well. UMP doing some serious work here, but Yogi's trying to rectify as he finds 2 kills with the Famas. 3-on-3 now. Body by himself on that B side. Gonna have backup from Shocks, but not gonna be that helpful as Body now needs to deny this plant, have any chance of this round. Not gonna happen. 4 versus 1, make it 3 as Body does manage to take down Nico.
Body. Waiting for a chance to bait them out. Looks both directions, spots the flash. Well timed to spot the flash. 11 HP, everyone's bleeding profusely at that. And he's slightly worse than his 2 targets that he hopes to find. Still knows that Monster's a threat, but they've gone back around to play this for immediate trades because of the HP, and Yugi doesn't need help.
Got a chance there, to be fair. It's Yugi that finds those kills with the Famas. They've got a ton of money right now. 10K on 3 players. And it has to be a pause from G2, I'm afraid. They haven't really got much to work with here. They've lost the last 4 rounds in a row. Tactical pause. Can't buy into this one, really. If they did, it would be Famases, shotguns, pistols, UMPs. Hope for the best. The thing is, it's round number 10. I think allow Heroic to get to number 8 here. Take a partial bite. Still always win those rounds with a cleverly played stack or something like that. But this is looking rough. We did say Heroic. We expected them to do very well on the T side, but G2 not really arriving as of yet. If you're just joining us, we kick things off on Train, where it looked like Heroic were going to pull it back, to be fair. Then that full eco win from G2 pretty much secured it. They got into match points, and they managed to close it out in the next round. But Heroic, I thought, were the better team overall, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, I think they were in most ways. I mean, you expect so much from G2.
Yeah, right.
So Envious, Flipside, Fnatic, G2, Godsent, Hellraisers, Team Kinguin, Mouse Sports, Alternate Attacks, Big, Epsilon, X Passage, Dark Passage, that is, the Turkish team. Fnatic Academy, who I think Fnatic Academy and Fnatic have to play each other in this qualifier. Heroic, iGame, Team LDLC, Pride Gaming.
How many teams?
Quantum Bellfire. These I was listing them thinking there wasn't much. There's a lot, but now I'm committed, so I'm going to finish, Henry.
Can you just tell us the G2 there?
Team Spirit, which has a fantastic logo. eFuture.dk, Tengri, Tricked, Vega Squadron.
So no G2?
Apparently not.
So they're not even going for the next big
Were they
event?
not at the top? No, they're there. Yeah, they are there. I did say them. They're below Fnatic.
Fair enough.
So then, what's the format? There's a 4-group format in this.
Online.
Yeah. LDLC is already out. Spirit and Space made it through. Where is G2? G2, where are you?
While you look for that, I'll have a look at this round. It's number 10, and it will be, after the tactical pause, partial buy from G2. As we said, that's probably the best idea. 5.7s P250s, and a couple of flashbangs to work with as well. Heroic, just business as usual. Get towards long, try and work out what they've got. MBK gives it away. It's Deagles and Bathroom. So there's 3 players there. A decent flashbang as well. A chance to get a kill here. MBK finds one. A headshot from Kenny S as well. Maybe this round's got legs to it. Yeah, MBK doing phenomenal work there with the Desert Eagle. I said the round was possible if they had a clever stack down. That Bathroom one certainly does work out with the flashbang as well. And Valdet trying to recover the round towards long. But he can't find that instant headshot and uses the smoke to give himself a bit more room to work with here.
More room to work with indeed. But Apex takes 2 back, and G2 pick up a round. Again, unfortunate. As guns not in their favor, it makes it 3-7. When I did find G2, they play Pride first.
Should be quite an easy win then.
It's not Kappa Pride. If that was our team, we'd win.
That would be the name of our team, I think.
Yeah, Fnatic plays Fnatic Academy. Double Fnatic in the first top of the bracket. That's quite cool.
Imagine if the Academy win. That'd be kind of nuts. Never gonna happen, but
you just want to watch the world burn. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Godsent plays Heroic.
They used to have Fnatic Academy back in Source. That's the first time they brought that idea back. Like, it's been so long, but it's quite cool to give like up and coming team a chance. They're actually pretty decent as well. They've won a tournament in China, I think.
Some of these games have already won, or have already started. Team Spirit's 1-1 with Mouse Sports right now. But that's neither here. It is there. I was going to say here nor there. It is there. But Valda into the corner, flashed off. Body's not going to spot him in time. Good shot from Nico. Does get Body down, though. Shocks now has to get his butt inside of the site. He can't play his passive toward the bottom of the stairwell on rotation. All hands on deck. MBK is going to push out as well to clear out bathrooms and start the rotation back down the stairwell. Just doesn't want to leave anyone lurking over toward A. Confirm the fact that they aren't heading that direction. MBK spots one at Sandbags, trying to peek him. Goes back for more. Headshot's not there, but flashes come over. He's got to play this right toward Monster. That is played wrong.
Yeah, it's not really much GT can do here. They're trying to face for those smokes and deploy. They're trying to get like terrorists and knives out. But Shoxy, okay, that's impressive. Now Apex actually has a chance of this round. He could steal it away from Heroic. There's 2 low HP players as well, especially Yugi. 10 HP, and it's another headshot. Now it's just the aforementioned 10 HP to survive against Apex. Oh, I thought he was going to pull the trigger there.
Yugi gets caught going to the bomb. If he had of, yes, I would have laughed because you probably would have gone insane.
Yeah, well, that's a round Heroic definitely had locked down. But Shoxy, out of nowhere, 2 kills. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. That looks very impressive indeed. And Apex, in a winnable situation after Shoxy pulling something out of the bag there, he manages to bring a G2 a much-needed 4th round. Heroic were running away with this one. It's a 1v1, both teams feeling the burn in terms of the money at this point. Modi's just got a Tech 9 and SMG for Shox, but still, what a round that was. Fantastic stuff from Apex. Going to number 12 here. Shoxy trying to get a bit closer with his SMG. Not going to get flashed over, trying to keep silent here. Body will be joining him. Instead of a crossfire as well, covering the connector and that short tunnel.
Voldemort has secured passage between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and they'll head back up toward the bathrooms, which actually do exist inside the Slytherin house. I played the Harry Potter game.
I played that as well.
Yeah.
On PlayStation.
Hypotnik, or Hypotnus, whatever it is.
Hypocnus, what are you saying?
It's like it's one of the spells you do to find the secrets.
Right, okay.
I didn't play it on PlayStation, though, because I didn't play a console like you.
I played it actually on PC as well, to be fair. I remember it. And I actually had to game test the sequel when I was a game tester when I was like 16. It was pretty bad times.
Bad times.
But still.
Did you run around as Ronald Weasley?
No. Just old
Shout out to Pontus. Apex gets back inside of the bathrooms. He does have a couple targets close by. In fact, one that's easily going to be taken down. That's Nico, not suspecting at all. Oh, that he's there, but Apex thinks he's alone because of how empty the position was in front of him. He thought the smoke was thrown for fake. He's not wrong. It was, but he didn't expect the other. Shox, good position. He'll continue to add them up and drop them down. It's Apex that leads the way, but Shox not far behind on 8.
Yeah, they're pulling this one back. This was looking pretty bad for them overall. They've had another eco victory, some crazy clutches as well. Heroic, don't get me wrong, have been the better team, but G2, they have got that X factor in terms of the talent and the clutch potential of the French side as well. They've shown it a few times throughout this series, and now it's going to be an eco for Heroic as we get to round number 13. Deagles, Glocks, PT50s, and CZ is upgraded from Yugi, and Kenya looking to get aggressive here towards middle. Doesn't find anything just yet.
It's a good thing we have a cough button for you.
I'm so well.
Because you literally coughed.
Yep.
Shox does get one, goes back down to a pistol from Nico, who then takes a nade. Actually, it managed to get deep enough that it hit Modi instead. Apex does spot one more toward the park. But decides inside of the site he'd be more comfortable. This position, NBK, quite nice. Tin walls. He gets the shot as well into it. Good pick up from Body to take down Nico. Best boost though, Snappy. And once that shot toward Kenny, spots him now. Apex knows they're boosted. Hears them fall back down. No tracers on the silencer will do damage, and that allows Kenny to close that on Snappy. Would have done it either way. He's got an AWP. Speaking of P, Henry, he's in the bathrooms. Yugi with the CZ-75. He'll go to a Deagle instead. Fancies his chances for the one-hit wonder.
Well, Kenny S, he also does, and he gets it. It's going to be 7-6 now. G2 clawing their way back into this game. A pause comes in for Heroic this time as we get to the closing sectors here of the first half of the second map between these two teams. It was trying to hit things off. Shoxy, he doesn't fancy it anymore. He's going to leave the server, so this will be a technical pause. I'm sure he'll be back momentarily, unless he's lost it and he's just gone out.
7-6. Heroic. I mean, the good news is they're T-side, so they're building up rounds early enough, but it's still a decent scoreline for G2 to work with when they swap. If they can get momentum early, get the guns rolling, it's possible. But I think if they start trailing behind in the second half, they'll have a tough time closing this out. They'll need, obviously, big performances individually, I think, more than tactically on this map.
In terms of the buy coming in, no AWP for Yugi. He had enough for the AWP and no armor. Opts for the smoke and AK Molotov, we have seen a few executions here from Heroic. To be fair, very successful ones. They get the first 3 kills, but then it's Apex and Shocky to run in and just mow them all down. Not really many strategies you can do to stop that happening, Matt.
No.
To be fair. Like, if you find the first 3 kills, you get the bomb down, and you still lose the round. It's not the strategy's fault. It's you're getting completely wrecked by one of the world's best players.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's one thing if it's a desperate bomb and you rush into smoke or something. But yeah, if you have bomb down, and there's time enough, you should be able to stabilize those situations. Those are individual at that point.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Heroic still in the lead for now, but after it was 7-2 in their favor, it's 4 rounds in a row for G2, and here we are, 7-6. And on the precipice now of tying things up. Shoxy is having, I assume, internet issues or TeamSpeak issues. Something like that. He had to leave the server for some reason. He's back in, though. Do not worry. And it looks like he's got his money. So that's good. I'm not sure it works. He hasn't got a gun, though. So do we have to restart, Matt? You're like an e-bot expert, aren't you?
No, we don't get along.
No? You don't like it anymore?
No, we had to do a fight.
What happened?
I don't know. He wanted to go to McDonald's. I wanted to go to Taco Bell. Things didn't work out.
You're a vegan, though.
I am. I had a vegan. Man, actually, that burger was delicious. If all vegan food tasted like that, I would be a vegan.
Well, only one way to find out. Keep going with it.
Okay, I will.
Double orb set up for G2. They're back. Shoxy's back, and he's angry. So is Kenny Esso. He's got that 6 spawn. He's going to be going straight towards Connector by the looks of things. And that's what Val's been doing very well as well. And he's not going to be flashing anything. Straight in. Oh, it was going to be a terrorist on that pallet position. It's really difficult to hit that shot. But Val snuck by him. I don't think he knows he's this close. And he will be trying to take down Kenny, but now we'll be falling back. And there's going to be action towards middle as well from the terrorist side. This Connector interaction should die down. They know he's there as well. And it's close range opening from Kenny, which he's known for. He can't find that shot, though, as Nico takes him down with a swift headshot. And it's going to be 5-on-4.
Okay, let's get another shot toward the doorway where Nico awaits. Found and delivered. Shox, though, does have an optic. Gets closer to the bathroom. Snappy's just looked here, and it was clear. Now he's not going to know that he's arrived, and Shox spots his foot, just waits for the opportunity, and it arrives. Smoke down and Valda. I'll have to wait a little bit long. Ooh, is this intentional by design? Gap in the smoke, and Apex nearly makes it work. Can't find exactly where Valda's gone, however. And as he pushes closer and closer, Apex tries once more to get the kill in. Knows he's... Oh, this is perfect. Apex says, all right, enough of the bullets. I know you're there.
Toss it over. Okay.
Hide and go seek, hide and go. My nade.
Hide and what?
Nothing, sorry. Carry on.
Okay. That's going to be 5 rounds in a row now. And after they picked up the first kill towards Connector as well, that was actually looking very promising for Heroic. But once again, a G2 managed to run away with it, and they could actually still win this half. And we go into the final round here. UMP and a Deagle, 3 AKs, very little utility, and maybe more aggression coming in from the CT side at Shoxy and Kenny S. Those are both the AWP players as well, so one towards Connector and one middle. They are going all in with the sniper rifles. Shoxy this time, he didn't like Kenny S' performance in the previous round and wants to show him how it's done, but he does even worse. He gets blown out the water straight away.
The real question is, Henry,
go on,
and about vegans, is do vegans swallow? As Body gets ready on sandbags, construction that has to be pushed in. Nico backs off, nearly gets a peek toward Body.
And he's talking about water, by the way, for anyone whose mind's in the gutter.
No smoke down. I was waiting for it. There it is. And that goes deep. I wonder if Body... Oh, we don't... Yeah, he could. All right, so he's got the gap in it. And he's able to take the fight toward Valda, but as they do so, it immediately means they push in for Monster instead, and a Molotov will land at the bottom of the stairs. Kenny's got to go back up onto the windowsill. 7-7, round 15. He has to go 1 versus 3, and Kenny, this is when we normally see him at his best. Misses a shot. That's not his best.
It's not, and it's going to be the aggressive play from G2 towards the end of the round. Shoxy getting his head blown off there, then the fast B play after that. That allows Heroic to win the half here. What a comeback that was from G2, though. Still a few more twists and turns. The halftime score will be 8-7, not 7-7. We'll take a quick break and fix the scoreboard. Do not go anywhere.
Close as you like. 8-7 G2 and Heroic. Heroic, we don't really get map choices the way the veto works. It's a neutral ground, best of one situations, but in some ways it is their map in this series.
Yeah, it's like a blind veto going to this one. You don't get to veto each other. You send it a request in what you want to play, what you don't want to play, and they work it out, and you go into it. But as we get into the second half, we'll have a look at the buys. It's going to be forced into armor for G2. One smoke, most teams favour towards B, and they will certainly be doing that. All 5 players on that side of the map. Aggressive play, though, from the CTs towards Connector and Short as well, but that's not where G2 are going. They've made their way through Monster, and it's up to Snappy now to try and deny the plant, but he's smoked out. Boost will be good, though. This could actually deny the bomb going down, and it's close, but no cigar. MBK will be surviving just about.
MBK backs away as well. He gets alive on 2 after the jump, but it's problematic as well in the fact that Maudie, despite pushing all the way forward, doesn't get killed, which means he can still be a nuisance as they try and rotate back through the stairwell. Now he's found by Kenny. Meanwhile, Body on the site. That's damage on Volda. He's able to evade it, pull back, get the shot, 2 versus 2. Okay, get picked up. But Yugi gets Kenny back down. Body's in the open. Nothing you can do about it. Heroic picks up the pistol. And this is what I was saying. I have this weird feeling that G2 needed, based on this map, the momentum early to keep rolling with it to get the individual skill up. Yugi getting 4 kills as well as the Opera.
They got 4 kills there and the pistol. This is G2. They're going to buy up in the second round. I'll tell you that right now.
You think so?
Yeah. There you go.
This will really hurt them.
I told you.
I told you.
I know these boys, and they've done it. They love force buy in the second round. It's like, it's certainly a risk, but like the CTs now, the UMP meta, it does make a lot of sense, right? Because the Tech 9s, and you can get UMPs as well. You can go toe-to-toe quite easily with the CTs, and this could actually work out for them and get them right back in the game. And in some instances, whichever way you look at it, can almost be as beneficial as winning the pistol. You could actually shut down the CT economy, they might force buy the next round. You're in a very similar position you would have been in winning the pistol. So towards B we go again. Not too much presence there from the CTs there. You can see on the mini-map, there's only really one player there. That's Snappy. Val comes in from Heaven as well. But smokes will be deployed. That first kill is going to mean everything. The rifle is on the other side towards Long. So it's UMPs to defend against the Tech 9s and UMP combo. If they go now, they've got a serious chance of winning this G2.
Fast play. Heroic. Oh, Snappy, the late smoke. Does that discourage them? I was wondering if they were going to make it through or not. Most of them do. They've got the encouragement now, but Volda finds the kill back. The force buy, the early buy, the tag as well, and Volda is taken down by NBK immediately after. Bomb will be planted finally by Body as he gets into safety. Kid's still up for Nico. M4 bought up from Yugi after he got the 4 kills by himself. The first pistol, NBK swings out, spots through, but has to get back to the other side, gets Yugi down. That's the M4 equation gone, but it's the UMP to hold off. It's Shocks that has to play the post plant, and it's planted far to his left. He's got to swing quite a ways to get toward the default. Diffuse position. What a shot that was on Maudie, but doesn't matter. Nico's there, he'll save the day.
They'll force buy again, by the way.
All right,
just so you know.
Let's see it.
Just so you know. They get 4 kills in the pistol and the bomb down once again. They're definitely buying into this round. There it is. Galils. Tech 9s. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? The CT economy is so much harder to handle. You're getting like $3,500 into your bank account this round. You've got to invest into 4 players. They're still struggling, so every chance the GT can win this round. AKs, Galils, Tech 9s, a little bit of utility. Maybe just do the same again. You're getting the bomb down. It's coming down to 1v1s. Why not? Keep applying pressure to that side of the map.
Well, Volda's going to go to the same side of the map and get more aggressive on the defense instead. It's 20 HP for Body as a result of that as well. Volta's going to slide up. That's kind of cool. I do like that about this map. I know it's inconsequential in most cases, but shows off some of the cool things that you can do. Additional smoke down, and the coolest thing about it as well is with Voldy able to get surfed into that corner and a second player to complement that position from Snappy. Maudie's there. That's a really strong crossfire if they dare walk through Monster.
Well, it makes sense, right? Like I said, they know the weaponry's going to be low towards B. That's where they're finding all the kills. So they're trying to counter that right now. This kind of interesting setup they've got going on, focusing towards Monster. Whether it works out, I'm not so sure. It looks a little bit scrappy, but Snappy's making it work. 2 kills coming in for him. Looking for the third, but Shox takes him down. Valda's still in that position, not giving anything away just yet. They might have just done it, and they should force G2 into a kneecap, but still a 4-on-3. And a 1 player quite low HP as well. Body trying to do what he can with that Galil. 30 seconds remaining. This adjustment from Heroic. What a fantastic call it was from Snappy. I like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
Well, MBK's going to go, but watch this. Here we go. Crossfire. They look great at it. Snappy's no longer there. Volta goes down. Maudie's back in the site. Occupied elsewhere. Manages 1, but it's Shox to sweep in. The Swiffer Sweeper cleaning up the site in 1 easy motion. Shox bomb down to cover off the bags. Is going to get found by Yugi, though, as both came in from the CT side of the approach. Heroic will get 11 rounds. Does yours go to 11, Henry G?
All the way. Up to and including 11.
It's just an arbitrary scale, though.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
So why do you ask?
That's you're supposed to play the skit. No, but mine goes to 11.
I don't even know what skit you're on about.
Spinal Tap? You don't know this?
No.
You're a British music guy.
I know the
Tap?
reference. They turned up to 11. I don't know the quote though.
That's the rest of it.
I can't do the script with you.
Don't worry about it.
I'll look it up. I'll get the script for next cast.
It's fine. No, you're fine. It's already ruined. But you could save it, and then we could back.
Okay.
All right, let's stop.
Well, Heroic with the adjustments towards B managed to shut down G2's 4 spies, but they keep coming, Matt. They won't stop. They keep getting plants. The lost bonus coming in. They're finding kills. They actually have an AWP as well with Galils. They do not want to give in. They won't surrender. And it could be disastrous going forward because it's still on the back foot here, but they do have the AWP on Shoxy. Not for Kenny S, interesting enough. We'll see whether he can get something rolling here. Snappy, though, he says no. He takes down the AWP. Kenny S gets the AWP kill.
Kenny S gets the AWP kill, but Volta gets MBK down. And, ooh, just enough time to get back toward the bags after as well. Apex went by, but Body is there. And that'll be sufficient for now. It's been all B from G2. Apex, double smoke, that's a big miss smoke as well. But it works because they spot the boost. And even though there's more utility thrown in one direction than required, they find the kill to shut down Heroic, and they're already backing off. They're gonna have to now. Bye-bye, Yugi.
Finally works. The relentless 4-spy mentality of G2 pays dividends in round number 4. It's going to be 3 players surviving as well. And they get 4 bomb plants in a row. So interesting stuff there from G2. Quite amazing. Okay, this has happened like with MBK's teams, especially when Jimmy was in Envious and he was calling. They used to do that all the time, and they were a real bad slump. I think it was actually at a Starladder event when Maniac first started coaching for them. It was just a bit of a nightmare to watch because it kept force buying like every single game, and they lost so much of that. And this was almost another example of that, but they pulled that round back in, and now this is actually looking pretty promising. They've broken the economy down of Heroic. There'll be CZs, 5-7s, and now, as we go towards long, not really much I can do about this. No real stack coming in here. Good grenades towards Bathroom, won't hit anyone just yet. Actually, 2 CDs coming in from long. That's going to be an easy kill, I thought, for Kenny S, but can't pick it up.
Nico. Deagle waiting. Knew they were approaching. Yugi's going to be the same angle, but not with a Deagle. USP instead. Flash out. Gotta get a kill. Can't do it. And G2, with a 5-2 advantage in the round, should now find a 9th round. Shox will clear out toward B. No one here that he spots, but he could be taken down if he doesn't look toward the bags. Maudie's alone on A. They're already there, so Shox was going to rotate around. There's no point pulling them back at that point. They've got the man advantage to work with. Crossfire trades would have been established. So the kill on Shox means Snappy can grab a MAC-10 at the very least. How desperate do they keep the Mac 10? Because he's running out to a save potential position rather than hunting for frag money.
They get second stage loss bonus after this. He might as well save it, right? If he gets 1 kill next round, at least it's something. He's only got $900 at the moment, so save the Mac 10. It's better than a USP, and he's got armor as well, right? So that's certainly worth saving, as it will be G2 clawing around back to the own out. And it should be another eco. Money's looking pretty rough for Heroic. They do not save the Mac 10. It's MBK to find Snappy. And the match has been paused. I don't know why just yet. We'll find out momentarily. I would say maybe tactical at this point for Heroic.
Well, Heroic had an excellent start to this season online. Let's not forget they had a great season start last year, season 4 in Pro League. G2 just picked up their first official win. How nuts is that? They've got to claw back into this. First official win in Pro League for this.
I guess they've only really played Pro League so far and some qualifiers
exactly.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you, though, like how upside down this league has been to start things off.
Well, 5-man stack towards middle and long. Yeah, but you are right. That's everyone expected them to come out of the traps like super hot, like the original MVS did when they kind of went to that first Gamescom event. But just turned up, won it, had that honeymoon period straight away. I was kind of expecting, that was after the last big French shuffle, right? And I thought that was going to be kind of a similar story here, but it wasn't meant to be, so far at least. I mean, that's a good thing, though. If you start off losing instead of winning, you're going to be fixing everything to begin instead of thinking everything's going brilliantly. You don't need to change at all, right? So maybe you can look at it like that, a bit of silver lining. Glass half full and all that.
Yeah.
You know a lot about that, water?
The glass isn't half full or half empty, it's just right.
Just right.
You don't need to be positive or negative, just be accepting of what you have in life.
There you go. Words of wisdom from Sadicist.
MBK, down below in the stairwell, is waiting. But it won't matter how long he waits or not, because he gets taken down. Good pickup from Kenny as they try and push through with limited weaponry to get position back and catch them off for kills. Heroic not looking likely to pick up this one, though, unfortunately. His bomb's already toward the B site, and they've already got Body pushing through to make sure there's lots of room. In fact, he's already got to the windowsill.
Heroic stacking towards the bathrooms and long. Don't really find too much out of this round. They get MBK, pick up a UMP. That's not going to help them tremendously. Certainly can use it in the next round, but hoping to do a bit more damage than that. It's PT50 for Modi. He'll probably be looking for an exit kill at this point, or defending his teammate Snappy. G2, though, closing the gap after we had the force by extravaganza in the first 3 rounds. G2 finally broke the economy of Heroic. It's going to be 11-10.
Sharks getting closer to where they're trying to save. Needs to make sure they keep the guns up, keep all the momentum, because they've got it back now, despite that they've got a small mound they had to overcome first, and they've done successfully, or been successful in doing so, but guns come back up this time, so keeping the AKs alive and giving themselves a cushion of at least a round is quite important. Yugi's on the op. I can't quite see his, yeah, he does have the spawn, that's what I thought, so he's going to rush toward this bathroom position. Question is, how fast does he get there? Already flashing over. Yeah. He's going to take the low peak, not the high one. Fires in between them. They were blind. It was a preemptive shot, it almost seemed, because he didn't hit either of the 2 players jumping.
Number 7, and he does have the AWP. Misses out on the initial interaction towards middle. But fast play from G2 here. Not going to be wasting time with these flashbangs or smokes, but Yugi does find the first frag, and the remaining terrorist members are towards long, and that's where Yugi's rotating towards. He does take a little shoulder peek there, trying to bet out a shot and get some intel. Kenny S waiting for him, though, and this is going to be a very key frag indeed. The CDs are going to be challenging.
Yugi, good position, but has close shots. Instead, he takes the peek, and Kenny hits a far one. Down from the long A angle. Modi tagged up considerably, goes back for more, and that's the wrong choice because the flames come in, and he is now on someone's barbecue. Snappy will try and do what he can in this, but I think sitting back to save weaponry is really his only option. So 11-11, Henry. Apparently theirs does go to 11.
Apparently so. And Heroic now, the 4th stage loss bonus, are going to be down to about 3k. This is going to be the chance for G2 to actually take the lead as we get to round number 8. Not really much can be purchased at all. There's been some rough buys for Heroic. I would just say PT50s, maybe stack B, hope for the best. And you can see now, Shox, he's aware. He gets the MAC-10 out, and he'll be looking to kill some unarmored players here, as it should be an almost guaranteed round. I would say only one player dies for G2 going into this one. What I've seen so far, and maybe a B stack, is it? Only 3 players. Moves towards long. We'll say one thing, like recently we haven't seen that much of the scout coming in. Like it seems a lot of teams are kind of shying away from that almost and focusing on the pistols and UMPs. There's only a few players, like specialists in that weapon, that seem to bring it out anymore.
Body. Getting closer. 3 monsters gonna bounce a Molotov. Water position covered off. Shox will continue forward. Picks up 2 on the MAC-10. Reasonable money made.
Yeah.
That's exactly why he elects to use it in this round. Snappy, though, just got found as well by Body. Shox gets the assist for what that's worth.
Yeah, he pays off the debt for the MAC-10, so that's basically for free. And even if he died there, it wouldn't be giving too much away for the CT. So that's actually perfect that he finds those 2 kills. And we'll be just yugging out towards T-spawn. Not many options. There's no real reason to hunt him down. He's got nothing to save, and they've got nothing to gain by killing him. But Body's still exploring the idea towards T-spawn. Needs to be careful. Spots him out now. Maybe wait for a teammate to come with him, but he wants to give his gun away, I guess. There it is, MPK finds the final frag. And we go into round number 9 now. GT take the lead, 12-11. But we do get decent money once again for Heroic. Yugi back on the AWP, and so is going to be Kenny S. He's got $15,000 though after the reinvestment, so they've got enough for a few rounds in a row now. Probably until the end of the game at this point. You can see there's also Apex on 13,000 and MBK, he's close to 9. So they're very healthy in terms of the economy game. We go into this one now. In terms of Yugi's position, he's towards short. Molotov out, elects to run through the flames as well, and he'll be pushing off towards that short tunnel. Going for the first pick. No one on the other side, though. It's actually going to be an A-side attack. Very fast once again from G2. Work towards long potentially here. They'll wait for the flashbang to go over. There it is. Not challenging as of yet. It's going to be Kenny S, presumably, to take the first shot. Here he comes. Nothing to find.
Okay, gets it.
That's a good shot.
Yep, opening up. That gives so much space. Monty gets back inside bathrooms. Manages to pull back in Shox, but oh, I was going to say, has he heard the fact that MBK's gotten close? Surely he did. Unless his own gun masked that noise, but Snappy hits the shot instead. Gives up the A-side to do so, because Volta's going to go support it. But Body, meanwhile, goes inside. They'll plant. Kenny will get aggressive on the op. It'll be a retake from out in front of bathrooms, the occupied space, which they just gave up by rotating out of B. Apex starts it well, but Snappy's going to find Body, gives them bathroom post plant. It's at least favorable because they planted toward the stairs instead. Apex is very lucky to make it by.
Yeah, I can't believe he did. Kenny S there with a flashbang to back. Oh, okay, be careful, those flames are back up. Okay, right stab. Get it in there, stab him in the back. Didn't do that much damage, to be fair.
It didn't actually, because I must have registered to the side, not the back. But yeah, I think he just did that preemptive, like, automatically. I should say preemptively, I'm getting stuck on that word a bit, but automatically as he ran back down and just hit his teammate. Thankfully, they had already secured the round, though.
Well, it's quite a heavy B focus from Heroic that time, and that's where Yugi was at the AWP as well. It opens up long. Everywhere he's going seems to be the incorrect decision, as G2 now, after things were looking pretty poor for them, once again, they've pulled it back in the second half, and Heroic have opted to force buy into run up on 10 mats, 13-11. They've got, okay, the AWP comes out as well, so that's not too shabby, but one UMP, lacking utility on Snappy. He's only got the UMP and armor, that's it. Yugi has to go aggressive here, and he flashes off Kenny S, but can't nail the shot there. As we get into this one, it's going to be Shoxy, just looking at how aggressive he is. It's not really a tactic, it's like, Shoxy, go see what you can do, mate. But apparently Modi, he's got his number, takes him down, and this is looking much better now for Heroic. They've actually had a clean round. So as to what was looking to be a game that was falling out of their hand, it's just Kenny S now looking to do damage. Like we said, he's got like 16k right now, I think. 12,200 at the moment. So if he can just find like 2 or 3 kills, that's enough to work with. He won't win the round, right? But just kill as many of them as you can. Make the reinvestment into the next round very poor. So he knows that's all he has to do here.
Kenny. Closer. Found. Thought he might look for the no-scope, but Yugi's there. So 13-12, they get 1 back out of this, but it's now them that have the problem with money. There was 10K for NBK before he bought into this, which means there's lots left on the G2 side. Heroic need a back-to-back round, or it goes 14-12 and they're saving.
You're right. Well, they kept 5 players alive there, so that's good, but in terms of getting weapons, armor, and grenades the next round, that won't be enough. Kenny S, very fast towards short, but stopped by the flames here. Won't be able to have a look around just yet. More aggressive play towards middle. I think that's going to be Nico, backed up by Yugi as well. He's watching the connector area. And G2 looking like they'll finish up towards B here. We haven't seen like many set pieces off the bat from them yet. We saw a few from Heroic in the first half. Kenny S and Shocks edging towards short. As Valda and Snappy, they're on the right-hand side of Monster Tunnel, so Body may be going down as they decide to face him.
Nico getting Apex down. Valda waiting inside a monster. Body's going to walk directly into this, but Body gets snappy. Valda's able to respond, get his gun back out. Moses doesn't like playing CS with me because I quick switch too much, Henry.
Do you?
I used to, yeah.
Is that feedback he's giving you?
It's a COD thing when you used to constantly just be switching because you could pull the deagle faster in situations. Just so you know. Just so you know as you know. Shocks gets out in the open. Body, despite taking the early damage, able to dance around the doorway and make it work. Thank you, Tracers. Spotted him just before the smoke bloomed, and it was easy enough to find the head for NBK. 1 versus 2 gives him a real shot at this as well. 31 seconds. He's got the bomb. It's, just inside the orange dots, and then realizes Monty can see him now from that position.
Yeah.
Smartly anticipates a nade coming through, but it's a flash instead. Either way, it gives him his vision. And he'll go for the safe plant. Tap. Instead, Yugi to peek. Crosshair was there, but reaction slightly slow.
A little bit, yeah. But Yugi baited out by the fake plant coming in. That's 2 rounds in a row for Heroic. They managed to tie things up at 13-13 and balance the books in terms of their money as well. That was a big one for them. We said it'd be a full reset. NBK given an opportunity that shot through heaven. I'm not sure what Nico was trying to do. There's no plant coming in. Just NBK remaining. Comes out from heaven and makes that a winnable situation. That shot, I thought NBK was going to hit as well, but ultimately Heroic wins. So no harm, no foul. Here we go once again. Yugi not really getting rolling with his aggressive play on overpass as of yet. Hasn't opened things up, but goes for it. And he repositions towards long this time. That's been a difficult area of the map for Heroic, so he's looking to challenge it this time. Can't hit the shot once again.
He does absolutely 0 damage.
Here we go.
Oh, maybe it did hit Kenny. 96 didn't look like it did, but Yugi gets the opening shot on Apex. Either way, it's Nico to go down, then try and swap him back and forth. Flash through the smoke. Yugi gets back to the park sign, thankfully. At this point, he's looking for a shot desperately, knowing they're not likely to push through said smokes. He fires into them instead. First time I've seen someone wielding a weapon with multiple stickers that aren't teams on it. I'm even trying to ward the frag at bathrooms. This time he gets it. In the open, it's Kenny. Molotov goes deep. He'll stay forward of it. That's fine. He's got room to wiggle behind the APC. Has his teammate to watch the bathrooms instead. Flash is perfect, though, and Yugi's got to be careful. Vola thankfully takes down Body, but NBK gets the front of the site. So Yugi's safety isn't secured. He'll go back to the stairs. They have the HP advantage heavily.
Yeah, but they've got the AK-47, so that's the problem.
AK-47 indeed.
Yeah.
3 for NBK.
Right then, NBK, what have you got? Anything left? It's up to Yugi now, who's been quiet up to this round, I have to say, on the CT half. 2 versus 1, and this is quite clever from G2. They're baiting and they've gone towards B, but he's not taking it just yet. They'll make a little bit of noise now as they come into plant, so he will actually have to read, but he has so much work to do. How does he get out of the situation with the NWP? Going for the wallbang could actually work.
Oh!
It does!
4 seconds round done. Yugi wins the round on a wallbang like that. Amazing, amazing. And he looks at time and realizes it and runs.
Uh-oh.
That's so sick. Yugi's my favorite player in the world now. Forget Hobbit. Get aside, Hobbit. Yugi, you're the best. Best ever.
That's such a massive round as well. That'd be like no money left over whatsoever.
Actually, I want Yugi and Hobbit to be on the same team because they're both kind of short, similar looking, dark hair. That's
okay.
my dream. That's the start of my dream team. That was so nuts.
Well, what can you say about that one? The first wallbang comes in, and it's quite an important one, I have to say, as we get into round number 13. Big gutting for G2, I have to say. That was like a guaranteed round after NBK did that amazing work.
Not as it just the round. Look at the round that it is. It's round 14 for them now, and Money gets not gone for G2. There's still a chance in it, but it gets built for Heroic, now winning 3 in a row, and it's the last buy for G2.
Yeah, that was nuts. Just you saw him lining up as well. You just knew it was going to happen, right? So yeah, that's happening. Anyway, we should probably concentrate on this round. Certainly not out of the game just yet. As G2 making their way towards the B site, and they find the first 2 frags. It's looking good, but Moddy's fighting back.
Spot from Snappy's quite cool. He gets up on top. The plant. Oh, did
I think you see his bum.
Moddy was a little bit busy elsewhere, though. Yugi now knows that he was there, goes back for the shot, but Snappy's position is quite cool on top of the little pipe inside of the water position, and then has to back off. Then flash out's perfect. Moddy, aggressive, finds Kenny, and knows NBK is over toward jungle, but looks away too soon. Does he know, or did he consider? Because no is a different story. Apparently not. Because they don't look at it, and NBK gets the shot back, but Moddy goes back in. Yugi gets NBK, and it's going to be map point for Heroic. That might spell the end of it.
You expect Shoxy to hit that shot all day long. It's still challenging, sure, but given on a plate, that was the deciding factor there. And NBK did what he could once again. Here's the replay without the X-ray, right? So people who are new to the game, you cannot see through the smoke. That is a wall-bangable box, which means it doesn't do a lot of damage through with the AWP, but it does enough. If you nail it to the chest, it can kill people who are like maybe like 60 HP, right? And he gets it, and that's such a massive deal that he wins it at that point, because after that, there was no time left to plant. That's why we got so excited about it. He actually wins it by getting 1 kill. That should have been impossible, right? In that position, he was locked out.
Absolutely should have been impossible. Literally the only way he could have done it. I think teams will think twice about planting right there next time that situation occurs. And that might win them the game because it's 15-13.
Yeah, and that's around where G2 got the entry kills towards B as well, but a decent retake from Moddy & Co. Look at the surfing coming in. He's hold left, jump up on the wall, and you can tuck yourself in that corner. It's a full B execution. Good smokes coming from CT, so to try and deny it, but flashbangs might be better.
Flashbangs are very good, but they don't act fast enough because they expel all their ammo down toward Monster. They're sitting ducks, but yet Heroic is able to swarm and capitalize. Kenny versus 4. Kenny with 1 kill and 7 HP. I thought he'd go down immediately from a Pico window, but the smoke's still there. He will finally fall to Nico, and it goes 1-1 in the 2 best of 1s. Heroic come back with another. It's 1-4 now, or I think for G2. I think they're down. They're in an odd number of games due to a delay in one particular night with Fnatic.
What?
So they're 1-4, but that is sick from Yugi.
What an entertaining couple of maps we had, Matt. So many massive clutches, eco wins, wallbang victories, timeout rounds, and everything like that. That was really fun to watch, and I have to say, Yugi alone, I was calling him out being quiet in that second half, but he actually single-handedly wins them the game with that wallbang play, so he gets MVP for me in the end. And I guess at this point, Matthew, we have to throw it over to the boys, because there's going to be so much to talk about in that one, and so many twists and turns. What an exciting affair it was.
Well, twists and turns. Henry sounded absolutely peachy.
Is he trying to like incite violence from social justice warriors or something by saying the boys? We have Lauren on the desk.
That's unreal.
Yeah,
that is
my Tumblr blog is just going to go ham right now.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you're going to have to do that. It's like a requirement.
Yeah, I am quite the SJW.
Come on, Henry, dropping the ball yet again. It's all right, though. I mean, he's right. Yugi with that wall bag right at the end. This time it was him, not Shox with the heroics down the stretch, because it actually looked like G2 had a great chance to start running away with that. They seem to have an advantage down the stretch of the match.
Well, something you brought up at the start was the fact of win conditions, right? And individuals having those big moments, and could they compete with the others? Actually, there were a couple that weren't just like, okay, big moment, yeah, got a nice 3K here or there. Yeah, Apex had a good couple of starts for the G2 side, but actually the closers that came out from the opposition, from Heroic, actually secured the rounds. Yuki's was a standout, but there are other players, Valda having a good game as well. A couple of others really stood out and actually went toe-to-toe.
Well, I mean, let's start in the first half, because actually, I mean, G2 is down 2-7 at a certain point. They take a pause. Now, we talked about G2, the map they're not necessarily favored on this for, because, you know, it is a little bit more tactical. They haven't really found that base quite yet. But out of the pause, maybe this is Smith's noticing something, but they went on a big run there. So, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of confidence maybe coming into these guys as we saw them recover quite nicely in the first half.
Yeah, if you look at the way the economy was, you know, when they had that, I think they lost 4 in a row. Those rounds were all very close. And the thing was for Heroic there, they were able to get a good stretch going on, and it was just a bit of a grind for G2. And then we saw rounds like this, you know, where it looked like the silencer was off there, you know, but it was definitely on for those of you playing at home. You know, where there was some more individual players, especially like Lauren was touching on, players like Apex and Body making some key frags, key multi-frags. It was very important on a map like this. Something that's interesting for me, though, is the way that G2 kind of have adjusted their style. We would never see a round like that. That final round we saw by them, they did a set B execute. It's actually the Astralis B execute with the 2 Molotovs to ABC.
And, the one that Henry didn't take notice of.
Yeah, he really hurt me with that one.
It's all right. He's got his shirt off. The day's over. Let's leave him alone.
Yeah. But that execute for them, I didn't think that's something they would ever see really in their arsenal. They had it, but they didn't execute it properly. They didn't have the right amount of flashes to keep everybody at bay until they entered into the bomb site. So the growth is there from these guys. They're obviously going to be disappointed they lost this one off the heroics of Yugi.
Yeah, right. Well, and what we're also seeing out of G2 as well, it happened on the first map on Train, was some very impactful of the force buy rounds. What the Frenchmen were known for back in the day, I mean, what kind of like helped them become a championship winning team was doing so much economic damage with the pistols, winning some of those rounds, winning 1 or 2 here or there. So it is a little bit surprising to see Heroic actually kind of be able to recover from some of that and actually make a comeback. But still, I mean, what are we taking away? Is this a G2 that looks like they're a little bit more back on track? I mean, they go 1-1. It's not great, but at least they're on the board.
They're definitely not happy, but I think, you know, they're going in the right direction. Okay. It's not a team who we're going to see. I don't think they're just going to spring out and just be amazing again. It's going to take a while because they have to change their mindset and the way they approach the game. Because for so long, they've been doing that force buy style, and they've always had a more aggressive, less tactical approach. So it's not as easy as, hey, let's just click that switch and let's just throw some strats in. You actually need to think about approaching the game differently.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Heroic, on the other hand, I forget where they are in the standings, but they were having I think it's pretty decent season so far, and obviously off the back of that Katowice. That was the one thing that you mentioned was, you know, they're actually doing very well. They're third, so coming out of Katowice with that increased confidence, is this team going to be dangerous down the stretch? Is this something where it's just like a very good start for them? Are they going to continue to be like this? Sometimes that confidence just clicks you into a new gear.
Well, I just think this kind of echoes throughout the entirety of Pro League as well, that there's no farming teams particularly anymore, or at least not the suspects you'd expect. So I think...
Not in EU.
Yeah, exactly. At least if Heroic keep going kind of 1-for-1s, keeping these games close against teams that are, I guess, quote-unquote, tipped to qualify, right? I don't think G2 quite slips into that yet. They could eventually, but currently their standing isn't particularly great. This is their first win of the entire Pro League. They didn't get to play out their game against Fnatic. That got rescheduled, so that's to come later. But still, it makes the Pro League get a lot closer, and I think it will bring a lot of these teams that normally sit quite comfortably towards the top kind of a little more humble, right? Because you've got to be careful. There are those no comfortable 2-0s now.
And actually, I just see, Chad, you brought it up, so I might just steal your point because we're going to be taking off, but they haven't exactly had the hardest opening schedule.
Exactly, that's where I was going with that. Thank you, Jason. And away we go.
Yeah, away we go. So we will be right back. Sorry, Chad, for taking that one from you. But yeah, match 3 is going to be coming up. That's going to be Fnatic versus LDLC. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! 2 big shots in a row. Fnatic about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Fnatic!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking further. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
With the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome back to the ESL Pro League. Our next match, if you didn't know, is going to be Fnatic versus LDLC. But before we get there, I wanted to touch on something a little bit closer to home, at least for me personally. IEM Sydney has been announced. It's going to be happening. It's going down at the Kudos Bank Arena on May 6th and May 7th. So if you get down there, make sure you pack your shorts and thongs. Otherwise, just tune in with the rest of us while we enjoy the action. And if you're wondering, what else is going on inside the esports scene, maybe even at an amateur level, The Mountain Dew League is giving players a direct entry into the ESL Pro League through their matches there. So if you want to learn about that or maybe even get involved, you can head over to esea.net/MDL for all your details and standings and the like. And now, of course, as we've tended to do in the past, we're going to leave you with a bit of a pro tip before we head over to the desk. It's going to be a little bit of a play, a smoke on Cash.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'll be teaching you guys the crisscross smokes on Cash. This is a two-man execute, so make sure you and a buddy both buy smokes. This wall of smoke will allow you to take mid in a safer manner. You both have to line up with the center of this doorway. Position yourself so you and your buddy are aiming at the opposite side of this doorway. This is great for taking vent control or just securing close mid for a later strat.
Yeah, so beautiful pro tip and some beautiful people here with me at the analyst desk. Welcome back to ESL Pro League. I've now got Sadicus coming in here for Pansy. Welcome back from welcome over from the casting chairs. How you doing?
I'm good. They're telling me to move to my right. I thought I was on the tape mark.
They can't put you on the camera now, so you ruined everything.
I thought I was on the tape mark, but apparently I'm not.
Thanks for that,
Don't know what that one or that one's for. Hi.
Look, man, you're here now. Those Rush pro tips are going to get better as I've helped him.
Was that Rush?
That's
Rush. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
See this? I'm trying to beat Chad with my hair.
Everyone wants to be Chad. Speaking of Chad, Sydney. I am Sydney.
Yeah.
Excited?
I'm on the other side of the country.
That's unfortunate.
But Sydney's a fun place.
Yeah,
it's the Opera House. We had an event in Australia, the Crown Invitational, and we had a really good showing. So I'm hoping that everybody back at home, that buys the tickets, gets out there, flies over. I might do a giveaway at some point, buy some young lad from Perth a flight over to Sydney. See how we
beautiful. A man of the people, the Australian Fallen, I believe that's
I've already got my thong, by the way.
Well, before we dive into that one, let me just move on from that. We're now going to be doing Fnatic versus LDLC, so we'll get back to the matter at hand. These two teams are going to be facing off. I believe it's on Cash is the first map, which you also like. I mean, we're always going to bring up the fact that you just say it funny.
Cash?
Cash.
I don't say it funny. We just say things differently, Jason. I know for Americans, they don't really tolerate other people and what they say or do.
Don't like that.
But now that you're in Europe, very multicultural over here, so you're going to have to get used to this. Yeah, this map is something we saw Fnatic playing in Katowice. They had a really rough time against NIP. That was you were casting that game, Matt. It was a bad game of Counter-Strike.
The thing is, I don't really remember the games that I cast.
Oh, okay.
It's just kind of in one
Do
ear
you
out
have
the other.
Alzheimer's?
No. I was casting that game. Look, I mean, Fnatic, we used to say on this map, specifically as we look back at Cobblestone, on Cash, though, is very good at the double op setup, was very good at utilizing both bomb sides, controlling mid, and swinging the pace on their CT side. But the problem was always economy if they couldn't get it. The new Fnatic doesn't seem to be as confident in running the double up setup that I've seen. I say the new, it's back to the old. You know what I mean?
The new old.
Yeah, the new old. But now that they're back with this lineup, they don't seem as comfortable running the double up setup quite so much. And I think a lot of teams aren't scared to execute against them because their random play style, as it used to be, isn't really up to speed. I don't think that they're really on to what they used to be. I mean, we used to talk about trades for them. We used to talk about map control and the fact that they would just body their way into positions. I think a lot of teams are reading that and they're sitting back and holding ground.
So the Fnatic that I saw is a much improved from the one we saw in Vegas in the way that they approach the game, right? For this map specifically, they moved Crims over to the A bomb site, which I'm not sure if that's a great decision. He's such a good B bomb site anchor, right? I get the reason, because what you want to do is you want to have your players as versatile as possible. And when you go to a new spot, you play it differently, so it's hard to read. And exactly what you were saying, they can't be countered as easily, and people haven't cottoned onto it because it's new. So I like the idea that they're doing that, but Crims is known as one of the best
just anchor players in general,
on that site. JKS from Renegades, he would always steal the way that he'd address that site because it was so powerful. There is something with this, though, that I'm not quite sure. The map has swung so far T-side, it seems, recently.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's certainly what we saw in the Fnatic versus NIP. It was two strong T-sides there. Also, what we saw to this Fnatic roster is you want to talk about confidence. This is a team that had big leads on a couple different maps and collapse. I mean, the NIP one they managed to pull out at the end, but to get eliminated from group stage, they had a lead on a map, and they're giving up 3 versus 1 post-plant situation. So that's not something we normally see. But the other side of the coin is LDLC, the team they're facing off against. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. But one thing that we're always going to bring up in this kind of a matchup is existence, because because back when Fnatic was the dominant team in the world, Existence was like the only in-game leader who was able to really consistently counter Fnatic and find a way to beat them. But this is a team where, yeah, he's going to be that general again, but the roster around him is nothing like it used to be.
Yeah, do you think it's that he needs to have players around him that are going to listen no matter what? Is that something which
I don't... I mean, I know he had arguments with certain personalities. One of them was specifically Maniac, who's now back on his team out of necessity. And I think that was because he was very regimented. I don't know if he needs that, but I think he feels a lot more comfortable with it. It's similar to the reason why Kerrigan ended up leaving Astralis, by the way, is that he was very regimented and they wanted to play a slightly looser style in a lot of situations.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, it'll be interesting to watch how this goes on, but we are going to have to get over to the casters because the players are ready. So this time around, it is going to be...
I still do predictions, and I'm going to go Fnatic.
You're going to go Fnatic? Yeah. All right, thanks for self-indulgence. It's going to be Mitch and Pansy bringing you this game.
You just can't keep a man down sometimes, Moses. That's the way it goes. Lauren, good to be here with you. I've taken the leaf out of your fashion style, by the way.
Oh, just replicating my inner feelings out.
I'm just mourning the loss of my dignity in Katowice, mostly.
I lost that years ago for me. But yeah, it's nice to see Moses with the trial of fire having to deal with Sadakist on the desk.
We did have to turn the lights down on the desk a bit so it doesn't reflect all around the room off his head, but we did manage to tweak it enough, so
Flamer. I can't treat Jason like
that. That is nonsense. You wait to get this one off mic. Anyway.
I can't be mean.
Pistol round, Lauren. LDLC Fnatic now. It's going to be LDLC starting on whatever side they choose if they win it out. Great one, Mitch. Off to a flying start.
Do you know what? I'm going to say this about LDLC. I actually really like a couple of players in this team. I think there's a lot of potential in these guys coming through. I don't know if we're going to see it here because the sheer power that Fnatic can bring individually. I'm hoping Existence is aware of how he's going to kind of have to approach this against this Fnatic, who is still that very pick-based team, right? They've become a little more structured, but you can see that core will always be there of that kind of pick-style base. And Alex had a blistering game last time we saw him in Pro League. Hopefully he can get a little bit about that going, but right now in this 3v3, it's retake time for LDLC.
Alex being forced to back away there. The fake Frenchman, as it was, obviously UK born and moved across, but Dennis getting that kill there. So 2v2 situation. Twanu finds ahead of Dennis, and they're on the bomb. CT's approaching here. One behind Quad and one off towards the side of Maniac here. He can't take both angles, but it wasn't a peek coming through from Crims. He was actually moving around behind him at that time, and Maniac completes. Second kill and second headshot for the round. And LDLC will start off strong on the CT side.
Yeah, the bomb though.
Oh, are you for real?
Yeah, last couple of seconds. It was so close. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure it was Twanu who was left alive as well. He actually came off the bomb when Crims was facing as well, so it was kind of unlucky because they just didn't expect it to actually work out for them in the end. And didn't expect Maniac to be able to handle it all on his lonesome. Gotta have some faith here, boys. But Fnatic off to a good start. We want to see more from Fnatic. It feels like, again, these kind of reshuffles of rosters, the French side and the Swedes now kind of finding wherever they want to be. I want to see Fnatic finding the middle ground of, you know, not denying what they're known for, that kind of aggressive style. We saw Olaf Meister on this map, able to kind of, I guess, pull a leaf out of his old books, right? Be able to do that aggressive play through smokes, always finding opportunities, even though the game didn't quite go to plan eventually for them or their, I guess, tournament run either. But beyond that, LDLC going to be buying up whatever they can. They've got Deagles galore, a couple of pistols other than that. And you've got the UMP on Maniac as well. So, you know, don't run it out in these rounds. We've seen what these sort of things can do. So, again, Fnatic needs to be aware of it. We've seen a little bit more of a slower approach from them. We didn't quite see it that much at Fnatic, at Katowice, excuse me. But, you know, methodical, being careful, not just running in careless.
It was an interesting game, actually, between Fnatic and NIP. One of the first, actually. Neither team was stellar, to be honest with you, but it's one of those games where Exist gets, you know, 30-odd kills. So, an outlier, perhaps. We don't know a lot about what Fnatic do on this map, but so far they're trying to make some headway towards A. And look at that, nade on towards Existence. Fnatic making some good progress. It's just missed for the now, or for the moment, by the truck. Maniac try and go for a long flank, but he's out of this fight. He's going to hold on to that UMP if he can.
Yeah, why not? He's got a nice bit of armor, got utility. He doesn't need to get rid of that. He's perfectly fine. He might get hunted down. And Olafmeister actually isn't that far away. He's up in the vent, I think, at the moment. So it could be a little bit of a hunt. But again, you don't want to be losing the rifles, so it'd probably be more down to like JW or Flusher to find it. But still, for now, Fnatic off to a nice little beginning for themselves. And we saw last time they played this, even on the online stages, their A hits were really nice. We saw that nice split through mid, very like smothering style, very, very slow and methodical, and then have that explosive kind of end to it, where it'd be Olafmeister walking through the smoke towards, it was forklift a hell of a lot, to be fair, and he caught so many people out with that, constantly finding kind of errors within NIP's kind of whole up against them. But for now, 4 alive is good for Fnatic. Keep them nice and stable after that little bit of a close first go of things. You want to get that money nicely in the bank for them, so maybe JW can start looking toward an AWP. And that guy, well, you know, a whole different topic unto itself. You know, he started to really find a bit of that confidence recently. He started to look like, you know, vintage quote-unquote JW, so that's something to definitely look out for. But still, let's see if Maniac can do anything, get that UMP going. You want to get as much as you can, pretty much. So we'll see if he can find somewhere to make it count.
Well, Maniac and Misty are going to be on the B side at this stage, but Crimson's already made his way into mid. Very quick push now in towards Checkers, but it's going to be Maniac to catch him out there. Receives him with the UMP. JW forward in mid, and Olofmeister is definitely under control of the Swedes at this stage. Alex is lurking through the smoke. Daring push for him. Don't really get to see how it works out. He actually finds JW in the middle of the map and gets a second. Olof going down as well. Now it's a 3v2. Flusher able to make amends over at A, and now with 2 players on the site. LDLC do need to be wary, but they've recovered an AK through the middle of the map, care of Alex's USP, Theatrics.
It's actually really, really good. Flusher is a little bit low, but it's still Flusher, right? This guy is calm under pressure, able to do what most can't. And Dennis still has the rifle and armor, and should be fine in this. There's no kit on LDLC either. Alex doesn't even have armor, so this becomes a problem. But it's very, very costly now for Fnatic in this round as to what it should be. You shouldn't be losing 2 to a USP. And Maniac, you're trying here. You're going to get that rifle away, I can imagine. No, Dennis somehow denies it. Maniac's going to be probably a little frustrated. But overall, not a bad round for LDLC, considering what they had and what they ended up doing to them. Good stuff, forcing out the rebuys.
Similar mindset to what we saw from Shox in the 1v1 on train there. Smoke down, then sort of avoid that, try and bait some fire out from the other player. But it's a little bit more close quarters in that B site. Over on train, and it doesn't work out. Okay, then. He has the AWP.
He had the spawn. I think that's why. He had the decent spawn.
Slightly faster mid spawn.
Yeah, so I reckon he'll just take a bit of a pot shot and maybe back away, pass that off. And Twanu, you don't want to mess with this guy. He is a bit of a... He does have flair, right? But you mostly saw that against, like, lower tier teams. You probably wouldn't have seen it against Fnatic or something like that, or the tier 1 teams, right? But I genuinely really enjoy the way this guy plays. Sorry, my ESWC with this team, or a form of this team before the shuffles came through. But right now, Alex in a lovely spot as well. Brazen as you like on top of Red, just finds the angle on 2. Dennis and Olofmeister aren't able to walk through the smoke like they were loving to do before, as we saw at Katowice. And now it's Flusher left in a 1v5. 0 damage almost dealt towards LDLC, only Maniac taking a flick of damage. So this is perfect for them.
Yeah, that first proper buy up here for LDLC will allow them at least to stem the bleed for the moment. Flusher has a little bit of utility to work with here, but it's a 1v5 situation. Still wants to go for it. Doesn't see anyone following the flash there. It's Twanu off towards the side. He's at highway. Alex is in squeaky door as well. So this A side is well canvassed out. Flush has already raised the alarm long before this. Player a truck as well. So many angles and not enough time or bullets for that matter for Flusher. It's going to be Misty to find him in LDLC. A solid round for them. Just as they get those guns, they keep them all in hand going forward. Maniac 4-1 right now. Fnatic will have to go for a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, and during Pro League, we haven't seen Maniac having big games, really. Well, I think there was like one where he had a decent performance, but it was like asking for consistency more than that. And this might be a really nice game for him. The confidence early on from that UMP coming through and a couple of other pieces, that'd be nice to see. But beyond that, it's all eyes on LDLC for me. They're the ones going into this with, I guess, a disadvantage. You're not Fnatic, right? You're not tipped to be one of the best, have one of those kind of world-beating rosters, but already off to a great start. Maniac fighting on a B, being able to back away, doesn't even get punished for it. He gets taken down low, but he's still alive. So a nice little 5v4. Krim suffering on the Deagle. He had very little money at the start of this round, so let's see how they cope with this.
With 2 players already committed towards Squeaky, there's unlikely that Fnatic are going to pull them out. They'll wait the Molotov, and then they go for a push. LDLC making
This is a bait, right? Because look at where Olofmeister is with the bomb and 3 players on A, and Mr. is the only one still on B. He needs to, I'm hoping he doesn't leave. I'm hoping they just wait to see if that bomb gets planted. If they have that kind of presence of mind, this is a problem though. Krim's fighting Twanu means that now they're really under pressure. They're going to pull another player over, and Olofmeister has all the time in the world to get that bomb down, and no one will be any the wiser.
It's one thing to have players at the sites, another having them get kills. That's the perfect sort of bait and switch setup, and Olofmeister very easily sneaks in towards the B site. Bomb down, Maniac's the last man standing. That's Krim's second there. That was over towards Truck. So that's his second kill in that direction. A Maniac with 15 points of health. Krim's another one for him. What a fantastic round. 4 kills, and I dare say they were all with that Deagle as well. He brought it up to start with, and he made good use of it.
How dare I doubt him? You know, he was at a disadvantage, came to this round with just the deagle, and you know, you think, he's not going to do much with that. Surely not.
The
but
cheapest weapon
no.
on his team at that time.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, he's able to pull it off, and that's going to be frustrating for LDLC. They kind of got not only baited into thinking it was A, but even losing out on the A bomb site while Elfmeister was up to no good at B. So, got to be frustrating for them. And you know, if you're LDLC, what do you do now? You kind of, I like this. This is like that Virtus Pro play they used to do on the CT side on Cobble. They'd sit by mid and just have this kind of like wall, right? And I actually like they'll just have to swing out because that molly is there. But you know, that's good. That's still a gun away. They're doing just fine. All they have is P250s and a USP.
You're not too concerned about giving away their position, although they've definitely done that now with Flusher probably spotting a few players, escaping away from sandbags. As Maniac now just trying to hold his own here. A good amount of damage he's made to stick to Olofmeister, but there's 2 smokes in his way. Doesn't really seem to phase the man. He's going to push through it. Alex and Maniac both going down. The aforementioned, of course, trying to push that smoke, and Olofmeister a very comfortable anti-eco. Round 3 kills for him.
Yeah, good for them to just stabilize again, keep that money nice and high, or at least, you know, with that buffer. Because LDLC are starting to be a little lower. Maniac having to drop out the AWP there, and he doesn't have a great deal to work with. They can kind of share the wealth, so they'll be okay in the end. But as you can see, are we going for a double AWP here? We might be. Who's going to be rocking that? So Twanu and Mistu going to be working on that one. Twanu, I guess, is all eyes on him. Mistu, the secondary AWPer, but I haven't seen much from this guy on the AWP, so I want to keep eyes on that. Alex already going to find JW towards mid. That was just straight through smoke, just spamming it out on the timing, hoping for the best. But this looks like a bit of a B hit coming through. Olofmeister has to back away because they've lost that presence in mid from JW, and now recovers the AWP as well. And look at Olofmeister. Brazen, as you like, walking out in mid, and he even takes the fight towards Alex. That's confidence, and Mistu needs to be able to replicate that.
Yeah, Maniac, that second line or first line in terms of where he was standing there, able to just foil this attempted execute towards B. In fact, Fnatic didn't get close enough to do it. Now it's Olof, but he won't spot Mistu in his periphery there. It's a shot even through the vent to take the kill. Nice forward positioning over at B there. A bit of CT aggression goes a long way sometimes, especially when Fnatic are already mid-step executing on B before they get caught.
Yeah, just losing out on JW and mid just seemed to have hindered them so much. It was, you know, the hamstring almost goes, because instantly you have to put Olofmeister back around, instantly you have to make all these changes, and you're in a kind of disposition. Different, double up T side, double up CT side. All right, maybe Olofmeister's feeling this one as well. If he's starting to feel like he can do some big damage.
Bugger off, JW. Buy your own AWP. I'm keeping this.
All right, what have you got here, Fnatic? I want to see this, because I'm curious. Now, Alex is on the UMP, so I'm surprised. I don't think he's going to be the one boosting. Yeah, so boosted, should I say. Existence could be up and over, and no one's directly watching this. I think Dennis is just waiting to boost up JW. This could be a problem. And now this dude's quicker on the trigger. It's Existence, but he just doesn't hit the shot. That's a bit of a shame, and you're not going to back out cleanly from this. Surprised they didn't try and punish it even more, but the flash is coming through, and a great molly. That denies JW completely. They have to just wait it out, and no one can punish that kind of early aggression from Existence. He's going to back away and try and find some respite.
At best, he would have been able to get maybe towards sandbags there before there's a peek over the boost. JW finds Alex and Olofmeister just shutting the door there as well, just trying to create as much trouble over at this side as he possibly can. It's really just him and Dennis making his way slowly in towards A main. Fnatic still spread to a degree, hoping for picks with these AWPs. They found one. Olofmeister, that's the second.
Something with Fnatic in this style, if you give them a pick, they'll kind of play this, not necessarily puggy, I don't think that's the right word, but they play to those picks, so you don't allow them to play. You play very passive almost around it. But Twanu is going to be just under severe pressure. Everything he was trying to do then, no escape from it. Mistu, I just ideally want to keep that up, and we'll see if he can actually manage that. JW is already by the vent, so he could chase it if he fancies, but the vents aren't broken, so it would give it away a bit, but he's going to go hunting, and they're all going to go hunting. You can see instantly all of them peeling off from this. But Fnatic, beautiful approach, making LDLC very uncomfortable, and there you go. The AWP goes out of the hands of LDLC, and both AWP, should I say, as well with that. So money-wise, they're in a predicament. You can see Alex is very, very low. He was already on that UMP before. Twanu down to 2.3. And on the other side, Fnatic starting to get back in this nice 2.8k sitting behind them after a full buy. So they're sitting in a nice spot here, especially at 6-2.
And Fnatic seeming comfortable enough playing a bit of contact CS, at least at arm's length with these AWPs. Now, the kill from Olofmeister there could go either way sometimes. You can actually see that he's back on a rifle here. So no more of those shenanigans here, maybe Fnatic hoping to get a little bit more up in the face of LDLC. Nothing to be seen in mid. No smokes forthcoming from LDLC, and they lack them entirely. Existence is hoping for Fnatic to extend into mid. We've seen this already from them this game. And then Twanu decided to waltz into mid with aggressive positioning the round after and get that pick. Oh, beautiful shot from Crims to open things up there. That's the entry you're looking for. Not the easiest to make, of course, but the head of Alex does go rolling.
Yeah, and again, you want to keep this as pristine as you like. Smoke out, mollies out. I love this. I love seeing Fnatic doing this, putting the time into using those mollies. Hopefully it works out for Twanu's in a really nice angle, but at the end of the day, Twanu's still alive. They know there's a P250 here, but there you go. Utility comes into practice, into play, and it works out so well. Bomb goes down, 4 alive, and Mistu in existence playing back into this. Should never be able to pull this one off, as Mistu now just has 4 people staring him down. He does at least find Dennis, but Dennis is not enough to win the round. olofmeister closes, 3 alive, bomb plant, and they just use everything they have to keep this one nice and clean. I can imagine this pause probably coming in from LDLC here if they want to take the time to maybe consider what are their best options to deal with this. How do we stop allowing them to get those opportunities? You know, you've got to give it credit to Fnatic. They are finding them on quite a consistent basis, whether it be Crims, you know, having that little bit of a playthrough by Squeaky, whether you get a bit of mid-action going on with olofmeister. They are definitely all over the map. It's very hard for them to kind of handle this so far.
So what are we talking about in terms of LDLC's current direction? It is actually 2-7 the other way around. LDLC are behind by a few rounds. But what is the answer to this? Because we're seeing Fnatic, you know, it's been said they're a bit of an analyst's nightmare sometimes. You know, they don't rely on these really elaborate executes, often want to play contact towards a lot of these sites or play off a first pick and go for it.
It's a team's nightmare, isn't it, playing against Fnatic? Because, okay, it's in theory, you just don't let them get picks early on. You don't let them play that puggy style, but that's easier said than done when they have incredibly good players at creating those opportunities. If you don't have the full utility set, if you don't have orbs, it's hard to keep them at arm's length. So for me, LDLC, that's the questions they'll be asking themselves. And if you're existent, you've got to have plans in mind how to deal with this. I remember speaking to Dupree about how they face against FaZe, because FaZe have that kind of, they have some structure, they do have some pieces to put down, but they do still play quite a puggy-ish style. They'll go for those picks, they'll play off the picks. It's not a bad plan, it's good, it works very well. Of course, you know, FaZe did incredibly well at Katowice, and they've been really on the up and coming. So, you know, it's for LDLC, how do you intend to do this? How do you want to try and spread it well enough with the money that you can still get guns, that you can still get as much utility as you can to try and hinder those early pieces of play? But that's what we're going to see if they manage to do. Twanu's got the AWP again, and maybe he can get a quick play towards mid, but it's dangerous, and you're kind of toying with the idea of this. But the fast double smoke towards mid, that kind of keeps you guessing. That could be a split towards B coming in. Instantly, Twanu wonders about the vents. Yeah. He has to back away. It means that the CT side gets no information as to what you're actually doing here. But really, Fnatic aren't actually doing much different. Olaf and Dennis are actually out in mid, but there's the first problem. Already JW finding Alex means that A is now going to be pressured, and Twanu doesn't see him. The boost, beautiful position from Crims, and it feels like nowhere's safe right now for LDLC.
And it's not looking good now. They're being spread across the map. Mistu still needs to remain a B just in case Fnatic try to tricky olofmeister play yet again, but he himself was over towards Highway. Existence down with LDLC at a very tenuous economical situation here, are going to opt not to take the fight. In rounds where we've seen LDLC go for a bit more aggressive positioning, perhaps some risks taken, play close, as this map often lends itself to in some of these, you know, corridor situations, they've done fairly well. But LDLC were forced to give control of mid. JW gets a pick in A, making it very dangerous for LDLC to actually try and get close. Perhaps that might be the answer there. Bit of initiative. Maniac gets the first shot, but now have 2 players to try and deal with. Doesn't get Dennis. Olof chooses not to challenge here and risk losing his gun. Mistu also found Flusher pushing over towards T-spawn here. So not the worst scenario here for LDLC in this round, getting some damage done. And there it is, Crims, who's been very sharp tonight. Well, at least get rid of Maniac.
Yeah, the trials of Maniac then. It was just like, how many people are going to come around that corner? And a smile from Olaf.
How much money do they want to spend on this?
Yeah, but they've still got great bank, you know what I mean? Like, JW's will stay on 9k, he's just dropped out the rifle. I think that was to Dennis, quite possibly. And still got 8k on olofmeister too. So these guys are pretty good for money. And there's the front spawn that we saw last time around, Crims going for. He actually got bested when he went for this last. So maybe he can spin it up a bit this round because, well, he's against pistols. A couple of bits of upgraded armor, and of course you do that. Of course you do, Alex. He's having a tough time here, Alex, actually. Last time we had a great game before, we've seen it. The boost even gets spotted. Nothing's really working here for LDLC, and it was quite late.
Dennis now flash. He knows there's a player up there. Existence cleverly backs away quickly, but Fnatic are already on top of LDLC here. Now on towards the site. Forklift is where Dennis is at. Molly in hand. And Mistu and Maniac are nowhere near this situation and don't look like they're inclined to get involved. Maniac on nothing but a Desert Eagle here, and well, he just wants exits if that's even going to be the case. Just hold that angle. 2v5. Fnatic looking very, very good here. Misty does get 1. But that's about all that Fnatic's been suffering in a lot of these rounds. It has been squeaky clean for the most part, like you mentioned.
It's getting to the point where doing damage is nice in theory, but you just need rounds on the board. So for LDLC, you kind of need that answer pretty soon, boys. Maniac trying to just find anything. If you can get a gun away, that's great for him. But there's a lot of players very close by. JW, I guess, is the next on the chopping board. And not going to get that done. JW is quick today, it seems. And Mistu trying to keep hold of this M4 again. This is another round he's trying to keep hold of it, but you can see there's a player just on top of the containers. Mistu expects that. JW, do you want to go for it as well? He's bunny hopping around for it. Mistu not going to stay. That's frustrating. They can buy into this, but it would have been nice for him to keep that, so maybe he could drop someone out so they get full utility set.
Interesting times for LDLC in general lately. I think we mentioned it earlier, they're trying to obviously play some Star Ladder. They didn't manage to qualify for that main event, but they've just moved into a gaming house there as well. So be interested to see how we track their progress, if that actually makes a difference. For some teams it helps, some it doesn't. But at least they're now, it's 2017, they've got this all sorted out here. Alex, forward and mid. This is LDLC taking a little bit more real estate. Double AWP in play as well, hoping to try and control Fnatic from arm's length. But again, Crims at large.
Yeah, it's his domain, and the problem is now for LDLC, they don't want to commit towards that middle aggression. Alex is so pushed up, he has to. Existence actually falls back and still makes it work. I'm kind of surprised. Crims is normally so on point with that sort of play, pressuring even further towards Highway, but it's not to be the case this time around. But Dennis already with a nice angle, trying to hold the kind of push straight up. He's going to get the shot. Existence not going to stand a chance, and Dennis wants more, but the timing, not on his side there, but the money goes down. He's still going to go after it. Dennis is hungry, and he gets the job done. 2v2 now. Plant is in as JW and Dennis to hold against Alex and Maniac.
Yep, gonna go over the top there as well. Realize there might have been a slight gap in the smoke towards a toxic barrel there. And that might help Fnatic here. Maniac gets across towards the site. Going to get for the defuse now, the 1v1. Dennis would be encroaching. 66 health, he's not gonna get it done, almost. But not enough. The bomb defused in the last second before the shots came through, and Fnatic do gift LDLC another round. But hey, they asserted themselves on the map. They took control, they played the retake. It could have gone either way, but steps in the right direction for LDLC to assert themselves on the CT side.
Look at the money. It's so bad. They need so many alive in this. They need everything.
5 players in a round that you win, which is one of only 3.
And Olaf Meister's got a spot now. Mr. and Maniac do like to push up here as well. I'm curious to see if Olaf Meister gets the angle. He did, but he didn't hit the shot. It was close then as well. He now knows what they're up to. Maybe a vent boost, maybe just pressure towards Checkers. That could allow maybe Flusher to get a bit of play over here, and it has. There he is, finding Maniac instantly through the smoke, but expected to catch him on the back away there. But here's the aggression again. At least LDLC are trying to find ways into this through the extremities of the map. We saw last time it was Twanu pushing there with the ult, but it didn't work out. And now Mistu's in a little bit of a problem here. He's kind of stuck. And if there was more mollies, if there's nades, that's going to be a place they're going to check.
And a flash blooming from that position should tell Fnatic that there's a player playing close and was hoping to peek forward for that one. Still, good flash coming in there as well from a teammate of Mistu. And that's going to allow him to go out and get the peek spray down on Flusher. Still went down to 9 HP, despite Flusher being blind for some of the duration. But now Olaf Meister essentially has to wait. Maybe get Crims to try and draw some other players out. He himself has a flash and a smoke to provoke some movement if required. But Crims is going to work through events. They're going to try and pincer this. And Existence. Forward positioning again.
It's weird positioning though, because Twanu's all the way around the back. Existence is still careful of A, and if he sees Dennis cross, which he just did, it means that he might overthink that it's an A hit. But actually, Twanu's still in a good position. I'm hoping Twanu goes towards vents because Crims is so paranoid. Look at him, he's like, I don't know where this guy is. There could be more pushing around the back. What's the timing on this? Waiting for JW to get in position towards CT. Deep. This is like, wrapping around a... it's such a strange round coming out here, but the position is going to work out well. Good patience from Fnatic to wait for JW there. Now it's go time. Crims gets flashed in. There's still Alex, and there's still Twanu.
Twanu's going to have his crack now. He does get the bomb loose. Molotov in hand to try and prevent that from being picked up, but he's a little bit too slow. JW does skip across the top of it. Alex had a big opportunity. He was up on those rafters and unspotted, but Fnatic still managed to trade that out despite unexpected positioning. Smokes up, bomb down, and so is Existence there. JW follow up with a nade lobbed. Not quite well enough to find Twanu, but he's going to get the peek out towards the left side anyway. Beautiful stuff from him. 4 kills from the round, and a very well-navigated 1v2.
That was such a nice bit of play from JW, especially with the earlier positioning coming out as well, kind of splitting right between LDLC, and you've got a feel in a way for them, but still, that guy just outplayed them just straight up. That was so nice. And well, LDLC, you need the last couple of rounds pretty much here. They know it as well. They're on that marker where 3's just not enough, I feel, at this point for them to get a really good competitive half in. And well, upgraded pistols, it's not going to work out too well, I can imagine, but let's see if they can do damage. We know that there is a possibility of it, but already losing mid-control, gonna have to respect this. They can't really take the fight, and hopefully Alex moves off this pretty soon. Yeah, he suddenly realized, okay, well, highway's open. I need to get away from those barrels because here comes Dennis. Alex, though, finds JW, but look at this. Dennis in such a nice spot, and Olaf Meister just gets gifted kills through the smoke. Again?
Gonna try another one. Oh, Alex ducks under it. Didn't realize. Self-preservation, purely by instinct, perhaps, but the bomb's still not planted. Crims has it. He's a little bit pinned down in highway here. He does have some backup from Flusher, who's watching mid. And that was very nice. Misty's going to shut down any flank. 2 players up. 1 minute remains.
They're surrounded, but Fnatic with their backs to the wall in any situation seem to come out swinging, and no real guns recovered at this point either for LDLC. Flusher gonna make some noise, but look at Crims. Crims is the man with the bomb, and he is the one not going that way. It was a nice intention, you know, a bit of play coming out from Fnatic, but still, it doesn't really matter, as Maniac was just in the right place at the right time to catch that out and see exactly where it was going. But Flusher, okay, you've got 2 players who are low. And he's in an interesting spot, but Mistu's in a good one as well, so he might be able to get contact on this, and then Maniac can take the fight if Flusher swings out on it. And there it is. Really well set in the end by LDLC, just setting up around the bomb, not letting it slip too far away, and they actually get around on the board. If they get this last one, you've got a decent half-ish coming in.
Yeah.
Calm down, production.
Yeah, not quite
They're getting excited. Like,
Interesting round there. Crims was in an awkward position and relied on Flusher to a great degree to try and cover his back from mid. But then Flusher had to go and bail his team out. It was a 2v4 situation, had to go through vents, try and make something happen at B, and then Crims, his back wasn't covered. That's when LDLC struck. Last round of the half here, Molotov to stop any boost, and JW was looking for it.
Flusher, you going through that smoke? Oh, he's found a nice little gap to weigh in, so if Mistu tries to push forward into the box, that's a problem. But Alex finally seems to become the victor in mid. He was getting a bit of a beating for a couple of rounds, but he's found a way to find the angle, and he's going to do just that. So 5v3, Fnatic might need to kind of pull themselves back in together, because at the moment LDLC have got the angles and they're just hitting the shots. Fnatic this time not looking so potent, not together, just kind of individually falling apart, but Dennis being given plenty of opportunity to find Alex there.
LDLC finding a bit more aggression, some step towards Fnatic, but Olofmeister, no respect. Headshot, existence down, now smoke in towards mid. And it's going to be the terrible duo, Dennis and Olaf.
And look at the positioning from LDLC. You've got 1 at B, 1 mid, 1 A. This is tough, because Olofmeister's going to go around towards B right now with the bomb. Now, he's going to have to commit to this angle if he wants to declare it, of course. That's why Mr. is here. It's a nice angle to have. And it should be an early warning system for Maniac to be able to rotate quickly, but it's still risky. And he's going to hit the vent break. Timing is everything. Okay, so the bomb takes the shot, and now you've got to think, where's Dennis? We heard him by vents. There it is. Nicely planned out mental game then in the end from LDLC. And this last couple of rounds keeping their cool. Seemed they finally got a grip on what Fnatic were doing. But still, 10-5 is a good half for Fnatic here. It's all in LDLC's court to try and bring a competitive matchup.
It's 10-5 here on Cash, and the Wolves have started to find a little bit of bite in the last few rounds there, turning a bit of aggression on the CT side to their advantage, but Fnatic, it's 10 rounds for them, of course, at the half, and they seem to have been in control for the most part.
Yeah, they seem to have their kind of away with the first half of this map, but it turned around a little bit towards the end of that first half. So we'll see if it continues into this, if they get that blistering start they would like to. And considering you have some of the world's best pistol players on the side, or at least especially Dennis with Fnatic, you've got to be thinking they're in a very good shoe-in for this one. But we'll see what you can find. As LDLC, you know what you're coming up against. There's no surprises here. You've got a little boost over at B, just keep a little bit of a peek down towards the B halls. And now Alex is going to be trying to get that mid control. So very much on his own here, and he's just going to see how far he can get. And now you start wondering, why have I got here? And why did I not kill him?
Yeah, it's because Flusher got dinked, I think, by Alex or one of the LDLC players in mid, forced him to back away. Now he has even less health. So all that space Alex has made good use of in terms of getting that damage done in this pistol round. But off the back of that, LDLC haven't made a huge move. Still not enough information gained, or perhaps the timing's not there. But two very low players on Fnatic is surely a good sign.
Yeah, really good start. It's forcing Fnatic to play incredibly passive, but they seem to have this idea anyway. They maybe it was just a response to that early dink towards Flusher and the follow-up towards JW, but here comes the pinch. Two players working through highway. Maybe Existence is going to just kind of stay where he is, try and get connect control, allow Alex more play. And you always know there's going to be the threat of Olafmeister slowly pushing B at some point. Where it comes in is yet to be seen, but JW still with 2 HP being incredibly potent. Crims finds 2, and well, so far this is all fallen to pieces. I guess damage doesn't matter when you're against people like Fnatic, because they will hold on to this round. Mistu has to get this one under the belt very quickly, because there is support on the way, and there's Olafmeister behind him, but it's Dennis to do the deed in the end, getting the final kill, but Crims with an important 2 as well.
It's incredible how much execution really makes a difference into some of these rounds. Alex had gotten so close, he was almost at red, and still, 2 LDLC players die within the next second. And with only 2 points of health, it was Crims, I believe, to find that headshot as well. That's nutty stuff. And Fnatic, again, pistol round under their belt. It wasn't all about Dennis even that time. So now, a mix of UMPs to come in.
All right.
Fresh amount of utility.
Existence, show me those executes. You know, this is the guy, man. You know, I theory craft everything perfectly. And I think these could be the deep, I wonder if it's like the Estrella style smoke, where they're the deep 2 that sit at the very back of the truck, or if it's going to be the highway block. We'll see what they go for. They're already going to be put down, but they're playing ahead of it. And yeah, it's the 2 that kind of split, one towards Forklift and one just deeper, so you can kind of split almost a line. But the problem is, there's someone boosted up, and it's Crims, so everything falls apart. Whether or not he even stays alive at the end, he's still got support. And theory craft all you want, but when someone outpositions you like that, because it takes you time to do these sort of hits, that's a big problem.
And of course they want to play ahead of that. Also, they probably didn't have the suite of utility after losing the pistol round to really canvas off the side ideally. So they had to say, okay, the one angle we don't have covered off, we need to just throw 3 people at. That one spot was all that Fnatic needed to completely dismantle that setup from LDLC, despite obviously the cerebral process that had gone into it.
But if you're Fnatic as well, LDLC aren't the first team to do that sort of thing. So you know how to individually respond to it. It's like, okay, well, I'll just push up. And speaking of pushing up, hello. Okay, somehow he only finds 1 there. I guess having a UMP for a couple of times doesn't always work out, but Dennis just gets 4. It's a massacre. It wasn't eco, so I'm not too excited. But you know what? Just you know, puts the teeth on the curb and head on top, you know, foot on top. So painful times for LDLC. Not fun, not getting much done during those first couple of rounds either. You know, you're going to be light on a couple of pieces, probably no AWP going to be coming out, a few mollies, if any. I don't think we're going to see any on this one. So yeah, LDLC having to just kind of pull this one back into it, but by this point, look at the scoreline. It's 13-5. Fnatic have such an advantage, and JW, you're going to go aggressive for me? JW, you're going to do something here? Because so far he's soloing out on A, so I might just play from quad, play it safe. But you know, when you see JW, you want to see exciting things, and you do not expect that.
You see a lifeless corpse on the A side. That's allowed LDLC straight on in. They're wasting no time. Again, aggression. Flusher.
Okay.
Finds Maniac through the smoke, and we'll leave it at that. Now he's going to move over towards Toxic and finds another one there. Alex goes down. Sure, 19 points of health. It's a 3v3. And now it has to be retake played for Fnatic. Now, 3 flashes and a Molotov between them. They've got a good amount of utility to work this with. Good weapons. Mistu pushes forward. Flusher is already well and truly under the skin of LDLC position-wise here. Mistu gets taken down. He don't know where they came from. Okay. Okay, Flusher. Back towards Forklift.
What do you say about this?
I don't want to quote Natu all the time, like we often do, but very good positioning from him and good prediction. 2v1.
Flusher.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Flusher just shit on him. I'm sorry. Did you just see that round? Like, what are you gonna do? They didn't even get to see him half the time.
And you know, it's not even a family show, Lauren. I can't even say that because of what he did on the screen. It's probably banned in like 40 countries anyway.
Yeah. This is
especially on TV.
Yeah. It's when YouPorn just, you know, they put out that info tweet like, please don't upload this, guys. We don't allow this sort of thing on our site. So what can you do?
Unhinged.
What
Okay.
can you do? All right, now we got the double op.
So
now,
you get
Dennis
saucy when you see good CS. I like it. Saucy
CS. No, the interesting thing is Dennis is on the double up. Now, at the moment, we've been seeing, like, if you look at Inferno, which we'll probably see actually coming up after this, you see the double up on the CT side a hell of a lot for them, which is Olaf and JW. Maybe Dennis just fancies to go on it. Why not? You know, you're 14-5 up. You got Flusher doing Flusher things, so you might as well just have a bit of fun.
Well, I'd like to think that Fnatic having fun right now. It's a comfortable margin for them, to say the very least. And the psychological damage that they've just inflicted, well, might take some time to recover from, but LDLC don't have that. They've got, well, at least 2 rounds. A minute remains, and LDLC are very slowly creeping forward on this one. Less than optimal weaponry, less than optimal utility. Even though helmet on Twanu as well, so that could make a difference. We'll see. Flusher giving a bit of ground here, but now chooses to spring forward. The flash was perfectly laid, and Alex is also laid to rest. Existence is not on for this world either, surely not. No, he's low on health. Flusher doing what he does best, straight down the dunny. And now it's Maniac in a 1v5 situation. The luck of the Swiss, not a thing, and clearly not present.
No. Maniac, good luck. You're in a 1v5 and JW's just wallbanging. It's just like, if you're Maniac's there, like, just don't, you wouldn't wallbang the same place twice, would you? No? No. Yeah, oh. Wait. The problem is that, okay, there's like 2 more players coming in, but I was hoping JW would hit that, but it's not going to be. But still, if you looked at Cash, to be fair, you're always going to kind of think that Fnatic would kind of work this one out a little bit more. LDLC never really got the chance to get going. On their T side particularly, they've been shut down quite hard. Even those first 3 rounds, they barely got kills throughout it, just purely because Fnatic was so dominant. So it's very hard to get that full utility set that could actually force these guys out of positions. So Fnatic haven't even had to go to the lengths that they can go to. I'm hoping we get to see maybe a molly piece over towards B, something that the French sides used to do a lot. Maybe we'll get to see a bit of that. But the problem is that Dennis has brought an AWP over here, so maybe something you don't expect to be seeing.
We'll have the stopping power at the very least. Maybe not for 5 players. Molly down. A little bit annoying for Dennis to see above the incandescence, and he's forced to back away there to take a slight bit of damage. Well, now the rest of Fnatic are converging on B as well.
Yeah, you've got Flusher here and Olaf Meister as well. This is the problem. The crossfire was always in place. It was never going to leave. And if you're already struggling with just 1 player like Dennis, you're going to struggle with 2 more being on the other side. Olaf Meister just waiting for the time to kind of set the pace here and just take the fight. He will, and he gets punished for it. Twanu's aware of this, and Existence was with him, but still. The point is, LDLC are in a 2v3, and this is going to be a tough one for them to find out of. Fnatic have smothered the bomb site and the bomb itself, so they have to play into this against a team with full utility, 2 AWPs. You know, if you want to look at the odds here, you're looking at nil point.
Don't know what that means, but we'll carry on. For Twanu, the spirit is willing, but the body so far has not been up to the challenge. It's the 1v3, it's the flash in, it is the dumpstering. Crims to get the job done, and it will be Fnatic a commanding victory and a second half that was all painted in the orange. Very nice showing from Fnatic, Lauren. And what do you say about that?
Not a lot. Fnatic look strong, look good. It's Cash. I want to look at Inferno next. That's where I'm hoping LDLC have done some work, put some time in. They can kind of pull out that kind of almost pocket pick of a map. That's what I hope to see. But, you know, Fnatic are in this form. You got to make them respect you first. And at the moment, Fnatic don't need to.
Well, before we get over to Inferno, let's head over towards Broses and the rest of the desk here just to give us a few thoughts on how that went down.
Why not? Thank you, guys. Well, it is incredible how quickly tides can turn when you're playing against Fnatic. That is a dangerous team, and they seem to be catching steam and gaining power, as we knew they would with this new lineup coming back into it, or this new old lineup as we've kind of dubbed it. I've got Sadicus, I've got Sponge here to break it down with me, and boys, it looked like it could have been okay at a certain point. I mean, LDLC did win the 4th round, but the follow-up losing that round, the economic reset right at the start, I mean, it just spirals from there.
Yeah, Crims on the deagle. It's not something we always see, but it's good when you do, and as my mum always says, a quick game's a good game. So we're all happy with that one, I think.
So that explains you and why you're here. The quick game.
Okay, I see where you went with that. Not bad. Well, you got about
Deep meta.
Yeah, right.
Deep meta.
Took a while to really get there.
We got that.
I mean, you did get 2 rounds, that vaunted double up setup that you were talking about. 2 rounds they used it for. How'd it look? Good?
Yeah. I mean, didn't really need it after the first half, did they? That's the thing. It's that their T-sides are so quick, and when they're hitting shots, they're really capable of opening up bomb sites. Fnatic is still one of the teams, as they were before, that doesn't rely on execution. I think, if anything, it's kind of encouraging that FaZe did so well for them at Katowice because they're playing a similar style to what Fnatic used to play. They're just walking in, letting Nico boss players take the individual skill. The problem is the individual skill from Olaf still isn't at the place where it used to be, and he was a big factor in that.
Well, in this game right here, you know, across the board for the Fnatic players, we get to see why they're so scary because everybody can get multi-frags when they, the opportunity's there, right? Everybody can get those 2-3 kills when they need to or when the players are in front of them. The thing which, you know, I wanted to touch on the pre-show, but Jason unfortunately cut us short, was that...
Yeah, it was me. It was me. It's my decision.
Welcome to the hosting role. Now you get blamed for everything.
These Fnatic guys have played together for such a long period of time. We have the LGB trio.
He is the alpha male, just
Dennis,
by the way. I just want to
and Olaf. And then we have JW and Flusher, who have also played together for a long period of time. And then these guys all played together with each other for like a year or something, right? So these guys have like some of the best chemistry in the game. It's not something we always look at. We just go, oh, you know, they're not keeping up with the current meta. But the way that these guys feed off of each other and make decisions based, like without actually doing the theoretical Counter-Strike, they've built this over time and by, you know, knowing what one another does.
Well, I mean, delve into that a little bit more because we actually saw that occur. That what was it? It was the 5th round, the reset round that I just mentioned. We watched it together where they faked over towards A. Olaf was alone at B with the bomb, and they just kind of like pulled LDLC in like 3 different directions, and then just walked into a free bomb site.
Yeah, and that was like, I think there was a misplay there by LDLC as well as a good play by Fnatic. The LDLC players wanted to retake mid control. We always talk about this, you know, Cache is such a hard map to have all of the spots locked down mid, B, and A. So they had, I think they had the opening frag, right? And then all of them dropped out of the A bomb site, like one smoke was placed down. They had 3 players retake middle, and then the Fnatic guys, like you said, just strolled onto the site. They traded off each other well and took space off each other very well, and then just Crim's 4 Deagle kills.
Yeah, and I mean, all the meanwhile, it didn't even really matter because Olaf was alone at B with the bomb, just marched and got a free plant. Is this Fnatic team? Are they going to be good? Are they going to be a top?
Yes.
Are they going to be a top 4 team?
Top 4? I'm not sure right now 100%. In the current form. I don't think top 4.
Pick something and stick to it, man.
I'm gonna. Well, do you want an explanation? Are we just saying yes or no? I'm saying no. I don't think they'll be.
Give me an explanation.
I think they'll have waves.
Let's do the explanation.
They'll have an up and down couple of terms. I just think that there's so many strategical leaders right now that are really executing smart discipline in the map pool as well. I mean, you take out Dust 2, which is more of a freestyle. You bring back Fnatic. Now, granted, Fnatic was good on Fnatic, but the teams that I'm going to reference, SK, were extremely good on it. They were one of the teams that used to beat Fnatic on it all the time. Astralis, always good on it, also used to beat Fnatic all the time. So I think map pool will be an issue for them. I think the extra 10 seconds has lended itself well to tactical teams. I know that was in there toward the end of their tenure or whatever you want to call it, their 7-tournament run.
Winning streak.
Yeah, exactly. But I see them being top 6, top 8. I don't see them being consistently in the top 4. To be fair, I don't see anyone consistent.
You can have a rebuttal. Yeah, you can have whatever you want.
Let's do it.
So I was getting in the minds of
I got a hair in my
you know,
face.
I was chatting to him in Poland, and Jumpy he was saying Jumpy is a very tactical coach. And if they get this strategical backbone, you know, they get a bit of a tactical edge. They don't need to be like the other teams, like Astralis. They don't need to be like the SK. What I think is going to be positive for them is bringing a little bit of that into their gameplay while keeping their general pack roll style and just being able to fall back on executes. That's what we haven't seen from them in the past. And I think they got humbled a little bit, right? You know, they definitely are more hungry now than they have been in the past.
Yeah, but I mean, they have shown resistance to some of that tactical adaptation. So that'll be interesting to see. But we are going to head to break. And when we return, we will get the second map coming up between these 2 teams. We'll see if Fnatic can go 2-0 on the evening, start to climb those ranks. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
closer. AW.
Looking for him. He's going to get it. It's a headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
One last map on the day. It's going to be Fnatic versus LDLC. It's going to be on the Inferno, a map that's not been kind since it came back into the pool for Fnatic. They did lose to Gambit Big, and they also had their dreams crushed at Katowice by Astralis. Joining me are two show-offs, massive show-offs. We have someone wearing a mop and someone who looks like he does his own poetry and posts it on MySpace.
You jealous? I used to do my own poetry and post it on MySpace.
Did you? I know, he really did.
Oh.
I've seen it.
It's good. Some of it was really good.
It's atrocious.
It's fantastic. All right?
Do a flip. Do it like a hair flip. I don't even know.
Are you just jealous because you can't partake in this right now?
Yeah, I'm massively jealous of this.
Look how beautiful. I didn't put any product in. I washed it.
It's just greasy and disgusting.
Shimmering.
Well, our hair is about as much of a train wreck as Inferno at the moment because it's a bit of a all over the place map. You know, we haven't really seen much structure come into play. I've seen some interesting strategies. SK did like a really cool A wall of smokes where they kind of smoked across the front of the site so you could have all of Diggity and Pit control. That was interesting. You know, there's been some B executes that I've seen. Some teams have been working out Molotovs to get all the bomb site locked down.
How long does it seem to take teams to really start to figure out new maps? Like how long, like Nuke, you know, when it came in, Overpass, Cobble, when these maps come in, how long? 3 months, 4 months?
Inferno is going to be accelerated over those other maps because those other maps people want to be hesitant of because it's like, well, they're new, we don't like new. Whereas Inferno, it's basically the old map, just a much better version in terms of cleaner. You know, it's easier to approach the map, I think, than having the Cobble, the Overpass, the Nuke, which all kind of had new, very different ways of approaching them.
Yeah, Nuke was entirely different. A whole new catwalk, like parts of the map that didn't exist before. Whereas the essence of Inferno
and it's
has
just
been
Nuke. Everyone's scared of that to a degree.
Exactly. Yeah, I 100% agree. But Inferno, it's kept the essence. There's two major changes, and both of them are around B. One of them seems insignificant at first, but I'll hit on that second. The first one is obviously Banana. That's very different. No pillars. The wall is very spammable. Even if you smoke it, you can't hide under the pillars, so that wall becomes boostable both directions. We're seeing some dynamics in that. I think Banana control has become more of a fight than it used to be, especially without the smoke that lands at the bottom of Banana from the A-side player. There's less utility. You've got to commit a little bit more. And we're seeing already, in fact, and I can't remember which map it was at Katowice, which two teams were playing at the time. It wasn't the Fnatic Astralis game, but it was another.
I feel like you have a very good point to make here.
Well, a lot of teams are putting more time into alt-middle boilers right off. And Astralis was in the second game. I can't remember. I think it was Heroic that they were playing. But they're putting more time onto A at the start of the round, whereas it used to be all about Banana early. The second change, and it seems last, is also around Banana, but it's the lack of the wicket gate behind in the back of the B site that lands at New Box, because a couple teams were starting to utilize that, and SK was very good at it with the triple Molotov strat of getting a Molotov on New Box and then Oranges 1 and Oranges 2. They can still skybox Orange 1 and Orange 2, but you can't get the Molotov as cleanly into New Box. So there's actually a bit of an advantage to the CTs there.
Does this new map at all, as we have a little bit of time, does this new map actually help kind of bring LDLC closer together to being able to beat Fnatic? Does it help them in any way, I guess is the best way to put it?
Well, historically speaking, yes. They just lost to Astralis on this map in overtime. The score was 25-23. And I think, you know, this is kind of where things get evened out because everyone's on the same, I guess, playing field, right? Yeah. Everyone's catching up in the same way. And LDLC can kind of geek it up a bit harder, right? They don't have these other tournaments they're worried about. They can practice Inferno as much as they need.
And they have Existence.
Yeah, who has come up with some awesome executes on the old version of Inferno. So we didn't really see a lot of that when we watched them play against Astralis in the Pro League. Hopefully we might see more of that tonight come out against Fnatic because I think if you have good executes, the Fnatic guys might not know how to react straight away.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing they're going to have to worry about, too, is, I mean, we saw this actually even just at Katowice with Alu, how aggressive he was towards alt-mid, how aggressive he was down mid. You put JW in that situation on the old Inferno, that was his bread and butter, that was his playstyle. So, I mean, what can they do exactly to counter that kind of play? How do you stop an AWPer from being that confident and that aggressive with it?
You just use the defensive mid smoke, right? You just from T-spawn, you throw it over the roof. That's how we used to do it, and the same you could do on top of Banana as well. And that way, even if they're playing behind it, they still can't pick you. So that way you can take that territory early, and then when the smoke clears, you're more ready for them to come out and pick. And just to build on Matt's point, I really like the fact they're going alt middle first, taking boiler and halls control, because you can't take as much damage there, or at least the CTs don't seem to be as aggressive there with their utility. And then that way you just circle back once you've got that. You've already pushed them off of those areas. You've made sure that's clear. You then go take banana control, and you can set up for an execute at either site. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what LDLC is going to have, what Existence has. I think a lot of people are excited to see what he can bring out strategically on this map. And to take you through it is Pansy and Uber.
Fnatic for my prediction.
Thank you very much. If you want to hear more from Matt, if you find his MySpace, you'll notice he likes to wear V-neck Henley shirts and look like Ashton Kutcher with his hair, but not quite as good looking.
I'd put them both in my top 8. Don't you worry, Mitch.
Oh,
look,
God.
Look,
I think there was one that was like, he had like an Xbox controller that wasn't connected. It wasn't even a wireless one. It was like waving it around.
Look,
it was great.
MySpace was a confusing time. If you ever look at the subreddit Blunder years, that summarizes me pretty well.
Shall we?
I actually kind of like cast all those pictures of me from the time off the internet. It's very hard to find any of them. But Matt embraced it, and I like that, you know?
They're still there.
Like,
yeah.
I still essentially wear the same clothes, just, you know, a couple of sizes up. But what can you do?
For better or for worse. That is it.
All
Well,
right.
Matt's, you know, he's seen better days.
Who hasn't had the edgy emo phase?
No, I had that too.
Like, I dyed my hair black and white.
I was red. I had
You
red
went
hair.
red?
Dark red. Like, I don't know, something I'm like, yeah. No, not quite ginger. Luckily, I could get away with it. Looked like someone out of My Chemical Romance, to be fair, which is probably the point.
One of the guitarists from My Chemical Romance actually follows me on Twitter these days. I'm wearing his t-shirt.
Why not
today.
on
There you
MySpace,
go.
Lauren?
Because I was about 12. That would have been a bit weird, I think.
I'm going to let that one go through to the keeper, as we say
All
in
right.
Australia.
So what we're going to say about this, though, is Fnatic, I want to keep my eyes on you. How are you going to play this one out? And LDLC, can you make them respect you enough that they don't just run all over you?
The last time we saw Fnatic on this particular map, they took Astralis quite close. It was actually at Katowice, where I think 5 out of 8 of the rounds they won on the T side, they had detonations. So either their strategic push towards a site and the plant was good, or they were using good ways of stalling time.
So initially I want to see as well as where Crims is playing too. This is going to be the interesting factor, but Olofmeister is just going to go straight up aggressive. They are not, they're playing to their skill level right now, Fnatic. They are not respecting LDLC to be a threat. It's not about individual respect, it's about the fact that LDLC cannot challenge them right now. And you're down to 3 players here.
And when you let Fnatic get into this mindset as well, which we have seen numerous times before, it is very hard to get back into the game. You need to demand this respect. And Maniac's trying to do it. Stand and deliver now. Made his way through apartments, but Dennis waiting back by Graveyard. 2 players now for him to choose from, damaging both, but Maniac finds him.
This is brilliant. And there you go. Shut down time. Well played to Existence and Maniac to stay in that round, because it's easy to feel, head starts to hang down as soon as you lose those 2 players. You lose control of B completely and Banana. But they found the instant response, and they played it so nicely. So well done to them to not let that get too much. And we're seeing the UMPs, boys. UMPs are coming out to play. It's like Call of Duty all over again, run and gun, and it's just, oof. It doesn't sit well with me in this game. It doesn't feel right in CSGO, but it does feel right to this map because you get all the mollies. You can molly off the top of Banana or nade it up if you fancy. Depends how you want to approach it. So far, Fnatic have, brought up what they can. They've got the upgraded pistols. Only 1 nade so far into Flush. We've got a couple of pieces already being put down, but it does get a little bit tricky because you've still got players like Crims playing towards B, right? Which is something we want to keep our eyes on if he does this consistently throughout this game. Generally, they do like a double AWP on here. We saw that during the previous games. They love running that one out, and that'll mean they switch on positions quite nicely, but there's that utility, forcing them out or isolating them. So now Olofmeister is stuck. He can't back away, and Crims couldn't really help him.
With so many mollies board here, Fnatic are going to have to tap dance the way out of some sticky situations if they want to play close. Crims, though, give him some respect and some distance. Couple shots rattle off from the 5-7, and he backs away. Finally, though, delivers very quickly, and we all love a bit of UMP action. Well, love it or hate it, it's here to stay, at least for the moment. Maniac finds JW. Smoke will obscure Flush's view of the site, but a nade just lobbed over will leave its mark. A solid amount of damage, but it's going to take more than that. He needs Dennis to come to his aid.
And Dennis is the pistol master, and that's 2, but 2 is not enough to make too much damage to this round. They've done quite nicely here. They can back on the UMPs if they want to, or upgrade to the rifles, or maybe just even further SMGs to build up more bank, which is a nice addition for them, because they know that Fnatic's economy is pretty broken. They might be able to get like a nade, AP 250, but you don't want to be buying much down below this.
And anyone tuning in sort of who maybe doesn't watch a ton of CS or watch it all the time should probably know that at the moment Inferno, like Chad said on the desk, a bit of a mess in terms of the way that teams are sort of approaching it, can give some erroneous results. That being said, LDLC did go to like 3 or 4 tiebreakers against Astralis in the Pro League actually on this particular map. So they at least showed themselves to be capable at that stage.
Yeah.
JW was hoping for a bit of a butcher, but no, it'll be LDLC. At least on Maniac to find him now, and Fnatic just sitting back over towards A, Crims at B on his own.
But I like that. They forced Olofmeister to pull himself over, because you want to just try and stack anywhere with these sort of pistols, try and find like 1 player ideally, or just anything at this point. These rounds aren't going to go your way, or they shouldn't go your way. It's especially on this buy, it's so low. But the bombs are pretty far back. Existence and Mistu just working over towards B. They could wrap around CT, I guess, at this point, but you know, it's all like feeling out the opponent. Where's that stack? Try and find it as much as possible. LDLC have cleaned out B. Twanu's going to come back, pick up the bomb. Has scored it all the way through. Now you've got Existence pushed up as well. He can be the player to stop anyone pushing back in. And well, there you go. This round should be wrapped up. I don't know if Dennis can find much. Otherwise, did a good bit of work. And actually, why not help him? Existence is going to behead Mistu there. And at least that means the gun's free. But they're going to be upgrading anyway after this round, I can imagine.
You'd think so, with Fnatic looking to get decent weapons in their hands pretty shortly. It was actually Mistu boosting over a smoke over a B to take down Crims. Didn't take much, obviously, for him to sort of own the site. It was 2 LDLC players on it, and Dennis knows he's going to have to meet his maker eventually. It's young money, cash money for Alex, though. Obviously, the Mac 10 going to be yielding a little bit of the aforementioned for him, but still, Fnatic, yeah, like we said earlier on, they're going to buy in. You see kits coming through. Just one, actually, for Flusher at this stage. But again, only one UMP to be seen.
Look at the purchase still from LDLC. What are they going to be up to here? They're sticking on Mac 10s, UMPs, going for that quote-unquote bonus round, Jaden round if you're Matt. It hasn't really stuck with anyone else, but I like it.
Well, still saying it, though.
Yeah. I'm hoping for maybe like a nice piece through apps, maybe, try and leap out. You can use these guns, you can jump with them, or maybe a fast wrap towards CT Arch, something. Let's see what they got. And yeah, it's going to be a quick piece towards CT Arch, but the problem is Flusher's there, and the infamous Flusher flip might come back to haunt us. Look at this guy. He's so on point at the moment. That UMP in his hands is as deadly as any other weapon you could pick. And now Maniac and Mistu are left reeling off the back of that.
Yeah, again, the cheapest weapon on his side has already made mincemeat of LDLC, and this will stop them in their tracks. No fast play. Trying to go for that bonus round, but Olofmeister was waiting for the push out of that underpass. And Maniac. Bombs in mid. Olofmeister's going to hatch that one up. And there's a very, very little
Don't go back
the
through.
Swiss can do here. And he'll give his way his position as well there, because obviously smoke down. Deck the holes. Hopefully not with Maniac's innards at this stage. He's going to back away.
Maybe you can get a decent rifle. Maybe you can make it costly, because they know the money's pretty low here. For Fnatic, where it has been, it's been on that kind of teetering edge where it's kind of hard to build up the money, but look at that position. Olofmeister. Relentless in hunting this down, just taking his time. He found the first player trying to go through that underpass area and then readjusted towards T-Apps. So nice. But yeah, if they've taken away a couple more guns, you can see the Fnatic money was not perfect at that point. They're down to 1K now. They're fine now. They get that full buy. No AWPs though. But on the other side, right back into this Tech 9s aplenty. And you got 3 rifles still as well. So they're able to buy. And there you go. Twanu's got the AWP. And there, we've got the AK. We've got the full buy out from LDLC. So good for them to be able to get on this. And we've got to see what Twanu can achieve here. Because T-sided AWPing, it's not going to be easy. And oh, that nade! Such a hindrance to begin with. But luckily for him, he didn't receive any more than that.
I mean, it's about as much as you could take with armor on. I think the grenade hit him squarely in the chest and bounced back before detonating. So Olofmeister now as well wants to challenge again. No respect. Molotov finds its mark down. Fnatic are going to have to make themselves scarce for the moment here. This is going to bring Flusher across towards B, or at least consider it in the interim.
And the good thing about this for LDLC is, in the long run, if Alex and Maniac start playing out of maybe Boiler, try and pressure towards CT Arch, that's going to really pinch in the 3 players at B, but it depends if they actually go for this. LDLC haven't put down their mollies yet. They've still got their smokes to play with, so we don't see their full intention. There's one, and here comes the molly to follow. I can imagine just going to bounce off towards the cubby, flash out towards quad or diggity, and Dennis has pushed forward. Now, Alex will not expect this. Dennis is now going to try and push his way around. He's getting the drop on Alex there, and Dennis is going to quickly adjust, fall back, try and get himself towards site, trying to make sure he's not going to be traded off. So he can now hold a more passive angle. Mistu's being left over at B, so the banana side can't be pushed, but now LDLC are going to try and hit the A side, and there's 3 players here instantly.
Mistu the only one over at B at this stage of the 4 left for LDLC, and he'll be just taking 5 for a bit. So technically it's the 3v3 over at the A site for the moment. Maniac's going to back over in towards apartments. Flusher as well is getting himself in position just in case there's a wrap, which might be the case with JW falling. Existence now is trying to keep Fnatic at bay, not let them sneak through.
Dennis is still the ace up the sleeve, right? He can be a real nuisance on that site, and even more of a nuisance is Flusher hitting shots like this, just buying time and costing them players in there. Dennis just gets swept out of the way anyway, so maybe I overrode that position, because here we go. 2 players on the side. Mistu watching the play up through mid, so he can just stop Olofmeister from being able to push this. Knowing Olofmeister, he can still bang out a shot like this, but not with a drop like that towards the hands of Mistu. Now, Crims, you've got to be considering saving at this point and just getting out of there. You've got a 1v3, and he does have a kit, but no other play to this. He might know the one's low, but not how low they are. And Crims trying to isolate Mistu out, try and get that gun away, maybe make it a little bit more costly. Can't do it. Mistu adjusted the angle, holding something a little different. And he will get the AWP as well for Mistu. So nice. That can come over back for Twanu, excuse me. But yeah, here we go. This is actually, means game on. LDLC for 1, they're able to suffer through a couple of rounds, or a round, should I say, where Fnatic turned it on its head, but they came back and they brought a good bit of fight with it. Now, LDLC, they've shown that they like this map. They're one of those teams you have the time to theory craft on it. We haven't seen too many teams yet really fully be able to go back home, not being at events or playing online leagues, be able to put the hours into kind of the theory craft approach like Existence is known for. So I'm hoping we see a couple of set pieces that aren't just straight out of the traditional playbook of what we've seen so far. We said, I think on the desk, someone highlighted this, Chad brought up the SK play where they do slightly a bit of a variation on the smokes. But I want to see more than just, let's smoke out Library and Arch and then just hit. I want to see a little more from them. I want to see something interesting. For now, they should just be trying to keep this round as clean as possible. Do not give away any guns. Keep that money building up so they can get all those mollies and all those nades, trying to exert that early presence on the map. We know what happens. A couple of teams certainly do like that pressure play towards Banana. We saw actually Virtus Pro being one of the players to do Neo for them to be really, really present here and playing on this sort of edge. It worked out well for them to a point, but now Tuanu going to find Dennis and a good start for LDLC.
And the reality is that Crims, after an excellent first map, he and JW have still yet to find their frag. It's been a very uncomfortable and rather impoverished CT side for Fnatic thus far. LDLC have made decent progress. They've moved up in second mid and they are close to pushing on towards A, but Fnatic have stacked this side out after 2 men peeking at B. They backed away completely. So decent read from them. But there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the round. If LDLC want to swing out, they can. Existence is slowly backing down mid towards his own spawn. So LDLC have many options open here, and a push towards B at this stage, despite LDLC checking it and still assuming Fnatic players are present, should be comfortable taking.
Yeah, it's about how do Fnatic respond. Are they going to fly straight down mid, or are they going to try and go through CT Arch? What's the play for them? They're trying to work it out here because here we go. Smoke goes in, just the close smoke. Don't need to set it up. Nice and quick. Yeah, it's go time for them. Olafmeister going to try and get around towards CT as fast as possible, but he's going to be beaten to that. I'm pretty sure Alex is already, he's already in towards Ruin, so going to be tough. Unless the shot comes through smoke, JW's going all the way around. When they're trying to get guns away and make it, pretty costly for LDLC, it's going to be kind of tricky for them to make it stick, though, because LDLC are in really nice positions already. Maniac's a little isolated, but we'll see if JW gets the better of him in a couple of seconds.
And yeah, and a gun. A gun and an exit would be pretty good for him. Crims up on high, not much he can do there, and Maniac managed to see JW coming in. Fnatic were in a position, the way they stacked up on that A site, that they prevented themselves from getting information about where LDLC was going. It was only until JW got into apartments to check second mid and mid that they realized the bomb was headed to B.
And things I want to see from Fnatic, especially players, specifically as JW, for example, not this round, but in the future, once he gets an AWP, I want to see if he still goes for that second mid, peek out of apps, if there's any changes to how he likes to play this map, if he has adjusted, how he approaches it mentally, if he's still that confident. It looks like he's pretty confident now. He's going to get up and close.
We've seen this so many times before.
Yeah, it works so well. Maniac's got to be careful. If you're going to be slow walking into this, you've got to be pure, not doing that. All right, that's one way to feed apps control over towards the CT side. That's going to cut you limb from limb throughout this map. You have no control now, really, apart from on Banana, which they're going to have to work with, but there's still a play here, and that's Olafmeister, and he doesn't need to be asked twice. 2 big kills, Molly down. There's no progress to be found here. Tuanu is going to go above and beyond, as I like to say, if he even wants a chance.
Always hoping for some peak as, Olafmeister rotates off of B. The bomb's in mid. So Tuanu would have to even go there before he even really thinks about winning the round via, well, more conventional means at this stage. Being in a 1v4 is not comfortable. Flusher caught out in the open for a moment there. He knows Olafmeister is still afoot. He saw the kill feed. He knows where that came from.
Oh, God.
But he can't get to the bomb.
Tuanu, let's see. He's got full utility, right? So if he can carve one more kill out of this, it's game on. But you've got Olafmeister playing really close contact. Okay, he's going to deny the CT peek, allowing him to look towards coils or coffins now. High flash towards CT, again going to allow him further out. And he's actually checking for that angle, but not quite deep enough. And now considers, when's that flank coming in? Okay, JW's there, but now time is running out. And you can see the adjustment of positions, and now there's a player in CT after it being kind of cleared out earlier almost by what he was putting down. But the problem is Tuanu's run out of time here. 20 seconds, and the pushes start to begin. They try and tighten that noose. Molly goes down, denies one angle, and now he's got to be careful of JW and the Molly and about everything else going on right now. And the man to suffer through it all, Olafmeister.
On a side note, is Tuanu still in your fantasy team, Lauren?
No, he's out of it.
So you were you had the faith. You were raving about the talent this man had. But
he was a cheeky pickup, right? It's get the 4 big players and then do a little cheeky pickup of someone who'll be pretty cheap on fantasy, and it's Tuanu, because he's a flashy AWPer. He was fine in the first couple of games. He had not an easy opponent, but an easier opponent. I wouldn't put him, 1-to-1 yet with either JW or Olafmeister at this point, but you know, he's got potential and his eyes towards him in the future. We'll see how that kind of comes through for him in, you know, down the line. His first real kind of throw into playing against real tier 1 teams on a regular basis, so certainly a big learning curve. But speaking of that, we've got a bit of a difference here from LDLC. Maybe picking up on the tendencies that Fnatic like to play with, and maybe this time trying to overwhelm with numbers towards Apps. They've got very close here. This could be quite an explosive hit, quite possibly. Maybe pinching towards Pit and towards Quad. So JW and Dennis better be ready, because here comes the wave of T players.
Yeah, they're only going from one angle right now. That's the problem. LDLC couldn't push up mid, so it's just this one arm, and it has to work. So far, not so bad. It's traded 1-for-1, and Twanu comes in, the Tech 9, to secure the kill. And Flusher needs to rescue, but he's flashed as soon as he gets around the corner.
But the bomb's still in Pit for LDLC. They've just about made it out. Good timing on the smoke and the flash to deny the CTs to come back in. Now bomb goes down. You've got one man on side. Misty watching the back. No one's there. The 3 players going to be coming from at least CT outside for now. Misty's going to pull himself up a little closer, try and be more relevant to this round. But time is ticking, and you've got to cut your losses sometimes. Olofmeister's actually backing away from this, as is Crims and as is Flusher.
Just no point going for it at this stage. Despite it being a 3v4 situation, Fnatic were so poor on time by the time the smoke started to dissipate that the risk was far too great for them there. I like that little double play in towards apartments there. Maybe not necessary to counter a wild JW hiding with something weird like a Mag 7, but it worked out well.
For me, I actually really like the way that basically Maniac kind of took all the attention, right? Just swung out straight in there, almost just accepting the fact that he probably will die if someone's just facing that angle, and the other two would then just quickly come in and trade off it, try and open up Pit as fast as possible and kind of like dissemble the CT side that was waiting on that. So that was quite nice from them. I like the approach, but the problem is now Fnatic is starting to, you know, run a little low on funding. You can see the spread of wealth going to be put out there, and, you know, Flush is going to be sat on a UMP. Not exactly a hindrance to that, man. He seems to be able to pull through on that no matter what, but LDLC have a nice lead so far. Generally, I'd say Fnatic can be most deadly on those T sides. I wouldn't write them out, even if they go in with a massive disadvantage. They can always pull back a good couple of rounds here and there. Nice flashes, trying to exude the early kind of control towards Banana that can be seen. We have a boost coming out for Olofmeister as well. It should be checked on these days. Nothing new, nothing surprising. This is a pretty regular piece, but it's hard to dedicate yourself to that angle, right? You've got to be careful of the whole site. But we'll see if that comes through now.
I'd rather just not have to trade 1-for-1 at a player at Sandbags at the top of Banana. It's a bit annoying before you've even managed to actually enter that B site. So a lot of respect given to that position, especially nowadays. It's changed a little bit, maybe a little bit, well, less safe for the player behind it. That's purely anecdotal in terms of what we've seen by teams testing it. Misty will just be a pivot at this stage of B. The rest of the action will be at A. It's now a smoke towards mid, but now one out towards Diggity.
But look at this position. They're so far pushed up. Oh, just about gets there in time now. I don't know if Alex heard that. I think he was kind of looking towards it, but still, he gets completely outdone. And Maniac's got to make some noise here. Yeah, the smoke's already gone in. He's kind of like showing a little here. Might just try and find something through the smoke. Yeah. So they're going to buy into this a fair bit. They're keeping 3 players here. Now you can see the quick play coming out. Twanu getting over towards Banana, but no one's rotated from B. They haven't caused enough of a threat for them to actually move off this. So Crims is playing by new box, not so new anymore, and it's a really nice crossfire set. He takes the kind of contact instantly, and now Olofmeister should be able to come into play, and he does. There it is. Bomb goes down. Twanu not expecting it, and there you go, back in. Crims, the next piece to come back into the play, and this is so nicely done. Those 2 players, a bit veteran on holding down that sort of thing, and Crims made his name on that side, and you can see as to why he can be so good at it.
I mean, not just him. If you ask, you know, a lot of experts on their sort of quintessential partnership in a certain part of any map, it's Crims and Olofmeister on B on Inferno, and you can just see how comfortable they are. Nobody rotates as well. They're trusting the rest of Fnatic over at A, and that was well placed as they quite easily deflected what LDLC tried to throw towards them there. So LDLC, another round where they try and go for something aggressive for Abs, doesn't pay off, and now it's back to the drawing board. The upside is they've still got a little bit to work with in terms of weaponry here, even if it's not ideal.
No, not ideal at all. No nades, and only one molly is the problem. It's hard to kind of clear these angles, and Crims, you can see him pushing up for this as well. Maybe knowing there's not going to be an AWP in play, probably, so just going to play off the timing, play for the actual kills on this. Now, the one molly could be put down to this position, but he's playing it a little bit deeper as well. You can fall back further these days. And now here's nothing, but he will see it coming. Misty's very up close, but the crossfire again, so well played. Olofmeister taking the kills as the attention was drawn, and now you can see the pressure on the other map starting to build. Alex has managed to find his way out, but the rest of his team are stuck, and so's the bomb.
Smoke in the way Existence wants to go for it. He may not know just how close Crims is encroached to this wall. A boost hopefully gives some information, but only Olofmeister was spotted. Existence forced to just be satisfied with a bit of a spray down. Another peek over. Molotov immediately extinguished through that smoke, and it is re-smoked immediately. So, a little bit of a kill eked out of that situation. Now the 3v3 for LDLC, but their progress has still been halted by more smokes being thrown towards this gap.
But if you're LDLC as well, do you still think Crims is there? Yeah, you're sat there going, sure.
Well, you pick up other smokes, you might have seen him back away.
God, here we go. Nicely done by Maniac. Good timing on him to actually turn around. Alex was meant to be watching the back in theory. The bomb's still not being collected. 30 seconds left. You need to get this bomb. And the deadly duo, the infamous pair, are not going to be leaving this. Crims is still going to be here. He swings out a little wide, but he can't get the fight. And Olofmeister got great connection on towards 2, but Existence holds strong, finding 3 kills in the end, and didn't even need the bomb.
It's not all that often that you see rounds resolved in that part of Inferno where the T side actually wins. Normally, if it is, it's going to be them all being mowed down. But there's a lot of utility available for LDLC there to sit on and save late into the round. Also, the Molotov thrown in that 3v2 situation just to make sure there wouldn't be a 2v1 of the peaking T player. But 7-3, this is good stuff for LDLC. They get back in the economy, 5 AKs.
The thing is with Fnatic as well, this is one of the maps you saw them becoming so good at these rounds on, because you had the CZs, you had the Mag 7s. JW found such purpose for it, especially the tools. This time Maniac's learned, and instantly Dennis not going to get the time of it. Maniac has adjusted individually so well, kind of reading the Fnatic light to get the pressure going towards apps in these rounds to try and make up for the deficit of weapons. And just really a good mental game from Maniac, considering he was playing against these guys in their prime on some of the better teams.
I mean, whether by necessity or by choice, Maniac is back, and he's playing quite well in this map. He's 12-3, just for those at home. So it's been pretty comfortable for him on this T side, especially where he's often the entry player or the spearhead.
But this is an issue. Look at these positions still with Fnatic. Crims and Flusher in good spots to be all, make them uncomfortable. Maniac's depending on smoke being on his side, and Crims will show him how it's done. Going to get the AK. Instantly looks for the angle, and Flusher is more of a problem as he's been just kind of prowling the halls of apps, not letting them get any control back towards it. So even though there's a great bit of play, these are the rounds they turn around, and Flusher's still there. Brave, but maybe a little too brave. But both the Fnatic standing in the smoke. The spray.
Good challenge.
Oh, if the spray transferred right for Mister in the end, it would have worked, but Olofmeister making up for that round before. And again, Fnatic had a reputation on this map, and you see as to why.
And we didn't get to see that from Olofmeister's perspective there as well, but that, with the spray transfer, just very, very sharp switch between the two players. That was rough as guts, 2v2. Fnatic knew if they pull back towards the A side, they had to play a retake on B, rotating both ideally from CT. Because you can't just put one of those two players down banana and hope that someone on LDLC isn't looking back. So that's a big way to take the bull by the horns in that round and win it decisively.
Timeout called. Would it be LDLC? I can imagine it is, maybe. Just trying to regain control on this, maybe just slow the momentum, take it away from Fnatic, quite possibly. I'm not too sure. Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. But at the end of the day, it does mean that Fnatic retain where they stood in the end. They get back to this, and I want to see their T-side. I know it sounds kind of strange, but I hope they go in with a deficit almost in the second half so you can see more play from on the T side, see what they have to bring, because I think everyone was, when this came back, they're like, oh, NIP get a really nice map back in their pool. Fnatic as well had such strength on here. We all just want to see, like, okay, well, how long does it take for them to put that work back into it, get back to that form where they've got some new ideas coming up?
I mean, a great example of that is Nuke for NIP. If you want to talk about a map of theirs coming back into the pool, but it's not a map that we've seen them be prominent on. In fact, none of them really have been great for that particular Swedish lineup in recent times. So.
That's right.
Different map, obviously a different degree of change, I guess, has been brought between, Nuke and, of course, Inferno. But for Fnatic as well, again, for them, a lot of the time, they're floating like butterflies and stinging like bees and not too caught up, I guess, in the intricacies of laying down executes here. Sometimes they just win rounds they shouldn't. That's just the fact of the matter, and that's just Fnatic's way.
Yeah, and JW back on the Mag 7, going straight where he was before. I wonder if Alex and Maniac are aware of it again. Let's see how the duel goes down this time.
He's shoulder peeking it slightly now as well. He's almost ready for it.
Yeah, and this time you can see them looking for another response. Alex is there with him, so you're not going to see that kind of play coming back out from Flusher or anyone else in those sort of apartments, trying to be a bit of a nuisance. Dennis, though, is still going to see that no one's actually pushed across or pushed up, so aware that they're not committing yet, so don't over-rotate, don't overplay it, give a bit of time here. Crim's going to push up the smoke on Banana, so he's got an early information piece, and now Dennis, timing not on your side. You look to the right, you look to the left, and there comes the hit. Simple as that, and now the boost. This is an interesting one, right above the smoke is Olofmeister spraying him wildly, and you get a little bit of support as well through from Flusher, but still, the bomb site is all in the hands of LDLC.
Yeah, really nice smoke there thrown, just to block Library off, and, well, Olofmeister gets a taste of his own medicine. Alex finds him through the smoke, and still Flusher, his vision is obscured. Crim's trying to rotate over through mid here, but still has to be careful. There's 4 LDLC players on the map.
And they don't have kits, it's save time. Crim's, yeah, straight away, just like, nope, no. Not gonna be able to do much in this one, get away. It's very hard to play retake on this site from those positions. If you had maybe someone closer up mid, maybe someone still by Arch, if you somehow stayed alive a little bit further. But Flusher can't even play out of Library at this point. If he steps out, you can already see the shots coming through. It's like, well, I guess I'm here now. Gonna play out a little bit, gonna make it a bit costly. No money's completely secure either. LDLC are gonna cement this slightly better just purely because they've got the bomb down, but they're certainly not in, you know, not completely flush.
The last 6 rounds have been back and forth, so neither team has solidified. I mean, you can see that evidenced by the presence of the the UMP on Maniac there. But even still, money's still not great for LDLC, but enough to build up here. I mean, we're approaching the half in a few rounds' time, and LDLC look to be commanding. Fnatic now have to go for the budget weaponry here. WMP, although it's hard to consider budget these days. 5-7 for JW, who has had a very tough map so far.
And let's put it this way, have we actually seen an AWP for JW yet? I don't think we have, because the money has been, you know, up and down, up and down. He hasn't been really able to recover one either, because Tuanu hasn't constantly gone to it, and he hasn't the money for it either. So
yeah, 1 kill. No mag 7 cash either, except that 1 kill.
Yeah, so the problem is that you haven't seen the double AWP that they can bring out here for Fnatic. We haven't seen that at all because they can't afford it. We haven't seen a lot of what they can bring purely because their money's just been in such dire straits, but they're not exactly slouches in these sort of rounds. We saw the last one going their way when they did get the mag 7s and these sort of buys. So don't write them out just yet, but they're going to have to play a little bit deeper, a little bit more respectful, a little bit harder to find here for LDLC, as Mr. just kind of toys with the idea. He does at least have that early control, but now the smokes, that's what we talk about with banana changes these days, or at least the B site. It's harder to smoke it all off, and you're going to see it there. Mr. with a lovely little hop up and down on towards the sandbags, leaves Crims very much alone now, as Alex starts to kind of tighten the noose as well over towards A.
Misty threw a really nice smoke there at the B site, potentially allowing him to get through CT if he wanted to push it, and it forced Crims off the B site itself. So Flusher still, though, angling himself back towards A, getting an early read on maybe that Misty was the only player, which is correct, really pressuring B, as he has been in a lot of these rounds as well, being used as that pivot point. So this will be that 1v1, but over towards the site, Maniac wants to challenge. JW finding very little purchase with the 5-7. Down to 28.
Yeah, so this is a problem. Dennis turns the flash, nice flash comes in, but it doesn't actually go deep enough.
That nade.
And a couple, I think we're seeing anti-flash anyway, but the rotate's coming in, but it's late. Crim's the only one with an M4 now left standing, or the only one left standing, should I say. As well, you've got a 1v4. Good luck.
And by and large, LDLC have a good idea of where Crims is going to be. Mistu probably heard him leave the B site, even if he didn't quite see him. Comfortable round for LDLC. 1 gun lost. Good money. Fnatic, it's quite the opposite.
Maniac's on 6k and he's sticking on the UMP. Why not? It's worked well for him going in towards apps. He's having a really good game, actually. I've really enjoyed what he's been doing as well. He's been, winning against GW, that's good. But then he pressures towards Pit as well. He's been playing out of that quite nicely. And he's been making a real nuisance of trying to hold down that A site, especially from that angle. And JW's back on to a bad buy. These guys are down to CZ's pistols. So if anything, if you're LDLC, you've got to be thinking, we know they're going to be back, a bit light on cash. Careful of apps. You know they like to push up in this. You know they'll like to go for plays. They'll be aggressive on these rounds to try and catch you out. This time they seem well aware of it. You can see the peak together, not allowing too many issues to come awry of it. And Crim's having to back away now.
And there's only going to be one wave of stalling mechanics, I guess, available to Fnatic here. With the exception of that Molotov earlier on, Crim's let that smoke go. That's the only one that's going to be at B. So a little bit of patience for LDLC, knowing that Fnatic aren't able to get that full, utility belt. May work in their favor. I mean, Flush is not coming with a smoke either. Boost up into the flower pots. Stop to smell the roses, but eventually it's going to be on for young and old.
Glad you went for roses then, not pansies. A bit weird. Oh. So, Dennis and JW might have a lot of people to deal with, but not much in their hand. So, Dennis, gonna just sit and watch, and JW got called out by timing. Bit of a shame for him, because now they're gonna check this angle. You can fall back and sit on those boxes quite comfortably normally, but actually, look at this. Look at LDLC. They don't care. They will take their time on this map, and Mr. got a good angle on it. He kind of cleared the site almost, a little bit, or at least enough that he felt safe enough to make the call that, guys, they've rotated. We heard them going through Speedway. Get over here. Let's go. Bomb's gonna go down pretty soon, and they're 5 alive. Still a touch of utility to put into place to slow down the retake if needed, or the defuse. I don't think he's even going to get that far at this point. Unless Crims pulls off a bit of magic, and that doesn't look likely.
Much quieter map for him by comparison, as I mentioned earlier on. Well, Dennis, there's always a chance, but 4 players to deal with, finds the first. Now that should be a trade up to the AK. I need to reload even. How convenient. Alex peaked for him. Pittance of damage really now as it does go head-to-head, and Alex will eventually find him with the Tech-9. So, okay, 9-5. Fnatic there, forced on a bit of a save in that round, and again, the economy is... It's doggy doo-doo, Lauren. It's doggy doo-doo.
I don't think we've seen Fnatic on like the perfect buy at all this game. And that's good for LDLC. It's a dangerous game to play. We're going back and forward, right? But
yeah, because they're forcing up, like not only are they forcing up CZs and Tech9s, they're forcing up a lot of utility as well to try and stall out and actually be able to be safe behind those smokes. But this is just a torrid buy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Swanu there going to just show towards Banana with a little bit of spam, but it looks like a quick hit towards A, and that's this is the first time we're seeing this, and I don't like them switching up when they've seemed to have a bit of a good hand on the game so far, maybe trying to just force the issue for the final round, but it does mean that maybe Crims gets a little overzealous towards B. We'll see. No, he's held off in the end, and Maniac's going to find Dennis. So keeping opportunities aplenty and showing again how strong he's been playing out of apps so far. Looks for the follow-up towards JW. Good tag. No follow-up to be found yet, but Flusher's gone walkabouts. This could be a further issue, no matter how this goes. Flusher, if he times it right, he's going to hear the steps. Olaf Meister can now rotate. And Flusher, how dare you do this? Look at this man. This is just filthy. One to the right, takes the shot, doesn't turn around. Now he does, but he can't get the shot done. If he'd taken a couple more seconds, maybe he could have found more, but it's hard to ask more of that man in a situation like that.
The issue being that Fnatic hasn't really been able to salvage much weaponry. I guess it may not matter. The CZ from Olaf Meister gives him a glimmer of hope, but it is just that. It may well be snuffed out, and it is. Maniac finds Crims 11-4 at the half here. And LDLC, it's comfort on that T side for them. Now Fnatic will have a shot, a chance to bring it back. We'll have to see how that all transpires after the break. $11 rounds in the bag for LDLC in the first half here on Inferno. A commanding showing. Of course, on that T side, Lauren Fnatic definitely lagging behind the 8 ball, need to reciprocate and better.
Yeah, I wouldn't write Fnatic out. Their T-sides are something to be remembered a hell of a lot of the time, but we'll see what they can do in this. I wouldn't say it's going to be an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. And what is this from LDLC? Why are they still in spawn? All right, they made it out. Okay, I got a little baffled there.
Not sure
but we'll see what they can actually pull through on this.
Cheeky decoy down in Banana at this stage, but Existence is not phased. A moment now to wait. Alex just going to drop down. So a bit of a slower start into this round. Teams getting each other's measurement, just trying to get some information. But as it stands, 3 players in Banana, but they're not committed. It's going to be Crimson Flusher eventually just going to pull out of there and head towards the middle.
Just remember about Cash, you do not want to feed Fnatic any kills easily or early or anything.
Here in, well, good numbers at the moment. The bomb being planted, though, that's something for Fnatic. At least to take into the next round if things go south from here as 4 players converge for LDLC. Flusher maybe going to catch Maniac off guard. Here he does. Gets that headshot. Crims now as well. Now the 2v2. Bomb's ticking away. LDLC need to make a move as quickly as possible, but now Crims springs forth. It's almost as if LDLC didn't know he was there. A moment now as well. Takes a breath, peeks out. Both players on LDLC taking damage here. They're being cut down 1 by 1.
How do you lose a 4v2 retake? Twanu trying to keep hold of this, but time is ticking, and Crims is just so good at these situations. He's going to buy time, and he gets them the round. That is frustrating as hell if you're LDLC. You do not want to be losing those. But Fnatic, it's a breath of fresh air. They're back in the game.
This is something that puts you on potentially 14 rounds to 5. And look at this. I mean, Existence, you got to be kicking yourself after that one. So they just walk into those shots there. Beautiful from him. And it makes it even worse that it wasn't quite enough. Fnatic, again, it was guts and glory. 2v4 was so well orchestrated.
What is JW up to on that shotgun? We've seen it on Cobble, on the T side, and he's doing. I like this.
The J-Dub.
Yeah, the Kraken is back. I'm happy to see it. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen this out. And Alex actually is not in a bad spot to wait for that. But that's a really nice flash. It actually clears out down towards Boiler, so it allows JDO to play up a little bit further. So LDLC just going to be playing close, trying to catch him out with these 5.7s. It's going to be kind of tough. Fnatic just still have the mag 7s. And actually have 2 rifles as well. That's the big part here. Not going for that UMP purchase we saw before from LDLC, but really going in on this one. And the bomb's going to make its way up. Dennis going to lead the way in with that rifle. Now JW going to show presence through apps. But there's still 3 players here from LDLC.
Yeah, Alex had to get out of there as well. He was hoping for the early peek towards balcony, but mid was open. He opted not to throw the smoke there as the flashes came through. That might have bought LDLC a few more moments. Only 3 men on this particular site for LDLC right now as Maniac has opted to stay at B. As we know, Fnatic love to dodge and weave amongst the map when they have the advantage.
They're actually backing from this.
Oh, Maniac started rotating too. He lost his nerve.
It's kind of hard to keep it, but you're going to be wondering, why haven't we seen them yet? If you're Maniac, you're like, oh, God. I mean, I guess you got to stack if you're on these sort of rounds as well.
LDLC can't get information where they're standing on the A site now, that they're prepared for a hit.
No, this is a big GG in this round. No kits for the retake either if they could just run in, but maybe just want to save the armor as well, because they're not going to have anything going into the next round either. No,
exactly, Lauren. Keep that armor. Obviously, look, with armor in this kind of round and 5.7s, that's a reasonable investment for LDLC. And Fnatic, of course, will just try and make it a little bit harder. The thumb screws are coming out. And JW hoping to leave the way. Not quite your optimal range for that one, son. It doesn't matter for Fnatic. The bomb is ticking away and the round will be done and dusted in just a moment.
Just wanting to keep what they have. Maniac. Not sure if he's going to keep it. He could upgrade.
Can he? Ooh.
No. All right, well, 3 alive. 5.7's army. As I said, you're not going to get any more. The round is what it is, and the timeout comes in.
Yeah, I mean, not a terrible time to pause for LDLC. Again, you're probably kicking yourself still. It doesn't matter how many players say they just play the game and focus on the future. That pistol round would have really hurt them now. So Fnatic make a very small investment in the round, and they keep it all, almost all of it, as it ends. So that's pretty big for them. And of course, they're not worried about hanging onto these guns. So you're pretty much hitting peak value in that regard.
Yeah, the only things they really care about keeping on of are the 2 rifles, and they've done that. Everything else is expendable to a degree. You obviously don't want to lose it. It's not like you're running going, oh, I hope I get rid of this Mac 10. But you've got the 2 rifles in the hands of Crims and Dennis, and they're the kind of main points in this that you want to keep beside them. Beyond that, though, I'm glad to see this. I'm hoping LDLC just kind of take their time on it. Don't get too overzealous, having to close out the score as quickly as possible or the game as fast as possible, considering they have a nice lead in this. Fnatic, though, I'm excited to see how they bring this, because a lot of teams so far has said they do still like those CT wraps, they still like those picks to try and play them off. But Inferno, you can play quite passively. You can play quite a deep style that forces the T side, to really commit towards sites and make it harder work. So that's what I'm looking forward to in this, is they actually go for that.
I really enjoyed Fnatic's T side against Astralis in the group stages at Katowice. I think I said it earlier on in the broadcast, but their T side, they got 8 rounds on that one. And what was more interesting as well is the way that they actually managed to pressure Astralis, not only in terms of kills, but also in time. There were a lot of rounds where Astralis had players up and had to let the bomb detonate. Fnatic played the time very well and were able to plant in those rounds, very importantly. So their executes, or at least their contact play on towards sites, was actually very, very good against a very well-drilled and well-orchestrated Danish squad. So this will definitely be where they get those rounds back. There's no doubt about it. If they can give them a chance to dictate the pace of the game, that's what Fnatic really want.
And here we go. This looks like the wrap that we see them doing towards CT Arch. Molly's out, getting up close, and you've got the mags, not mags, I'm so used to saying that rather than the sword-off.
Sword-off shot.
In the hands of, it's actually been passed over to Flusher this time, so JW on the Matchday, maybe trying to farm up more money. Twanu only has the USB, but Misto's the one with one of the 5.7s, and he's found a bit of play with it. But so far, Existence could be quite an interesting factor in this, because he's going to get himself towards Speedway as well, and I'm not sure if they're going to check it as quickly they do. Crim's very aware here, and now Misto's pulled himself off the site and going to try and find something to do around the back. And if you're a Maniac, you're like, great, I've recovered a sword off.
Jackpot! And even Crims is going to die him from even that. Sweet nothings. And no weapon there for him either. That being said, of course, LDLC able to get a bit more money coming back into the next round, but they're going to have to concede these to Fnatic. And again, that is all their fault. It was a 2v4 situation in that pistol round. I don't want to keep harkening back to it.
Well, you kind of have to.
That's some commanding stuff, Lauren.
Yeah, it's so frustrating as well if you're a team that you lose. Actually, you're like, okay, we're LDLC, we're up against Fnatic on Inferno, and we have a chance to get a really good start to our second half to kind of, I guess, cement the not necessarily the game, but get yourself in a really good kind of shot for it. And to lose a 2v4, to let themselves back into Fnatic have quite the clean couple of rounds off the back of it is very frustrating, and it's given them decent money to depend on after this round. It will sit well with them, so we might see an early, maybe an AWP with JW. I'm not sure if he'll actually go for it. I don't know on the T side how
just thinking about that.
Comfortable he is in comparison. I know a lot of teams don't often opt for it, but he's sitting on 7k, so if there's a round to go for it, it's now. Or they can be more of a nuisance and he can stick on the Mac 10. Maybe
even on a psychological standpoint, whether that's an issue or not for JW, it's not been a high kill game for him. So he could go for the AWP and hope that maybe is going to be what he needs, but no.
And look at Flusher. He's chosen. He had more than enough money for this. I think he's still got 3k in the bank. Yeah, almost 4k. He's chosen the UMP.
What does that say to you?
Well, you know that LDLC's money's quite fragile. If you win this one, that's going to be nice. And it gives you that mobility as well. The UMP is actually quite good at you kind of being running around and just doing it. And Flusher's always actually up to this, a bit ahead of the curve, actually. He'd used to always play on that CT side in drop on Cobble. He'd happily hold it with that. So it's not too surprising to see him opting for it, but on the T side still, I want to see how he kind of puts it into practice here.
3-man stack at B, which is maybe a little bit out of the ordinary, but not hugely so. The fact is that Fnatic haven't really been that, driven to actually hit that B side over the last few rounds. They've been more working around A and getting kills through there. But JW should be raising the alarm a little bit there with some shots out from balcony.
But the next worry is that you're not quick on rotates towards B. So if Olofmeister starts pressuring, Alex and Twanu would have a long way to go. But actually, I'm not sure how they're reading this yet. And there, Olofmeister going down is a great pickup for them. But look at the rest of Fnatic. They haven't committed anywhere. They haven't really pulled the trigger on this hit. JW's shown a lot of presence, but not much. He's just made noise. But look at it. Existence is rotating off B. They've overdone this. They've overcooked it. And now it's just Maniac. He's got to hold off against possibly 4 players pretty soon. Existence now realizes, like, actually, no one's come through the smoke. No one's making any more noise. Maniac is playing very up close here.
Existence coming back.
Yeah, thank God for that. If Fnatic just ran through playing a very close contact play, that could be really, really worrying. And Existence just going to spray in and hope to buy time, because you can see the smokes coming in, see the flash coming in. Maniac sitting anti-flash waiting for this. There's no gap in that smoke, but one player just below him gets spotted. But they still pick up the 2 kills. They get the bomb site under wraps. Twanu is late here. He can't help out. And with 10 seconds left, the bomb's going to go down. And good after plant position for Fnatic. They are in a good spot now. LDLC have to play this one back in with only a flash and no kits.
2 players to work with. Previously, obviously 3. But again, LDLC well and truly out of position here. Fnatic have some flashes to play the after plant with, but Dennis is allowing people to walk into his crosshair and just eating him right up. Mistu backing away. $200 in his pocket outside of the weapon that he has. And that's bad news for LDLC, and that does mean further rounds conceded, even with that round loss bonus being present. Generally not going to be ideal. Mistu not going to try and bite off more than he can chew there. Again, backing away. And that one smoke on towards that B site completely split Maniac and Existence apart. And Fnatic didn't even know that. Maniac had nowhere to go. He had a head poking his way, had to give his position away very early into the round. LDLC, possibly because Existence was just rotating back towards B, didn't have the chance to, take a better position at the back of the site. I know Coffins is not nearly as good as Spools was in terms of its permeability to gunfire, but still, they were both right at the opening of that choke and were taken down very quickly.
Oh, this buy is so bad. Mister's like, where's the pistol? I think someone dropped him out earlier, just trying to find.
All right, boys.
God, guys, please.
Sort it out.
Please.
Exists with the M4. 3 players again towards B for LDLC. But again, always seems to be one rotating a little bit earlier. Really hard for LDLC to read Fnatic at the moment. That's the main point. Fnatic, that's on purpose.
Oh, and this is a huge problem. there's just a massive gap now that Fnatic can walk through. Myster's going to rotate, but they're down to less than ideal amounts. Down to 3. Good work from Alex to find JW, but you're still going to struggle to try and contain this hit from Fnatic. They're being quite cautious with it. Myster's probably going to get a challenge in Library, but you're going to put your money on the 4 players of Fnatic who have decent money, decent weapons, and everything they need to take this.
And with LDLC playing defensive positions, Maniac has no idea that there's no one to be.
Christ.
Misty still doesn't know that. He didn't see the player go into Arch.
They didn't see the 3 players going to Arch. It could play a Maniac, though. He's the one with the rifle, and actually he pulls himself over in good time, but now he's been overwhelmed. And if you're Fnatic, if you pick up the pace, the B side is all yours. You may not know that completely and utterly, but you might start reading as who's left alive. And you just found out that Mr. was in Library. You're like, oh, nice. This is perfect. All right, off we go. And the last 2 players are completely locked out. Alex at least does have the rifle, but you're all alone now.
Dennis, yeah, not only is he watching the rotate, he's also defending the dropped AK. Misty would have loved to trade up from the 5-7. And Alex again on his own. We're finding a lot of these late round scenarios where LDC are forced to save. A similar story to Fnatic in the first half. The economic pressure prevents you from taking gunfights, even at a slight disadvantage in some cases, especially in Afterplant. Even if you have a 3v4, you know, like a one-man disadvantage, sometimes it's like, well, boys, you know, if we mess this up, we lose more rounds. You know, your margin of error is a lot slimmer when the enemy is keeping you under their thumb economically.
And LDLC need that money. You need everything to slow down Fnatic, or at least just be comfortable where you're sitting. It feels like they're trying to over-rotate every single time, being called out and pulled left, right, and center. Fnatic showing what you can do on a T side like this, but does Twanu ever get an AWP? He might be dropped out by Mistu here, and I think he is, yeah. So they're going to just swap on over on that one, so they at least get what they need. We finally get to see maybe if he can make a bit of a change here. I actually don't mind the 3-man stack towards B if Twanu and one other just hold down A. But they're still going to put 3 over here. So Existence and Maniac be the ones knocking down B. Maybe this is the buy they need to finally show what they can do on the CT side, because so far it's been very stagnant, and Fnatic have brought absolute and utter destruction to them.
And JW still no inclination to go for an AWP here. Fnatic want to play a bit of CQC Counter-Strike. Maybe not that close, but close enough. JW pushes into Twanu. You cannot lose these, not in a round like this. He had the angle with the AWP. He was outsmarted and outgunned by JW. And now Alex is going to be corralled into the corner. There's no way he's getting out of ball. And Misty gets a swing down with the AWP. It's 1 kill, but it's not nearly enough.
And the pacing from Fnatic in this round, they just kicked it up a gear. They knew that finally LDLC would have that fall by, and they are just large and in charge, fully in control in this game, and just won the fight. JW, I guess, gets away with his life and taking down Twanu, which is quite, I wouldn't say lucky, but the fact is that JW basically got legged and then took out the AWP, who's just kind of stuck there like, well, you know.
It was less of a miss and more of that leg, of course.
Yeah, but it's a shame, because that could have changed something. It could have maybe seen a little bit of a slower pace that could have maybe played in the hands of LDLC. But what this now means is that JW's got an AWP. We have the first real big gun round buy-up going Fnatic's way with 4 alive. And Existence and Maniac, they know they play B, so Olafmeister is hunting this one out as best he can. They're sat on the other side of the smoke. Pop flash comes in, turn comes out. Not exactly subtle, but yeah, there's a lot of problems. You've got Flusher on one side, Olafmeister on the other. You're not really liking this, but you're going to try and hold on to these weapons, and they do. That's good.
Respectable setup. Alex has
dropped them, yeah.
Yeah, Alex has a decent amount of money after that as well. 6 rounds in a row this half. Fnatic have won. LDLC haven't gotten any of them. They had a good start, but they fluffed that round up, and the rest, as you can see, is scribed into the long history books of CS now. 11-10 Fnatic are within spitting distance of LDLC's score. And if things don't really come together now for the European mix, well, it's going to be even more than even Stevens in a few.
Yeah, so many bomb plants for Fnatic as well. It's all just been going their way. Existence looking for early info, but he gets a lot of damage. You look at Maniac, he's even worse off. Everything they tried just seems to be met by sheer and utter force. But now Fnatic slowly encroaching towards B with 4 players. We haven't really seen this yet, and Twanu's sitting over towards the Library, so he's got still quite a way to run if he wants to support them in this. And Mr. and Alex have no information, sitting very passive here. One of the biggest problems with dealing with Fnatic, if they're looking for those picks, is you sit back and you get absolutely decked like this, low on HP, and you're not going to play back into this, guys. You know that. You're saving already. as soon as this happens, Fnatic seal it with 5 alive. Again, another bomb plant. It's hard to watch because Fnatic are looking so good.
And isn't that same stat that I pulled up earlier on? 60% of Fnatic's T-side rounds they're winning against Astralis were from bomb detonations. And more often than not always, but more often than not, this is because you're forcing your opponents to save. Yeah, sure, sometimes the CTs run out of time, but it's maybe 1 in 10 or even less than that. This back and forth, this economic pressure that Fnatic are applying, these clean rounds that they are winning, means the LDLC can't get a look in towards the bomb and not even bother for a retake, where they can maybe dice with death and get a lucky round, but they're not even going to go for that.
This is good for them to be able to hold on to their guns so far. Really well done, but still, it's all good and well holding on to your guns, but you still need to get that first round on the board in this half, boys. It's been a clean run for Fnatic so far. And if I'm honest, they haven't even looked in that pressured yet. Yeah, and the money is solid. Solid as a rock. Pause time comes in. Now, LDLC, you better have something in mind, because they've just been outdone on this.
And JW now with the AWP, it's been dropped for him. So finally deciding to go for that one. So that's the real question. Do we see a bit of a change in cadence for Fnatic in these first few rounds? Are they now maybe relying a little bit more over JW's first pick? Or does he just go into apps and do something ridiculous at close range? As we never really know with that man. And he had a rough start to the game, to be fair. Like, kills without the AWP, not great. We obviously had that first half where I think he had maybe a pistol kill and that Mag 7 kill, right? But now he's obviously been able to improve on that pretty drastically. Maniac's had a good game.
Yep.
22 and 10 right now for him. But that's not the issue. I mean, him staying alive, I mean, good on him. He's done that. He's only had 10 deaths now. It's in 22 rounds, 10 deaths. It's not much.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, this are the points where you've got existence in your team. You've got one of the, a really good cerebral player who can hopefully come up with a good answer here as to how to approach this, how to kind of stem the bleeding, because it's not just bleeding anymore, it's kind of gushing at this point. So you gotta hope for more.
Or something to plug the dam at the very least, as the fables go. But I mean, look, yeah, I mean, a decent round for LDLC here. We're in a tactical pause right now. There is guns on the entirety of LDLC. So that's something, a chance to discuss here. How do we read Fnatic early on? I mean, are they going to pull us between sites? Are we going to play passive and actually give up any chance of getting information? Do we get in their face like we did in the prior map?
I actually I prefer this. You have 2 players on A, 3 on B, but you do the early nades down Banana, you get the early control. Hopefully, you have to battle over it, definitely. That's good, though. Deep mollies coming out, and
Nasty.
you leave the 2 players, including the AWP towards A. This is something that I get, not necessarily just Astralis do, but a lot of teams do. They'll leave him here to be the linchpin by CT Arch, and he needs to deliver here. If they go for the hit, I think they're going to, he needs to be on point. Otherwise, there's very few answers you're going to find. Puts down the smoke to just slow down one of the approaches, while you can see already Dennis and JW coming through. Mistu needs to keep his eyes towards that, because no one's really watching it just yet actively. Twanu's backed away, so here comes Fnatic. They're going to start pressuring, start pushing, start flying out from the app, so keep your eyes on this. Dennis is there, Alex is ready. Good start, but they need to follow it up.
Flusher responds, though. He springs forth from the balcony and actually gets that first kill. Twino at least managed to respond on towards him, but the bomb is loose here. A little bit awkward position with that smoke thrown just off towards the side of Mistu. That will allow the Crims to recover that one here. But Fnatic are working with 3 players, and they're pretty much committed to this site. There's no way out.
Finally, LDLC are in the right place at the right time, though. This is the first time they've had the right number of players on the right side with a flank coming in from Maniac, and it's working out so well. Twanu funding JW with the nade, and now it's Olaf Meister in the 1v4. Does get the first. No one to be found behind him. Maniac's going on the long flank through apps. He's only got 30 seconds. If he pegs it towards B, I'm pretty sure he can make it, but it's not going to be a likely chance, and there it is. Maniac will remove the threat. Finally, LDLC seem to break the trend. But, this is the first round they've got in this half, so... Yeah.
But there's been a big contrast between the way they played at the prior rounds here. If you want to be aggressive on the CT side, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to run at them and shoot. Yep. LDLC, 2 deep smokes to Banana. They had it canvassed off. So, Mistu, who was the early rotator, or that third player at B, had peace of mind to know, I can rotate away. There's another smoke coming down on Banana, so we have a good amount of warning. So there's already those 3 players over at that site for LDLC. They had good numbers, and they kept their cool.
So this time, early nades, but no deep mollies yet. There you go. Mollies towards the top, but not much further down. LDLC showing some presence, not going to let this go for free. Olaf Meister's looking for the fire, and a nice double nade towards the wood stack. Or I guess it's almost if you had the 2 nades, 2 mollies down towards Banana, you can kind of fall back in towards the wood stack, and then you nade it. That's the idea, but he wasn't there. He'd been able to find kind of respite on towards the right side. So this time, Fnatic having to respect this. This is a different LDLC. They've got utility. All right, we've got to kind of play a different game. But you still feel if they get the right pick, if they overpull the rotate, look at this again, Existence coming over towards A. Now, if Fnatic get a feel, which they seem to just have, they have that nice feeling of how to approach it, this could be problematic, but this is a nice little flash animation from Mr.
Yeah, I mean, he's largely obscured, I think, by the pillar, and it's easy to get that flash out. Fnatic don't have to commit to A just yet. That's the reality of it. Olofmeister still is fairly well established in Banana. They could make the change, but that first pick should be enough for Fnatic to be going on now. Dennis and Crim's a little bit low, but it's on.
Existence seems so hesitant to put himself to either side, but Twanu is holding on to this, and that is a perfect pickup. But now the pinch comes towards B, and Existence right in the middle of it. He's got 2 players coming from towards CT Arch,
so much control.
and then Maniacs are coming, having to just hold that banana push right now because Olofmeister and Flusher are going to be there. 24 seconds though. Existence, if he can put the foot down towards this, but no, he's not quick enough. JW is there, and this is a problem. Maniac has to play the time though, 17 seconds here, and the bomb is being cautious and careful.
Yeah. Fnatic put themselves in a risky situation by doing so now. The double spray down comes through, the bomb loose, 10 seconds in the round. It has to be JW, it has to be now. He must come forward, he does get the kill, he has time, but it's scant seconds remaining. He'll be able to get the bomb down safely. And Dennis had already made his way through CT, so they have cover. But Twanu has an AWP, so does Dennis.
That could have been Maniacs, but it's not. It's back on for Fnatic here. JW holding a nice little angle. If they try and come through construction, it's going to be a hard play, and you don't check that angle first, and there you go. JW gets away with murder, and Twanu left to watch. You feel as though they finally had a bit of a feeling for it, and Fnatic again just put the foot down, get this all back to 12-12.
And whether it's because a 1v2 retake with an AWP doesn't feel good for Twanu because economy's not there. It doesn't matter either way. Another round in which we're going to have a detonation of the bomb and Twanu has to back away. Fnatic canvassed off quad really quite nicely and they made their way through. Quite often, you know, we're seeing the LDLCs just playing with Twanu or one player in library, right? So Fnatic stack that, they get the trade or they get the kill. Either one, they wrap so comfortably through CT to B. I'd say about 20 seconds before the bomb got planted, the amount of map control Fnatic had was disgusting. And Maniac did a great job, but it just wasn't enough.
No, and the money's broken. You know, that's another issue with the fact it's just LDLC feel like they finally maybe got the right feeling, got the, you know, rotated in the right place at the right time, but it just didn't happen into the round. It never stabilized really. Twanu going to be looking to make the difference. He has to be a very, very integral piece for the LDLC puzzle, but it's looking unlikely into this. Now he's still got JW on the AWP. He's had a quiet game, actually. I think you highlighted it earlier. It's not been the headliner that he can be, but it doesn't need to be because the rest of Fnatic are doing just fine. Pressure throughout, cutting off rotates, making it very tricky for LDLC to ever be in the right place to make it count. Alex, however, going to find JW. That's a nice little touch. And Alex finding Flusher, even better. He's going to be fighting for more Crims. Finally stops a put to it. Stops
a put to it?
That'll do.
Do it all the time.
Honestly, why not?
Okay,
I'm tired, Mitch. Katowice wasn't that long ago.
Oh, no, I know. I know. So let's take stock of things. Bomb down in mid, it's a 3v3. Crims was able to salvage what could have been disastrous. And Alex, credit to him. A little bit of aggression yielded results. And now Fnatic are going to be a little bit poor on time by the time they actually get to one of these sites.
Existence is going to the other place again. It's just... Oh, God.
Oh, he's playing himself. But this is interesting. Olofmeister doesn't aggress on towards B after getting Maniac, so Existence won't have an ideal setup at that site, but this is important. Twanu, Dennis, he just didn't know he was there. He goes down. Dennis more than happy to trade up, and now Crim's going to join Dennis over on the A side. Existence is forced to rotate in towards Library. Dennis has a double flash. Okay, well, not anymore. They're on the ground. Time close. Now the 1v1, essentially, at least for the moment. Olofmeister and Crim's both low. Crim's going to back away and wait for the teammate.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. No stopping utility now. If he can just find them, it's fine, but he has no kit, so... Oh, if only he knew how low they were. 5 HP, 17 HP. Finding one was good, but nothing, it seems, going to be given to him at this point. Has to fight tooth and nail for any pixel to peek him, let alone to find the round.
This is not going to happen. Fnatic are far too canny to allow someone like Existence to get away with that one. Doesn't matter who it is. In fact, they had 2 players, they had 2 different angles, and the pressure was on Existence to try and get a defuse. And like you said, without a kit, a very tough round. You can see that Fnatic are more than happy to leave their bomb site selection till late in the round and make sure they have as much as information as they possibly can have to make an informed decision and swing the odds in their favor.
Yeah, it's a dangerous playstyle, but you can't dispute it when it's working this nicely. Now,
thin margins.
Yeah, that's the one. Flusher going to be going on to the Mac 10. All right. Let's see what you got, Flusher. I doubted you with UMPs before and had to eat my words, so straight in. now in a problem. A fiery problem.
The floor is lava.
Yeah, he does make it out though, so loses HP for it, but just kind of shows presence, gets that kind of mid control already. Smoke's still up though, and there are still 3 players pretty much close by, or at least 2 ready to kind of face into this. So Smoke goes in, and he gets nothing done. Perfect start for LDLC, that is. But the problem is, it's never been the first kill. Even if they get the first kill, they always seem to just get out-thought or overthink it, should I say. But at this point, Existence and Maniac in the right place still.
And if they don't win this round, it could be over. I mean, they reset the economy. They reset the round loss bonus 2 rounds prior. They'll have some. But some of these players are on nothing, literally nothing. Maniac 0. So you know they're putting a lot of eggs in this basket now. Fnatic are just waiting to spring forward. This time, a decent read or a decent feel for LDLC, able to get 3 players over towards his site. Helps to have 5 on the map, of course. Fnatic have utility to execute something here.
This is really good. Mr. holding the angle doesn't allow that kind of contact play it seemed that they wanted to have, or at least a quieter contact play. The game's given up, but 2 players completely blinded over by Nubox. Maniac and Existence having to play out of this. They surely won't expect Maniac to be here as well, but Krim's going to find Mr. Now it's just down to Maniac. Now play it smart, play it cool, play it collected. They're still careful. They know he's been playing the site. He does take his time to strike. The bomb goes down. Nice follow towards Dennis. The third not going to be so easy to find, but it's just JW left alive. And well played, and then did not expect that additional player to be waiting in the same spot as the other over by Nubox.
Bit of a Joan of Arc moment almost there for Maniac with all the Molotovs thrown in towards that part of the map, but Hail Mary pays off. LDLC get that round. They keep themselves afloat. Economically, it's still not good, but it's enough. That's what's important. Fnatic were coasting a little bit more comfortably here, and JW's probably wondering if it's an AWP he wants this round, but no, an AK and an UMP for Flusher. Crims is skint on utility. Fnatic want to keep pressuring. Surely they've got to be confident here, although it may be a little bit frustrated from that last round. Picks were hard to come by.
Yeah. This time, though, we have seen when LDLC do have enough to buy all the Molotovs that they want and, you know, nades and such to be able to control Banana, they generally do keep control of this, make it a little bit harder for Fnatic to make those hits. So Fnatic can be clearing out the apps. Twanu not able to see the first cross, so I think it was Crim's going out bedroom, but this time won't get the leg. He gets the shot, and it counts. JW falls. But no response yet from Fnatic. Still where they are. Still waiting for another opportunity to be given. And maybe a frag back here too.
In the last round, Fnatic did suffer the first casualty and really turtled up, played slow and grouped as 4 to try and hit B. So definitely, again, true to form, this is a pause for thought for Fnatic. Olofmeister pushed relatively deep here towards B. Hoping to even just hear something. Hear that early rotate. Hear Existence again deciding he might be better used elsewhere.
Now, one thing for LDLC is they don't have any kit, so if Fnatic do play this like I think they're going to, this could be a little bit tricky, but you're depending on Maniac and Existence. Existence, I think, is on the boost, so there is that. Fnatic do have 2 smokes. I can imagine Crims might be put down towards this pretty soon if they want to go for it. Olofmeister are going to get as close as possible. And he hasn't been spotted by Maniac, so that could be an issue here. We'll see. Here we go. First swing out comes in, 3 players forward. Existence gets the tag. Good damage, but damage is not enough here, Mitch.
No, I mean, Dennis getting 2 kills now. Twanu, desperate rotate here through CT. Fnatic had the smokes. LDLC didn't have them. They couldn't stave off the aggression or the push from Fnatic whatsoever. And the bomb's down. 2 players remain for LDLC. Slightly more cash than the previous round, but still not enough to really put together a commanding buy, and it will have to save again.
Well, we know it's like when you get those win-loss, especially on the CT sides. LDLC know their money's going to be on the ropes, so they've got to back away with these. They have to keep hold of them. Fnatic, you know, their money's not going to be perfect either, but they can definitely chase these ones out. Worth it for the long run to take away basically any form of utility the opposition can get, especially the weapons. You might be able to get a couple of UMPs out, possibly. And Alex going to pop up on towards the bike, have a little bit of a look. Mistu holding the angle as well on the other side. And just try and stay alive. It sounds simple. So far, Fnatic not going to make it any further. Here we go. So, Fnatic had enough to buy whatever they need to. Look at what the CT side has. 3K, 1.6, and it was about 2K on Existence. So, they're going to put together whatever they can, but I can assure you it will not be enough in the long run.
And while I'm on my crappy little train talking about bomb detonations and how they're so important, 8 from 10 of Fnatic's round wins have been from that.
Very nice.
I mean, obviously the vast majority of them because LDLC had to save. Nasty. And that's where economy really comes into the game of Counter-Strike, and sometimes in some games it's actually hard to perceive that being a big factor. But here it is.
Now, last time we saw Fnatic looking this up close towards mid, it was a quick play towards Arch. You might see the double swing out from Dennis and Crims, and we are. Now, actually, the one benefit being Olofmeister goes down. It's the first time we've really seen that pick coming in for LDLC, but Twanu playing right on a nice edge here. Flush going to find Alex, which is a problem now. Twanu could be overwhelmed here. As you can see, Fnatic just pressuring down towards Quad, though. They can turn their attention towards Diggity because Misto goes down, and now Fnatic have it all. It's time again to play retake for LDLC, and it's not looking fun when Crims has the angle.
And this is crushing for LDLC, and this has really got to be it. They tried to buy up and support this round, or at least the guns that were saved prior, but that save almost means nothing now. They've done very little with these weapons, Lauren, and now it's going to be Fnatic hunting for the last. It'll be Twanu. A couple missed AWP shots have hurt him dearly. He finds Dennis, but Fnatic, they're rolling it as per usual. They're going to have the Compton beanies back on in a moment, and LDLC do not have enough money to put together a proper arsenal to keep themselves alive.
They do not. Fnatic, this is to be fair, I am glad that we saw LDLC picking up such a good first half, because I genuinely did want to see Fnatic's T side. I want to see how well it's improved if they've got more depth to it. It still seems quite similar to what we saw before, but it's nice to see a couple of players really coming into their own, seeing a couple of old pieces they used to work with really back out to play. But Maniac taking a beating on Banana, and already Fnatic getting the start they wanted without even knowing it.
Poor Maniac. It's an airstrike, and Swiss never wanted any trouble, Lauren.
Neutral forever.
Absolutely. The white flag was probably up him before the grenades came through, but it didn't matter. Maniac's backed himself up on towards the B side now, though, for the most part. Fourth player stack for LDLC at 8. So at least their numbers are right for now. Dennis is creeping forward. Again, any progress can be made without utility being sort of drawn out of Fnatic here is just going to help so much in an afterplant situation when they want to execute on the site proper. JW still expecting Twanu to try something around the licking tongues of the flame. But Misty's going to go for it. It's time for the hero play, and it gets shut down pretty quickly. Just Maniac and Existence left.
Not everyone can be a hero, Mitch, is what we are learning today. And Existence, good luck, my friend. I would not want to be in your position in a 1v4 now as they start coming towards him, but Existence is up to the challenge. Maybe there are heroes out there, and maybe it's Existence being one of them. He's got the bomb. He's in my favorite spot on this map. Don't you let me down.
1v3 situation now. 2 players will be coming around that corner for Existence. He has to turn that flash. Doesn't really come. He doesn't even see it at all. Dennis is low in the corner. He doesn't know that Olaf is there as well. Now JW is going to pressure him. The headshot comes through. Existence keeping himself alive. But maybe heroes just don't Existence, Lauren. Maybe they don't.
That's awful.
But for LDLC, it's a tough game. It's a tough one. I thought it was fantastic, but neither team really boasting a very impressive CT side here, Lauren. We're talking about this map giving some strange results. Do you think that's consistent with what we've seen so far?
It's consistent with a Fnatic T side, is all I can say. They know how to make it hurt, and they certainly felt the brunt of it on LDLC. It always felt they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hard to get the right places in this, even though we saw some individually good games from players like Maniac, who certainly showed that he's back into a nice competitive form. Overall, it's got to be upsetting for LDLC, but there you have it. That's Fnatic in a nutshell.
Righto, well, plenty to talk about in this match. Some interesting mind games, especially from the Fnatic corner. Now to take us home, it's going to be Moses and the desk to finish this off.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, the first map was clean and decisive. Second map, you see the other side of Fnatic, which is that strangling Fnatic that just refuses to lose, is winning by economy, grinding it down. Very, very cool game out of LDLC. We saw Maniac having a very good game. He's coming back. He's rolling back the years, as Henry would say. But overall, I mean, this is just a lot of resets economically from Fnatic.
Yeah, that was the first half struggle for them, getting constantly reset, where every time they win around, they'd lose straight away. So you saw a couple of saves come out from them. They weren't able to make too much happen with it. But then when we got on the T side, they had some more aggressive plays while Existence was calling gambles. He had some stacks going on, some early reads that he was trying to make happen, and they didn't seem to work out early, but he kept doing them. He persisted, and they paid off, and that's why we had such a tight game.
Off the back of 11-4 half, they lose that. They drop the ball. They only get 2 rounds in the second half.
The weird thing is Fnatic, I'm going to stop this. Fnatic, okay, I can't stop. It's committed.
You're in.
Fnatic is like always weirdly good on that T side no matter what happens. It seems like they can find openings, and I say map control, but the weird thing is there was a round that you pointed out, Chad. These guys didn't really take any map control, but LDLC didn't do anything to find information against them, so they were just running around. It was really clustered. It was a really poor, like, rotations were random. executions were not really there. It was more about bleeding out utility just by luck, almost in some cases. People flashing off because they got a little bit uncomfortable on the CT side. There wasn't even any like information. So it was, it was kind of a sloppy game, to be honest.
On that, I think that was like the first gun round, right? And you expect nades, and you didn't expect an attack to happen when you're on the CT side. So you slowly bleed down your utility, expecting the normal timings, and you put off executes or attacks that are coming in. And on that round, exactly like you said, nothing happened. It walked B. They just had a brawl. Were able to take the site and win the round. There was a 3v5, I'm pretty sure. You know, Fnatic was still able to win that.
It did feel like one of those rounds where, well, I mean, let's talk about this with Underscore right now, because the pistol round, I think that was the big thing, that second half pistol round, where LDLC on the verge of winning it in a 4-on-2, and they somehow lose that retake. They just, I mean, that's Fnatic at their best. That's what they're one of the best teams in the world at, is when they're in those situations. Their positioning and teamwork in those small groups is so good. But to lose a 4-on-2 in that kind of a situation, that's heartbreaking. That's got to be so tough for a new team.
We saw that happen on both sides. I completely agree with what you're saying, but on the first half when Fnatic was CT, Olaf got pushed down, but Banana got 2 opening kills, and they still managed to lose that round somehow. So maybe it's just a weird day for pistol rounds.
Just a tough day in the office.
Something that I just want people to know at home, if you're playing halls and your teammates are playing Diggity and jungle or long.
Quad.
Whatever you guys
just in case to clarify.
If you guys are playing...
All right, Jane Brown, you don't have room to talk here.
Don't go to pit if you're the holes player. You don't need to go to pit straight away. You just jiggle step the end of holes, right? Don't do what Dennis did. Jiggle step the end of holes, and then if you get contact and you want to play safe, then jump into pit because you get that info. What happened was LDLC just power walked the whole way. Next minute he's got 3 guys on top of him. No one likes that.
Yeah, no one likes that at all.
I had that happen at Malmo in an after party thanks to Henry.
Yeah. All right, then. Well, we'll move along. Yeah, Fnatic goes 2-0 on the evening, so we'll check out how that affects the standings overall for the league. And we'll let Matt stew in his good memories. Well, this is the day's action. Heroic losing to G2 13-16 on the first map, but then responding in kind on the second, and then LDLC dropping both maps. The second one on Inferno, pretty tightly contested. Fnatic, I mean, I think the verdict there is they still have work to do on Inferno. And so that is what happened today. Now looking at the standings, we can see Mousesports still, with the help of Nico, got him out to a good start, then abandons them. We'll see how they can survive from there. But you can see Fnatic jumps up a few spots with that 2-0. LDLC drops. So I mean, this is where we stand at the moment. Still looking to see teams like G2 rise a little bit farther. NIP, any thoughts on these guys?
Hopefully it starts to normalize a little bit more, like to what we expect, right? You want to have, no offense to these other teams, but you want to have the best teams in the finals. So hopefully, like the Navis of the world, the G2s can start putting some Ws on the board and get their way up that ladder.
I imagine we're going to see FaZe climb a little bit.
Yeah, imagine like Nico gives, here's your start, Mousesports. Yeah. Now let me go help out FaZe. Anyone else I need to carry this season?
Well, then we go over to the North American schedule, which is going to be happening tonight over in Burbank, California. We have Winter Fox taking on NRG. That'll start things off, and then later on, Immortals take on Cloud9. So that'll be a cool clash of Immortals coming off a good Katowice.
Speaking about North America, I want to congratulate you, Moses. You, like I, have finally escaped them. Welcome to Europe.
Yeah, I have. Before the wall came up, I got out of there. So all good things. And then this is going to be tomorrow. So this is where we're going to see G2 take on North, Virtus Pro versus Astralis. That is the hot match of the week. Obviously, definitely don't want to miss that one at all. That's going to be a battle between two teams. The rivalry there, Virtus Pro getting knocked out, in the group stage. Both teams going to have to come in fully refueled from Katowice.
Both those games are sick, to be fair. North versus G2 is pretty good, too. I think North obviously got the favorite in that, but G2 need to continue to stride forward.
Definitely. One step at a time.
Yeah, one step at a time. You guys seem to be making a joke there that I don't even understand.
I wasn't. I was.
You have a grin on your face.
I just always have a grin on my face. Leave me alone.
We're enjoying life.
What's that?
We're enjoying life. We're just happy, Jason.
Yeah.
We're about to show you the worst restaurant in Cologne.
Really happy with Jason's performance tonight. Matt, what do you give it?
This is going to be good.
Thumbs up. Oh, I can't make that joke. I won't finish that. I was good. It was good. 5 out of 7 is, I think, the obvious.
All right, let's finish that off there. I'm going to go here at the end of that joke, and we're going to go with some food. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you back tomorrow. Obviously, don't miss that one. G2 versus North, Astralis versus Virtus Pro. 2 awesome matchups that we have coming.
Good night.
Get wrecked as the opening night is hosting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Two shots in a row. Fnatic's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no! Fnatic!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for him though. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
it's going to be scary to say the least.
Scary man is Nico. Done some scary things so far. Valor tries to spray down, see if he can get anyone in connector as Alu gets the opening pick once again. Alu's done a lot of work with this AWP on both sides, actually. He's going to get aggressive now on short. Doesn't quite connect with that shot, but he's going to go back for more. Unfortunately, can't hit that one either. Lom gets the opening frag for CTs onto Jacob. And we're back to 4v4. Alu is backing off, not wanting to play that peeking game anymore. And Lom here in connector, where he did pick up that opening frag. There is someone just lurking around on short as well. Needs to be careful here, Lom. Might get caught with his pants down. Yes, he does, as Kiyoshima continues his dominance with the AK. And Heroic find themselves down to 3, but thankfully, Nico comes in with that AK, which you spoke about, Jackie. And this is looking just back and forth as Kiyoshima tries to push through Monster, but Modi gets that kill, and now with just 2 players, Karrigan and Alu, a lot on Alu's shoulders here, but he's turning away, he's trying to run away, but he gets stuck on the wall, and with just Karrigan left rotating round, he has got the bomb. I guess that is the silver lining.
Yeah, at least he has that bomb, so he can try and get onto the site. You know, the thing is, he might be able to deceive them here. They are quite far away. Rotate times are going to take them a little bit to actually get back on towards there as they try and rotate their way back through now. They know they need to get there quickly. Karrigan will go in slowly, though, clearing those angles one by one, not knowing that there is a welcome out on the site. Doesn't want to run that risk, as he needs to try and get something out of this, as Heroic could be taking their 14th round here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Will start to go for that plant, but towards bank, there is a CT rearing himself up, getting the energy to try and go for that peak, and it will be Modi, the Swede, the odd man out on the side of Heroic, but will he prove just how critical he is to the unit as he rattles down a couple of shots with that M4, can't quite connect them though. Karrigan given a chance to fall back, given a moment, a brief error where he can slip away and get into a good afterplant.
Yeah, this is fantastic. He had the Molotov, he had the smoke, he's got into an afterplant. Valda's going to be pushing here, but one of them has to sit on defuse. Karrigan finds the first. Can he find the second in bank? He tags him down a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Finds the spray down onto the bomb. Can't find the third, though. Modi's going to come in with the defuse. He's going to have plenty of time to do so as well. And Heroic do get their 14th on the board. That could have been also different for FaZe. A great effort, but unfortunately now they are looking at a 4-round deficit. But still money to work with. That's the important thing.
Yeah, that was a really close round there, though. Karrigan, you know, he had the potential to pick that one up. He did fantastically getting that second frag onto the bomb planter as well, but unfortunately, Modi just proved too much of a hard task. Still looking good in terms of buy, though, for either side. A little bit of limited utility over on the side of Heroic, but it shouldn't come back to bite them that much. There is going to be a Famous in play on Modi as well, but Nico back on the AK, and we know he is damaging with that weapon. So let's see what they're going to attempt to play for here. Just more of a standard setup on that CT side, nothing too overly aggressive, just playing from toilets. Just very basic stuff, locking stuff down, not going for any of those information plays. And you can see Heroic right now, you know, they're playing it smart. They don't want to run the risk of letting this slip away from them. They're really bringing their A game to this stuff. It's been fantastic to watch so far, but FaZe, they need to bounce back. They don't have much left in them. They don't have a lot of a buffer to play with. Heroic, you know, they're on their last sort of legs to lock this one down.
The worrying thing is for FaZe as well, is Heroic are now getting back into the form. They're hitting their shots again. And if FaZe are going to continue how they've been playing, just pushing slowly, taking their 1v1s, trying to get trades, then I think that plays into Heroic's favour. Honestly, I'd like to see FaZe burst out somewhere, try and overwhelm some of these Heroic members, and maybe push on towards trying to tie this game up. But it's definitely going to prove difficult. Flash comes in from Rain, but Nico's there with that AK once again, and that's a really important kill, and no one's there to trade it off. It's going to be detrimental for FaZe, as now Nico can just back off, reposition himself. Alu is there. Nico will find another. I say that actually he won't. Jacob gets the kill instead. But whilst that's happening, Snappy picks up one on Karrigan for himself.
Yeah, Jacob knocked down to 6 HP after that conflict as well in a 3v4 situation. They are outnumbered. And Jacob looking very green around the gills as he limps his way towards that A-bomb site. They want to just try and battle their way in. Snappy donning the AWP, but can he find the frags? Watching towards the smoke, hoping to see an arm or a leg, anything, just slightly grace itself out of the smoke, and he can pull the trigger, but it doesn't matter. Jacob with a 6-shot will rip him down. Can't get the follow-up though as he's too low. Alu has an AWP in his hands, will find it, has to commit to the bomb pipe right now though as he has no time left to play with. Will get it down, but is in a horrible situation, a 1 versus 2. Both of them coming from either angle of the map. He has to do something, has to go for the peak, has to play the initiative here as he wants to make it into a 1 versus 1, make it into a situation that's a little bit more manageable as they slowly creep up. They're playing together fantastically. Utility-wise, they do have that smoke to work with, but they're just going to play it slow. Try and play the mind games here with Alu.
Smoke's going to be really important. Alu has left the gap though, so if anyone does cross, he should be able to find that one. The taps come away, but the defuse is happening. Does he know where the bomb is the real question. No, he doesn't, as Heroic will get the defuse through the smoke. They will put their 15th on the board. Alu had a valiant effort, but it isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, so close yet so far. So unfortunate for him there. And just Heroic, one round away from shutting it down. And what a fantastic start to their season of Pro League that would be. Overpowering FaZe here on the first map. It would just be mental after their fantastic games against NiP yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Heroic that were in relegation last season. They fought for their place back in Pro League, and now they're showing why they deserve to be here, as Karrigan is going to get aggressive into Connector, but he's going to be greeted by the UMP of Snappy. He finds on one onto Jacob as well, and he started the round off extremely positively. 5 of them still left, just 3 of FaZe. And perhaps this is the end for FaZe now here on Overpass. Are they going to fall to a 3rd map defeat in just 2 days?
Yeah, really potential for a massive win here from Heroic. Rain though, he's going to overpower Modi, firing back with that UMP, eliminates him, wielding it, showing it isn't only Snappy that can use it so effectively. But now though, still outnumbered, they have time to play, over a minute left on the clock, they have utility as well, as they seem like they might want to make their play towards that A-bomb site. Snappy is on the site, bounding up and down, trying to work out if he can find any bits of information to relay that to his teammates. Lom currently just distracting Rain as the nades roll in. Don't transfer too much damage onto him, but have forced him to reposition. Nico as well, as he pops out. Great timing as he just lurked his way around in toilets. Did go for the strike, but it didn't quite work. And this has forced the hands of the rest of the FaZe players. They have to bounce onto the site. Alu is allowed to just get on there and do damage as he takes down Nico. It's a 3 versus 2. Lom from distance trying to hammer off, but can't pull the trigger. He's now left in a 1 versus 3. Can it be the stand-in? Will he be the super sub that wins them the game as he pushes on towards the bomb site, rattling off shots? But not today. Alu responds. FaZe stay alive for but another round.
Do stay alive, and the money isn't great for Heroic, so they are going to have to eco up, sacrifice another round here, go again a little bit later. FaZe just now need to stick to their guns, just slow this one out and not do what they did earlier, not throw away an easy winnable round. And let's hope that we don't see any... Well, actually, no, let's hope that we do see some crazy stuff coming out of Ardua again there on the B site with the pistol. Looks like it's going to be a mid-push this time. They're all going to stack there. Alu's not going to see any of them. He is blinded. Nico trying to get some information. He might actually get taken down here if he looks to the left. Yeah, Kiroshima's there with the AK, continuing his dominant form, adding extra frags onto the board. Kiyoshima can't quite land the deagle shot, though. Will just be Modi left, and now he's dead. 15 to 12, as we would have expected. Heroic go again, though. Oh, I say they go again. I may have lied.
Yeah, now stuck in this situation where their economy has gone against them. Could this be where FaZe actually claim that 13th round, get them into a position to go on to actually win this? It would be absolutely huge. Position to go on to actually win this. It would be absolutely huge if they can bounce back, as, you know, they look broken. They look like things went wrong, but now finally they started to mend things together. They found those cracks are, they've welded themselves back up, and they want to try and win this one.
Really important round, of course, as everyone is going to be from this point. The barbecue is hard onto Lom. He roasts away to a crisp. Now FaZe can push in onto this B site. They've got so much utility to work with as well. This should not be winnable for Heroic. And they're doing well here, FaZe. Not dropping a single member. As it's just going to be Nico and Valor as the last ones for defense. Valor goes down thanks to a spray down from Karrigan. And Nico's in one of these horrible situations where you know you're not going to win the round, but you're still expected to do something by your teammates.
Yeah, hoping to just find an exit if possible. Keo looking like he might be eager for it, trying to sniff him out. If he goes for this aggression, there is a chance. Obviously, the range factor is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, and Keo got the drop on him. We'll be able to pick him off very quickly there. A better angle for him to take. Finally, there is cash back in the Heroic bank, and they will buy up. They get that AWP out once again on Snappy. And a full buy across the board. Lack of utility in a few places. They don't actually have that many kits as well, just the one over on Snappy. But can they return to form here? Can they shut things down? They only need one round to close out this game. It's been so close, round in, round out. Always going down to the wire. An absolute thrill ride. Is this going to be the difference maker?
Yeah, what a chance this is for FaZe to take this to overtime, to be honest. If they win this round, they're looking pretty comfortable. As already, Snappy down to 74 HP. And Alu hits an incredible headshot. He continues his amazing form with the AWP. Nico thankfully gets the trade onto Jacob. It is 4v4. And they are just going to slow things down here, FaZe. They don't need to push just yet. They can wait a little bit. Valda has done disgusting things at B site already this game. Is he going to be that first point of contact here on the B site? Or are FaZe going to go for A instead? It looks like they are backing off. Just having that one player there at B. Perhaps to just make them second guess themselves as Alu now pushes down A long. And if he can hit this shot, that could be huge.
Silence was across the battlefield right now. They're a little bit of a lull, as they are going to slow down. No overextending just yet. You can see FaZe. They know they have the upper hand into this round. They do have the advantage in this 4v4 situation, but they don't want to run the risk of throwing it away. It's so vital here. No mistakes are allowed as they tiptoe their way up towards B. Kiyoshima. He's found success in the past and getting these entries, but will he repeat history, or will Valde, the man that single-handedly dismantled them the last time they came to this site, do so? He comes in, but can't quite find the frags. He's getting torn to shreds. Alu is the one that's just going huge from a distance, tearing everyone apart, railing them down with his AWP.
Yeah, now he's just scouting out balcony in case anyone is going to push, but no one's there just yet. They do have smokes to work with as Rain gets a kill onto Lom, and now it is just Nico to keep Heroic in this game, and actually he's going to have to back off here. He knows the bomb's gone down B, but this M4 is more important to him than trying to get any frags onto FaZe, as money is going to be very tight for Heroic going into this final round and a possible overtime here, Jackie.
Yeah, there is definitely OT potential at this point, and well, this is exciting to see because FaZe, you know, they looked so down in the dumps. They looked like they had no confidence behind them. They were just missing shots, but all of a sudden they've had this rebound, and Alu has been that key man. I feel like he's been the only thing that's been the driving force behind them. All of a sudden he's getting these entries round in, round out. He's creating openings, creating opportunities that FaZe were previously not having. It was only Keo that was stepping up to the mark.
Yeah, and Alu's just... I mean, they've been baiting and switching really well, FaZe, to be honest. They've been pushing into a site where Alu has just stepped out slightly, taken an angle, used one of his riflers to come in and try and draw any players out, and it's been working perfectly for FaZe, as Heroic now are going to have to force up with whatever money they have got left. The M4 was incredibly crucial from the last round, and the UMPs come out. 2 M4s as well. This is going to be a very tight affair, a very edgy round. Oh, blood is going to be pumping on both sides.
Yeah, this really is quite an exciting round. This is the thing. This will decide if they are going to be working their way through into overtime. If FaZe have now got that second win behind them, and they want to go through, take it into OT, and then potentially win the game, or if Heroic will pick up their final round and close it out. Slow stuff though, they're not going to go at all aggressive. You can see them playing really restricted, just holding these close angle crossfires, supporting each other. There's really no pushes at all by Heroic. They don't want to run the risk of letting this one slip away early. Meanwhile, FaZe, a lot of aggression going towards long. You have that one player lurking as well to hold any pushes from B as they slowly tiptoe their way up towards that A-bomb site. Snappy just going for the jump face, trying to get the information. You can see everyone checking all these angles, scouting out, being so delicate, so timid as FaZe run the risk of throwing this away if they lose this round.
Yeah, and Heroic are just playing very timidly, as you say, just defensively. They can't afford to just push out here, and it is just going to allow FaZe to creep up and get close to this A site. and prepare for an execution. Smokes will come through. They now push onto the site in this final round of the half. Is it going to be overtime, or is it going to go in the favor of Heroic as the spray down comes through? Nico actually gets the opening frag onto Jacob. Really important. Snappy gets one as well. Karrigan comes in with one of his own, and Kiyoshima once again with the AK is doing incredibly. It's just Karrigan versus Modi, and this is absolutely huge. So much riding on Modi's shoulders now. He has to get through the smoke, but the bomb yet to go down. Karrigan, is he going to second guess himself? He's going to go back to B. It looks like he's going back through toilets. He's not going to have any of that. Has he actually got time to get to B? Is the real question.
He will be able to make his way to the site. He can get there just in the nick of time. Modi, no reason to face as well, so he won't have too much information off the basis of this, as he will just be waiting for that bomb to go down. Must be realizing now that the gig is up. It has been a bit of a ruse as he rotates off down towards that B bomb site. Karrigan, he's got so much to play with now, though. He can get himself in a fantastic position off the back of this. It's looking like there's so much potential for him to force this into overtime, focusing towards that angle. Modi looking like he will take a survey of the site, jumps down now, has upgraded to the M4 in the meantime as well, spots him out, has the drop on him, and will pick him off, and they will be able to force it into overtime. FaZe, it looked like it was going to go south. It looked like they had been shut out of the game, but they find their re-entry point.
I mean, somehow, FaZe back into this, and I've got to say, it's all down to Alu, right? He's been taking his angle as well with that AWP, and can he do more of the same? I mean, I remember saying it 10-1, I was thinking, FaZe are never getting back into this one. Thankfully, I didn't put any risky bets down about my career like I did yesterday. And now we're going into overtime, and who are your favourites? This is hard to call suddenly.
Yeah, this is looking a whole lot better for FaZe. They finally started getting some teamwork and some structure behind them. We can see them actually picking up a lot of frags. Alu as well has been that consistency. He's been the key to them actually getting into a lot of sites. Previously, Keo was the only member of the team that was actually doing too much. We saw Shaw a few flashy rounds from Karrigan towards the end that were very close to being fantastic clutches. You know, there's one or two rounds here and there they could have even picked up better throughout earlier on in their first half of the game, but it just went south in a few situations. But the difference maker was Alu, as you're saying. But going into it now, Heroic looked dominant early on, but I don't know. FaZe just seemed back on form. It seems a lot more accurate to the FaZe we expected to see.
Yeah, it's whether they can shut down Alu, to be honest. I mean, obviously, when you go into overtime, plenty of money to work with. It's not going to be another pistol round this time for anyone to get an upper hand early on, and I think there's a lot that rides on Alu's shoulders, to be honest. He has been the difference maker. Snappy's done some great work as well, but they haven't really had that AWP off in too many situations, as Alu has snuck his way around and often found himself in incredibly tight angles and been able to catch these Heroic players off guard.
Yeah, it really has been quite a fantastic feat to witness. Slow stuff once again though into this. A little bit more aggressive in terms of playstyle of Heroic. They have been playing very close back and just holding towards the close sites, playing off close angles, complementing each other with crossfires, whereas this time around they will go a little bit of aggressive in terms of their positioning. They aren't going to find anything just yet though, as he's rearing themselves up as they reposition, seeming like this will be a late round play towards that B bomb site. Now Valde, we've seen him in the past be so fantastic at these drop down angles where he will just surprise his opposition, but will he repeat history?
I hope so, because that was blooming disgusting when he did it previously. It was with a pistol rather than an M4 though, as Rain is edging his way around to A whilst his teammates are at B, so he needs to make some noise sooner rather than later to try and just make these Heroic players rotate or second guess themselves. Jacob does come through but gets shut down by Modi immediately, and now the push will come through from FaZe. Kiyoshima going to be the first point of contact. Modi's going to get smoked off here at short. Will he push through? He has got Molotov to throw down on the bomb planter, and Karrigan just going to sit in the fire here. Manages to escape just with his life and the bomb plant as well, and put some fire down himself there.
That was so useful as well. That's forced that the boost they would have gone forward with. They'd have been able to pick off another frag there, most likely back on towards Karrigan. Completely dismantled that. They were forced to reposition. It's cracked that bomb site open. Fantastic couple of frags come out. And now it's looking like FaZe should secure this first round that could have gone south for them. Nico is the last man left standing. Sure, the rest of those FaZe players are tacked down apart from Kiyoshima, but with Rain just hiding like that, and he can pop out and get that headshot, it just completely flips around on his head.
Look at that. Just, there was so little health left on most of those FaZe players. It could have gone so differently. But FaZe continuing their momentum on this T side now. And Heroic, their last stand is going to arrive. Really need to do something here and now, otherwise they may allow FaZe to a comfortable first half of this overtime. Alu once again though was hitting some incredible shots there, pushing B. Those snaps have been absolutely phenomenal from him. We need someone from Heroic to step up now though. We need an Alu to transfer over to the Heroic side. I'm looking at you, Snappy.
Yeah, let's see what he will be able to bring to the equation here. As they slowly work their way back through, attempting to push down towards that B bomb site, it seems. They found a few successful entries in the past, but can they do it once more?
You know, I said this one might be a slobber knocker, and it is.
Yeah, it's really going the whole hog. You know, for the first overtime we've seen so far, it's between us anyway in this season of Pro League. So an exciting one to kick things off. Definitely quite a high octane match in terms of just back and forth scenario. You know, the storyline of FaZe finally getting this second win. The Phoenix as they start to rise back up again, but Valde, the man that has been defending that B bomb site with so much heart, so much passion in the past, can't quite get that opening. Fnatic had the AWP in his hands, but couldn't land the shot, and he's allowed them entry.
He allowed them entry, but thankfully Modi was there to back him up. He is flashed off, so Valde will get taken down by Karrigan as he tries to spray down on someone else, but it won't work just yet. Thankfully his teammate Alu comes in with the AWP. Once again, it's a 3v2. He's checking heaven as well. He's going to put that bullet into Snappy's belly button, and with Nico going down as well, that's 17-15 in favor of FaZe. And look at the money on Heroic. Are we looking at an 18-15? What a comeback this has been from FaZe.
Yeah. This has been absolutely huge. You know, it looked like they were in such a tight spot. It looked like they weren't going to be able to pick up that first map. Heroic should have been able to close it out. But FaZe, massive return to form. Absolute props to them as they work their way back through this. And it's looking good into this round especially as well. Heroic absolutely busted in terms of economy. They don't have too much to work with, so FaZe should be able to rattle them down.
Well, there has been rounds like this where Heroic have been able to pull it out, pull the stops out, as they are going to get aggressive down in connector. Jacob senses that though, throws a HE, doesn't connect with anyone though. So they will just still have full armor, full health. And Rain just seeing if he can find anything, and he's not going to. So I wonder whether Heroic are going to decide to burst out of connector here. And what they will be greeted by Jacob's AK. Whether he'll actually be able to get the kills is a different story, but he's not going to get the kills if he backs off. So he's having none of it. Going to go join his teammates instead. Both teams playing this well. Obviously Heroic have to play this slowly, they have to take their angles, but FaZe haven't pushed in anywhere too quickly. Don't want to allow Heroic to get the jump on them.
Yeah, they don't want to essentially throw away anything, but Nico, he's coming in, the silent assassin. He's in the rear and he will strike like the mighty Cobra as he comes in with a huge opener, but unfortunately gets punished in the end. No worries though, Snappy can get that trade back, leaving them in a 3 versus 3 situation that will get phased out by Rain, as he not only gets the opener off on towards Snappy and brings back the situation to a manageable one, he also goes one step further as he takes down Valde, and it just falls onto Modi.
Yeah, unfortunately he's taken the 50-50 guess, and he has flipped the coin onto the wrong side as he was up in A site, and the bomb has gone down to B. He might have heard a few trickles of footsteps though, as he is slowly rotating round. I think this is going to be extremely difficult. Of course he's going to go for it. He's got a lot to do, as he is going to be greeted slowly by Kiyoshima. Gets the opening frag, so this is definitely possible. Needs to be quick about his play though. But unfortunately he has to check every angle. He can't not check anything, as he's going to push onto site, and eventually Rain takes it. And that's going to be 18-15 in favor of Heroic, in favor of FaZe, sorry. As Heroic, after such a great first half, suddenly they seem to have lost their footing. They seem to have slipped. I don't really know what's happened to them, to be honest, but now they have a chance to rectify this on a T side of their own.
Yeah. You know, it started to slip away from them. Heroic, though, they did have a very dominant T-half originally getting into this. They went through with a 10-5 scoreline. Hopefully, they can find the form that they previously had, bounce back into that, and there's that potential they can try and push this through into that double OT.
Difference is, I mean, Heroic, they won a lot of rounds whilst FaZe didn't have that buy. Yeah. When they were very weak, when the AWPs weren't in the hands of Alu, but looking on your screen, Alu's got an AWP, and that scares me. I wonder where he's going to set up shop, and I wonder whether any of Heroic are going to come and ask for some candy. He'll deny it if they do. As Lom gets the opening onto Karrigan. Great way to start for Heroic. There is another member there in party as well. Nico. It's Alu, sorry. Not going to be enough though. Rain picks one up onto Valda as well, so it's back to 4-on-4. And sees if there's any more. There isn't, as Alu does get that connection onto Nico. And this is exactly what FaZe needed.
Yeah, a huge way to start off the second half, and really could be the final now in the coffin. Heroic now, just Modi and Lom left standing. They do have the bomb close by to them. They will be able to recover it. But what can they really bring to the table? They are vastly outnumbered in this scenario. as they work their way through toilets, just trying to hold each other's own here, watching for the crossfires, watching each other's backs, just in case anyone is going to peek out and try and strike. Alu, so close by, almost undetected. They aren't going to realise where he is. He will peek out, though, spots them in the end, but they're just able to slip out of view.
And now he's just going to back off. Throw a smoke down as well. Probably communicate with his teammates, let them know the information, but they need to be careful. I mean, FaZe have been good. They haven't over-rotated, despite some sort of information, as Modi does pop out, finds Rain. Can he get the spray down through smoke onto Alu? No, not just yet. He does know where he is, though. A lot of responsibility for Alu here. Can he get the pick? He does take him down to 1 HP, and somehow Lom comes from behind to help his teammate, and we're back. It is a 2v2. Kiyoshima is mollied off at the moment. A lot on Lom here, as Modi is so weak. This is going to be a really tough one for Heroic to hold.
Yeah, Lom needs to go massive. Has to spot them out, can relay that information, but not only that, he gets a massive opening frag as well, takes him down. Kiyoshima hits the deck, the nade rolls through to try and stop Jacob from going for that push. Look how low Modi is, though. It just takes Jacob to get a couple of shots off to win this, but they're holding the crossfire fantastically. The first headshot comes out, but Modi will be able to keep his teammates thriving as Heroic pick up that round so close.
On 1 HP. Wow. I mean, that AWP shot, just tagging him down to 1, that's so unfortunate. But Heroic do stay in it. And now they've got the chance to press on from this. I mean, great stuff from Modi, to be honest. I mean, of course, he was fortunate to stay alive, but being able to pick up that kill on 1 HP is huge, but a lot of work done by Lom. Yes, okay, he did peek out, but he allowed his teammate to get the kill in the end. And more of the same from Heroic, really. We need to see these players stepping up to continue in this game.
Yeah, that's really true indeed. They need to kind of re-rally themselves, get themselves hyped behind that banner, and start bringing that pride to the server, as they were doing fantastically earlier on in the game, and it just seems like it started to slip away, and FaZe have started to really load themselves up and chug along the later the game has been going.
Alu, once again with the AWP, just taking position here on short. Can he find someone coming through connector? He's not going to take the wide peek. He's going to take a very defensive angle here. You can see he's just edging, trying to get as close to that wall as possible, so he can get as little information said for himself, so that he's not spotted. But that is a pretty big gun you're holding, buddy. As now Heroic looks like they're just going to hop up onto Flowers, see if anyone is poking around here at long. No one is, so now they can just waddle their way up. And it looks like it is going to be an A execute here. Need to play flawlessly, though. They've played phenomenally on their A takes, but Alu is there taking down Modi, so that's not the way that they wanted to start this round. But Nico gets one onto Karrigan, Alu gets his second onto Valda. He's here in bathroom, but Lom will shut him down, and we're back to a 3v3 now. And the bomb looks like it is going to go down, but Rain will take down Snappy. He's going to be coming from long, so with Kiyoshima popping out, that will be the round. And unfortunately for Heroic, it's all gone wrong. From what looked so fantastic to begin with, found themselves on the wrong end. And it's been an absolutely incredible comeback from FaZe.
It really has. Just, you know, amazing stuff towards the end of that. It was looking like Heroic were just going to win it straight up. They were just pile driving their way through whatever FaZe brought to the table, and then somewhere, I know where they get that second wind, they start performing fantastically. Alu was the difference maker, and they go the whole hog. They take it into OT, and then shut it down very quickly with just losing 1 round out of all of that overtime.
And gotta say, Alu, key man there. He stepped up.
Yeah.
They were really struggling in FaZe, but then suddenly he got his hands on the AWP, and he was able to get... that
stomp, yeah.
That kick to the face was somewhat disgusting. There were some of the standout moments in the game. That was good from Valda as well. But Heroic will be pondering what went wrong, really. You've got to be honest, at 10-1 up, that is a throw. Like, you'd be expecting a lot better from them. You'd expect them to hold their own. But FaZe, considering their games yesterday, considering they lost to Kinguin in such a dominating fashion, it's good to see them come back into it to find some sort of form here.
Yeah, like a much-needed win for them, as it was looking kind of shaky yesterday. Early on today as well, we saw the same signs of that. You know, there was no consistency; it was all falling apart. But then they eventually bounced back to the phase we sort of know more realistically into that one, as they were able to find a couple of frags towards the end and close the game out. But still, Heroic, there's potential for them. Obviously going into the second map of today, as this has only been their first game yet up against FaZe. They were looking good early on. They just need to hark back to the sort of style of CS they were playing. Everyone was popping off. It just seemed like they couldn't find their footing at all in their CT half of overtime.
And now we move over to Train for map 2, and actually FaZe beat Heroic 16-3 the last time they encountered on Train. It was a couple of months ago, a few months ago, but still confidence to work from, and I mean, definitely, really, I just can't look past Alu. If Alu hadn't stepped up, I don't really know if FaZe could have got back into that one. Heroic, however, they kind of fell. There was a few players like Nico was performing incredibly, even Snappy was hitting a lot of shots, but somehow they dropped off, and why was their momentum killed by FaZe? Is it just a matter of hitting shots that just upset them slightly?
Well, obviously, that's the thing. Like, later on into that CT half, they got them into the situation that FaZe were not into. They had no economy to play with, so they couldn't get the weapons out they needed. They were just left there with no utility to try and hold FaZe back, so FaZe were going for more of an aggressive style of CS and just overpowered them. They couldn't do anything due to the fact they were limited by their own economic structure.
And if Alu can carry on doing the same into the next game, are we looking at FaZe possibly taking another win, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely potential. They were looking like they were starting to get back onto form. Carradine had a few key rounds here and there. Alu definitely started popping off, and Kiyoshima early game was playing fantastically. So, more or less, everyone was trying to sort of edge their way back to how they usually play, and Heroic seemed like they got sort of stuck in a bit of a mental block towards the end of the game.
Wow, FaZe are able to come back into this one, and they take it 19-17 in overtime. A great performance from them, and absolutely, well, upsetting for Heroic, to be honest, after going 10-1 up. But we are going to move on to Train next, so go stick the kettle on, get ready, because we'll be back in just a short moment.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL CSGO Pro League, where FaZe just performed an absolutely incredible comeback to take down Heroic. My name's Dan Gaskin, joined here by Jackie Peters on the desk, and well, I don't think we actually saw that one coming. After it was a 10-win lead, a 10-win lead. I'm gone. I'm so tired now. That overtime's killed me.
Yeah.
The 10-1 lead for Heroic looked like FaZe were down and out. Somehow they came back into it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, it seems like they were underperforming very early on into the game, but then all of a sudden they just started smashing out rounds left, right, and center, just going absolutely huge. Alu steps up to the mark, and everything just seemed to work out.
And now we move into Train as map number 2, and we do look at past results. Okay, so at IEM last time that they faced up, which was in Oakland, I believe, was a 16-3 advantage for FaZe, but that is a couple of months ago, so you've got to worry about that one. To be honest, though, I still can't look past Heroic. I think, despite the fact that Ali was able to step up, I think Heroic have still got what it takes. They just need to not throw it away again. I mean, do you think that FaZe have just now got the momentum trainer rolling? No pun intended with them going to Train. Do you think it's going to go to FaZe or Heroic?
I don't know, I mean, they've definitely got some more steam now going into it, and there's a lot of potential. But I just feel like Heroic have definitely got it in the bag. Because, well, I mean, this is the thing, they should have done theoretically going into that first map on Overpass. They seemed a lot superior. FaZe all of a sudden got their second win, but on Train, I just feel like Heroic should return to the form they had prior to this. They played amazingly well against Nip on it. You could see they had a lot of structure there. Everything, it worked really nicely. And I think that it is going to be a close affair, but this time around, they should just slightly edge out ahead. Even though, theoretically, into this series, I think FaZe should have won it from a start. But I just feel like FaZe have been underperforming recently, and they're not in the scenario to take it.
And you're right, they won 16-11 versus Nip yesterday on Train. Is it a possibility of more of the same from Heroic? What are we going to see? Because they kind of bursted out onto sites. They were able to surprise NIP. NIP weren't expecting it whatsoever. I wonder if FaZe have done their homework. Do you think FaZe would have studied yesterday's games?
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. They would have looked over what's gone wrong, and they would have done the demo reviews to be like, okay, look, we can improve on this. This is how we can alter this. This worked nicely, and it's all that sort of stuff you can bring to the table. But it's different as well, because obviously going up against that, they want to know they'll know how FaZe play in these scenarios. They know how to counter it, and it's going to be an interesting game because FaZe are quite volatile. It seems. Obviously, we've seen them dipping in and out. There was a lot of inconsistent plays throughout all of Overpass, and that was sort of the history of what we saw yesterday. But they never really got themselves into a good spot. Where at least today they sort of woke up and then held on to that consciousness.
Really, I would say that Heroic are just a well-oiled machine, and it's whether they are going to be lubed up enough in this game to get the cogs turning and be able to take a map victory today against FaZe. I'm impressed that FaZe have been able to recover, especially after such troubles that they saw yesterday when they faced off against Kinguin. But now we move into Train. Heroic versus FaZe as we enter the pistol round, and Valda just trying to take an aggressive stance. Can he get anything with his USB? It is going to be quick entries from FaZe, and this is going to be interesting as Rain gets an early kill, and now Snappy does respond as well.
Yeah, nice frags coming out so far. Everyone just getting completely destroyed on the side of Heroic. FaZe looking so prominent as they burst their way onto that site and claim a very easy opening round.
Great work from FaZe, continuing from the last round. Momentum well and truly in their favour. I have so many Train puns right now, but I'm not going to throw them out there just yet. I'll save them for later for you, Jackie, alright?
Cheers, mate. I appreciate it. Into this one, though, obviously, they have the upper hand in terms of weaponry, but how are they going to charge their way through? He seems to be having a little bit of issues right now, actually, as he starts his way along with that Mat 10 in hand. Obviously, he wants to just try and rack up as much cash as possible with it, really build a bit of a bank for himself.
Cash money. FaZe just waiting around Ivy. Not going to push in just yet. Modi will be waiting there to defend. He's got his knife out at the moment. He just wants to quickly dance around and back off if he needs to be. Does have the deagle as well. Can't find anything though as Jacob and Karrigan come in, getting the opening kills. Karrigan gets a second as well. There is a consolation kill for Snappy. But it's not going to be enough as Alu takes him down, leaving just Nico on his own in Z. Or Z, if you're an American viewer. And now that should be 2-0 to FaZe. Well, it will be 2-0 to FaZe, unless something miraculous, unless the stars align for Nico here.
Yeah, Nico trotting around, hoping to find potentially just an exit frag at the most. That's what he'd hope to claim in this scenario, as FaZe will most likely be able to punish him. And he shouldn't achieve anything into this. But good stuff from FaZe. Obviously only losing one man in Jacob. That's not too detrimental to their health. And they also got a frag off with Ali with a Mac 10, so he gets a bit more cash going into his bank.
Now Heroic on the opposite side from what they were on Overpass. Need to overturn a deficit of their own. It's just a 2-0 deficit at the moment. Nico manages to pick up a cheeky UMP on his way through. On his stop at the station. And now it's going to be should be a formality really for FaZe, but we saw incredible things coming out of Heroic on their pistol rounds in Overpass. Can they do more of the same, Jackie?
Hopefully so. I mean, you know, they've had these rounds where even though they're down and out in terms of their economy, they've been able to bounce back. And right now to train, obviously, we haven't had too long to see if they can bring that to the table, but this should most likely just be a round they get obliterated by FaZe, which is what they're going to do. All-out aggression, just bombard their way out towards the A-bomb site, blow them out of the water, and then just leave it down to one man. It is going to be Nico. He can achieve a lot for that team, but I feel like this is far too far for him to attempt to take. He will get one frag off on towards range. Jacob will trade it back out, and that's going to be FaZe claiming all 3 of those rounds off the back of the pistol round win. Now here's where it gets serious. They put on their thinking caps, and they have to start bringing their A game. Yeah,
I'm expecting a lot out of Snappy here with the AWP. Has hit a lot of shots today. This is going to be crucial for him. And Lom's done a lot of work, considering Lom is a standing coach. I've been very impressed with him. Obviously, he's a great player as well, but sometimes when you do play that filler role, it can be difficult, but of course he does watch these guys day in, day out. As FaZe now need to try and break through the Heroic wall they have brought up, and they are going to be able to get onto this A site relatively easily. Rain isn't going to get spotted. Alu will, however. And I wonder whether they are going to be able to find Rain. Yes, they do in the end, as Lom comes through, gets one onto Kiyoshima. Jacob thankfully responds onto Valor. Karrigan comes and gets one of his own. Gets 2 actually now. Finds a 3rd. And it is just Modi left on his lonesome. But he is in a great position, but he can't get the spray down onto Jacob. As FaZe put a 4th on the board and just set Heroic straight back to an eco.
Wow. What a swift round there, to say the least. FaZe, they knew what they wanted. They wanted to control that A-bomb site, kicked down the doors, took no hostages, and just claimed it so very easily. So much finesse in that one. And Heroic, once again, as you said, the economy has been broken. There's been a crisis, there's been a crash, and now they're left with these measly pistols. They do have a scout over and towards Modi. Valdi's got a bit of armor to play with, but with just 2 flashbangs as all of their utility, they can't even have the element of surprise. They should just get torn to shreds, and Alu wants to make this one a cash builder as he tears him apart with that Mac 10.
Yeah, they were all flashed on that site and they pushed in as Rain picks up 2 for himself as well with the UMP. Jumps up onto bomb train. No one there just yet. Alu gets a 2nd onto Valda, leaving Snappy all on his own. And he will get a consolation kill. Picks up a weapon. Not going to be able to escape with it though, I don't think. Does have a little bit of utility. Has a flash, pops out, but Jacob's there with the AK. 5-0 to FaZe now. And I wonder, Jackie, whether Heroic were just off the back of their wins yesterday against NIP, whether they were just full of confidence and they had that momentum, and now FaZe have kind of found out that they can break through it. Whether Heroic are going to struggle a little bit here, whether they're going to start to doubt themselves slightly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks more so like FaZe are just starting to actually play like FaZe again. They're returning to that form that we expected to see that just wasn't there. Outright was out of the window completely all day yesterday. And it looked like wasn't going to be there today. But they found it now, and they brought themselves back into it, and they do not want to let this locomotive slow down.
Snappy will get an opening frag, though. Oh, no, he won't. It sounded like he did, but he didn't. There's still going to be 5 men remaining there. That's interesting. Am I going mad?
Yeah, you had the headshot sound was played. I think it sounded like someone got a dink, but there wasn't any.
God damn it. Damn these sounds. Ruining my day. As Kiyoshima does eventually fall. Rain goes down as well. 5v3 now, and Snappy is going to hold off upper ear. And upper ear. That's going to be smoked off.
Ooh. Nice shot from Snappy, though, as he flicks his way up. Shuts down Jacob as he's on the site. Karrigan running around these trains, playing a game of hide-and-seek peekaboo as he pops out and takes down Snappy. And it falls into a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2. Still every chance for Heroic now. Bomb's still yet to go down. There it goes. Look at this position from Alu. Is Valda just going to walk into this trap here? He has to, and Alu finds the headshot as well. And now it all rests on Modi. Karrigan is very low, so if he can pick him off first, then there's still every chance of him in this round. He's going to peek out, but no, Modi's having none of it. Backing off. Needs to decide what he wants to do here. Does find an AWP. Is he going to save? Looks like that is the case. FaZe now are going to find themselves 6 rounds up. It was looking good as well for Heroic. They got a couple of decent frags to start with, but FaZe being able to burst on that B site, and they just overwhelmed. And once again, Alu with the 3K performing out of his mind.
Yeah, Ali doing an awful lot of damage for his side there. That's what they need to bring to the table. 6 rounds already, proving that not only do they want to come in hard and fast into this, they want to do it in such a dominating fashion. They don't want this game to go long. They just want to try and close it out very quickly, and already 6 rounds snapped up. It's looking effective.
Yeah, Heroic really need to do something now. They need to change this up. They need to change it quickly, or they could slowly slip away in this game. And it might spiral out of control for FaZe. I do say that. Heroic did have a great lead against FaZe in the previous map. FaZe were able to come back, but Rain gets the opening pick onto Lom. Out of nowhere, you could see his teammate turned around saying, well, where the hell was that from? It's from A-Main, my friend. There's Modu now here with the M4. Sole responsibility here at Ivy, just turning his back to it as well. Assuming no one is pushing it, which they aren't, to be honest. Smokes are going to come out, and it looks like FaZe are considering taking an A, or at least going for somewhat of a fake. But they're going to bide their time. They're going to wait and see if anyone from Heroic is going to walk out into their crosshairs. And now, here come the smokes, Jack.
Yeah, the smokes will rain in towards that bomb site. Try and block all these lines of sight. Allowed to provide them with a little bit of cover. Valde playing on the back of ladder here, waiting to strike. Will he actually be able to bring to the table as Modi fires down, takes down Jacob. Valde will claim one of his own, and this is looking better and better by the second as he comes in with some fantastic plays. Nico will take down Rain now. Carrigan, the last man standing on the side of FaZe. He has to try and go huge into this round. He'll need to pick up the 2K to close it out, but can he actually find the frags?
Yeah, this is going to be really important for Carrigan to stay alive here and try and pick out some important frags. And Modi also almost gets the spray down. With the bomb not being down yet, this is extremely difficult for Carrigan. He has got a smoke to work with. Try and dance through, but Nico is on the other end of it, and he will find him. And that is Heroic with a chance back into this game now. Put their first on the board, but money isn't great. So FaZe doing damage still. And there's going to have to be a UMP for Heroic here. But I mean, yeah, the thing is with the UMP, I mean, what's your thoughts on the UMP in general, Jack? I mean, it's pretty powerful. It's just quite cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of the SMGs that you know is a little bit more preferred to buy because obviously you want to get that cash bonus, but you also want a respectable weapon. It has good range capability and it is very useful in a lot of those situations. It has good armor pen as well, so it's not a horrible investment to go for. You know you can actually use it efficiently. Oh, Modi actually finds that frag off onto Jacob very quickly as well through the smoke as he takes him down early on to the round over towards Ivy.
These are the opening frags that Heroic need as well. They're going to find their way back into the game. Alu does have an AWP. And he's been doing, of course, as I've said a million times, crazy things with it. And I mean, FaZe have tried several different options and they've all been successful. Except last round, so that's where they're now just slightly changing things up. Waiting and being patient once again, but they are at a disadvantage here. Another man down. And Heroic just holding their angles, Jackie.
Yeah, just covering these. Keeping them on lockdown, trying not to allow anything from FaZe. Then you just want to make sure they have these covered as they slowly make their push out towards that A-bomb site. Rain will fire off a couple of pot shots though. Wanted to see if he could find anything here as he slips his way onto the scene of the crime. Modi will respond with a nice headshot though. Lom also doing damage off over towards Carrigan. And all of a sudden it was just left on 2 members. The duo of FaZe that falls to just a single man over on towards Alu. He really has been the star factor behind them, that driving force that has given them any of these rounds to play with as he starts to get the bomb planted over towards the A-bomb site. He's in a good position, but does he spot out Valde? Of course he does as he flicks up, eliminates him very swiftly with that AWP in hand, repositioning now as well, focusing over towards A2, seeing if they're going to peek onto the scene of the crime. Has to dispatch 3 more members to pick this one up. Look at him, as you can see, focusing on all these angles at once. Got himself actually a prime time spot to try and pick this up. But Nico, sneaking up, rattling down, gets the drop on him and picks him off.
I thought it was going to be a possibility for Alu to do that then, as with how he's been playing so far, but thankfully, Heroic are able to come together as a band of merry men and eventually push and get behind him and stop any crazy things from happening and put a second on the board now. right back into this against the FaZe lineup that struggled in game 1, and now have really found their footing here. And they can push on. If they can get 2 wins, they're right back into the swing of things in the table. It'll be 6 points for them. 2-2. I mean, Astralis were 2-2 before the start of today's games as well, so that's nothing to sniff at. Once again, Nico just going to be patient here, and the rest of Heroic going to be patient, not going to push out, not going to play into FaZe's game, as FaZe really have just been urging Heroic to push out and try and catch one of them off guard, but it's not going to be the case.
Slow stuff so far into this, though. They're not going to be going for that aggressive style of CS. They were donning just a few rounds ago. As Heroic now have those 2 rounds on the board, they're looking a little bit timid. They don't want to start to allow Heroic to really build anything out of this, build themselves into a healthy economy situation where they can actually rack up a few rounds. They want to make sure they dominate on their T half, which is what it very much looks like they might be able to bring to the table here. Jacob biding his time, tiptoeing through. Seeming like he might want to make that decision to peek out straight away onto the bomb site as he dives through Ivy, gets the opening frag, can't go get the follow-up, but does it matter as his teammate is in close proximity? Unfortunately not. Ivy is being under such great contestant, and Heroic are being able to defend it very easily. Snappy will find the final frag off on towards Kiyoshima, but Heroic get another round on the board.
Great response from Heroic as well. Just to turn around after that initial frag, all of them just swarmed in on the FaZe members, bursting through Ivy there. It all just suddenly, with a click of your fingers, all the FaZe members were dead. And now this is the last-ditch attempt for FaZe before they are going to have to eco up. So Heroic have done well to get back into this. It was looking pretty dire, let's be honest. But when they needed to, they have stepped up. So this is what's good from Heroic. Just the deagle for Kiyoshima. But I mean, if you want it in anyone's hand, Kio's is a good one to be in, as they are going to burst out of pop. Lom can't quite get the spray down with the UMP. Does tag one down to Weak, but Kiyoshima finds him with the deagle in the end. Rain chimes in with one of his own. And now it's just Nico and Valda left on their own to try and defend this site. Nico will start it off well with a headshot onto Carrigan.
Yeah, nice stuff. Look at Valde as well, dropping now from Pop. Has to drop on him as well, but unfortunately not. Somehow Keo was able to flick his way back round. Takes him down so very swiftly. FaZe, they're hungry for round number 7 on the board, but Nico wants to try and slow them down in their tracks as he slowly works his way through. As that angle covered, waiting for Rain to peek him, but it won't matter. Rain was slightly too quick and slays him.
Such an important round from FaZe, as I said. They would have had to eco if they had lost that one, and now they can continue buying up. They've got a few AKs to work with. Exactly how are they going to push through Heroic now, though? They don't want to become predictable. They have been favouring that A site a lot so far this game. You've got the AWP in the hands of Alu once again. And he's going to go for an early pick, see if he can find anything. No one's going to be playing ball just yet, though, so he probably will back off. Molotov will stop him retreating too far, though, as he will continue to hold this angle in case anyone from Heroic pushes him. Not going to.
They are just holding out, seeing if they can get these peaks. And Rain will be the one that really kickstarts things. He slides his way on towards the bomb site, shuts down Lom. Carrigan's there to aid him as well, but Modi will get the trade back, eliminates Rain as Valde coming into effect as he rips his way through 2 of the players. Carrigan and Jacob hitting the deck. Alu, the man of the hour, AWP in hand, his preferred weapon, but can he pick them off?
Going to be a tough one. Can he get an angle on someone at Zed? It's going to be the real question. He's just going to creep up on top of green here. And he's going to get sprayed down by Nico. So good positioning from him. And now it just all lies on Kiyoshima. Can he pull off this 1v3? It's definitely possible. I mean, he's done a lot already today with the AK especially. Really looked dominant on his T side. But he needs to put the bomb down as well, and that's the problem. He's well aware someone is in Z, and can't quite find it. Yes, eventually he does get it. That was panicking me. I thought he was going to miss that shot, and Nico was just going to turn around and put him to bed. There's another member in Z, and he walks out into the bullets of Kiyoshima. So now it's a one-on-one, and Modi is actually really weak. I wonder if he has got eyes on this bomb. No, he hasn't, and he is going to be backed off by the Molotov as well. And now Kiyo really needs to grab that bomb. He needs to get that plant down, but is he going to go for a kill instead? He's going to take the battle. He's worried. He doesn't want to put the bomb down. He thinks he's going to lose if he does that, but then he finds Murray. So somehow, in the 1v3 situation, Kiyo does pick it up and continues FaZe's dominance and resets Heroic once again. This is looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, it's been looking fantastic for them, and it's getting better by the minute. You can tell they're starting to really bring the thunder to the table. Now, turn back into this one. Obviously, 8 rounds on the board for FaZe. showing no signs of slowing down. Heroic, no economy to play with. They should just be smacked away very quickly throughout this, and this should be them grabbing round number 9.
I'd like to think so, as long as nothing crazy happens. They need to just play it as they would a normal rifle round as Jacob gets the opening one onto Mori. Now they're going to push onto the site nice and fast with the early pick. Snappy gets one of his own, but it's not going to be of any use as Ryan and Jacob come in to just sweep things up. And Snappy is the lone survivor, cannot get anything with it. Not even a consolation in the end. 9-3, as you said, Jackie. And now Heroic. I mean, if they can turn this into perhaps a 10-5, then great. But I mean, this is Train we're looking at, and this is already 9 rounds on the terrorist side on Train, and that's why I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, this is the thing. Going through this so far, it's been looking very shaky from either side, but FaZe, even though they have these small moments where it looks like they're starting to crack and, you know, potentially Heroic might be able to answer their way back into it, they've never actually been able to close it out. FaZe have allowed them to get a couple of rounds, and then they just bounce back into it, and it's scary. FaZe look dominant now. It's not the, you know, the weakened FaZe that we saw originally earlier on today.
Definitely isn't. Snappy, just seeing if he can find anything through Ivy. Doesn't quite connect with the shot though. Has to back off with his life. He's tagged down just to 86. And FaZe just going to wait. Are they going to go for another burst out of Pop? Or are they going to maybe go for a B push? They haven't really attacked B at all this game. I think they've only been there once, maybe even twice. But it's constantly been that A take. But I suppose if it's been so successful, why change things up? Heroic haven't really found a way to answer it just yet. Just 1 minute left now. FaZe will be more than happy to let Heroic will be more than happy to let this tick down, but they will be well aware that the burst can come from any direction.
Yeah, especially all of this firepower being brought towards Ivy. They want to burst out and try and overpower Snappy here. He's forced to fall back off the back of the flashbang. Jacob will kill him as well. Great frag coming out now as they slip their way